like, remember me. I can listen to what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe I can give you a ray of light. Open your heart and show your eyes. You're destiny. And blow your heart, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes. You're destiny.
What is going on, everyone? I hope everyone is having an amazing afternoon, evening, morning, or whatever it is in your time zone. It is Wednesday, the 8th of July, 2026. This is NCC coming to you live from the streets of Sumaru City. We are live, or at least that's how it feels to me. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know, don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there, all my forest creatures rocking out to the realest of the real synthetic lifeform streamer. Trapped in a cyber brain and body like some kind of ghost in a half shell in this late stage hyper-capitalist dystopia, forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debt to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, however, wherever and whyever you are. We're about to jump right into it here on twitch.tv, youtube.com, high risk, high reward, high on life, or whatever simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous singularity of consciousness this was, or will be sometime in the not too distant cyber future. Oh my God, chat. I believe we have finally reached, oh yes, that's right, butterfly. We have finally reached the end of Platner week, I think. I don't think I got any more Platner in me. Well, I hope I don't have sorry, wow, of all the shit to say there. I mean, I don't have the ability to do more. I was not trying to make some shitty joke there, chat, especially considering the revelations. Yeah. Let's put a butterfly. Oh my God, that's backwards. Upside down butterfly. Let's try that again. Oh my God, what's going on with my hair today? It is wild. The texture of my hair is bothering me, actually. I don't know if that's just a humidity thing or what. I gotta get some hair care products, chat. I gotta find, I don't know what to buy over here as far as, like, I could probably use some detangler, probably use some volumizer. Yeah, I need volumizer like crazy. I'm early, yeah, and it shows. I'm barely awake. Oh my god, chat, it's so weird. I do this thing where, like, I fall asleep to where is the right side up? Yeah, this way, right? I do this thing where I fall asleep to YouTube videos sometimes, and it gives me weird dreams. It gives me really strange dreams. Like, I was listening to the coverage of the Tyler Robinson trial, which I haven't really been going over much, but it's out there, and you know the case is still as weird as ever, right? The gun in question that was supposedly the weapon used by Tyler Robinson. It's not. It doesn't match the pattern of the, you know, the injury, right? And you got the whole thing with there being no exit wound. Obviously, Candace Owens has made phenomenal hay over this. What time is it in Thailand? It is, I think, right around 9:30, 9:40. Yeah, that's where we are. I'm only a little bit late. I'm getting closer there, chat. I'm getting closer to being on time. Yeah, Scout has taken Shin Maruku. Mitsubitis, MC, Dave Gordon, Jeff Herrera, Laird Bach, and Yashoki Games. Welcome in, everybody. But yeah, so I was listening to this coverage of the Tyler Robinson case, and they're talking about the sort of mismatch between the supposed weapon, like, and the injury, and it just, like, there's so much about this case that doesn't make sense, right? And you know, they're just going over, I think it was what on what is Katie Halper's platform? It used to be Katie Halper and Matt Taibbi, but Matt Taibbi, did he have a scandal? What happened to Matt Taibbi? I don't think he's there anymore. I think it's just Katie Halper. So I don't know if somebody wants to fill me into on the lore there. But yeah, no, they had a guest. They were talking about, you know, a guest that's way in too deep, like, you know, the way that I'm in too deep on the whole Platner thing, having been covering it for 1, 2, 3. Is this the third day that we've been covering Graham Platner? Yeah, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, right? It's all Platner all the time. He just dropped out of relevance. Wait, what? So anyway, yeah, I'm falling asleep to this Katie Halper segment, which I can't remember the platform. This is part 3. Okay. Oh, Taibbi dropped out of relevance, so she just kicked him off the show. That's awesome. That's awesome. I love that. Look, Matt Taibbi is the main character in his own manga, right? So whenever the main character, you know, gets disappeared from his own manga, you gotta wonder if there is a pants shitting stand involved. If somebody used a stand power to cause Matt Taibbi to shit his pants, and that caused him to, like, withdraw out of embarrassment. I think somewhere along the line he must have shit his pants, right? That's the only explanation for somebody just disappearing out of nowhere like that. But yeah, in this dream about, you know, like, so I'm starting to fall asleep to the coverage of the Tyler Robinson thing, and I don't know exactly what happened, but I suspect it rolled over to an Attack on Titan. That's right, chat, because the third game is coming out. I have been catching up on the parts that I missed. I had a friend who was really into it, and she made me watch it like every week when it was coming out. And then at some point, I think before they got to Marley, I dipped out. Because I just wasn't really that into, I wasn't ever that into Attack on Titan. I didn't really see the attraction, right? But I've been catching up, you know, since it's relevant again, I guess. And so now there's, like, you know, I got like lore videos in my algorithm. That's the only thing I could figure out that happened, because I had a dream that Candace Owens came on and started talking about how Tyler Robinson had Eldian blood, possibly royal blood, and that Charlie Kirk was a Titan shifter. There'd been, you know, steams at the site of the attack, right? That's the only thing that could possibly explain this, like, you know, the lack of a exit wound is that Charlie Kirk, you know, he shifted. I don't know. But somebody's got to get to Candace Owens, because I swear to God, if you're a Candace Owens viewer, if you're a true clandestine operator, right? Like Hassan Piker was trying to be, but obviously she's not going to believe that, even if he super chats at her. If you're a true, am I too loud, chat? I feel like my volume is crazy loud. Damn, am I clipping today? Did I go one generation earlier? Am I a Zoomer now? I don't know, chat. I don't know what's going on. I sound good to you? I'm not clipping for anybody, as long as I'm not ripping headphones users or anything like that. But yeah, somebody needs to tell Candace Owens about this, because I swear to God, she will bite on this. She will bite. Now, some people think that Attack on Titan is just an anime, but actually, if you understand the Bible mentions these creatures called Nephilim. All right, what are Nephilim? They're big, giant humanoid figures, kind of like Titans. Maybe Attack on Titan was just a psyop to try to get us to believe that Nephilim aren't real, that they're just a thing in manga. And audio sounds fine, no clipping. Well, good. I mean, look, if I'm right up there, I mean, I do have a limiter, right? Technically, I should not clip. But I don't know, you don't want to, just like you don't want to grieve your guardian angels by, too many near-death experiences, right? As I already have. Thank you, guardian angels, wherever you are. You kept me alive through so much. But yeah, you don't want to grieve the limiter as well. So yeah, so you can see it's very early for me. I'm not used to being up this early. I'm not used to being here this early. I'm just trying to kind of, write it out. One more stream, and then I'll take a day off and retool and refresh myself. I'll get another Irene out of the closet and put the human costume on. I don't know, chat. I don't know. I think I'm still dreaming. I think I'm still in the dream world, but that's okay. That's okay, because and now we're at the point where most of you are not dream characters, right? No dream characters in chat, because we're too damn early. We got active chatters. We I'm seeing you overrepresented. It makes it look like there's a lot of people in chat. I don't think there's that many yet, because I don't think people have gotten yet used to my new streaming schedule. The one that I keep on saying I'm gonna make oh my God, chat, how am I the #1 views getter on clips on Twitch? I don't even make clips. You know what I do, chat? Instead of making clips at the end of my stream, when I'm about to hit the button to raid another channel, the button right above that is the button to clip. And for some reason, I always hit that instead. So what I'll do is, basically hit the button, which I think records the last 30 seconds or the last minute that I've been streaming, turns that into a clip. Those clips are kicking ass. They're kicking your asses. All right. You should be embarrassed. Okay. If you're a Twitch viewer, that my accidental clips are somehow more interesting than you're not accidental. Although I won't really say not accidental, because of course the Twitch UI, I know why people don't clip. The Twitch UI is a fucking nightmare. It's hard to, it's like asking somebody to learn OBS. All right. I mean, I'm not going to ask you to learn OBS unless I'm paying you. And I'm so far off from being able to, pay, people from that would be nice. It would be nice. I know Hassan does it. One day, chat, one day we'll get there. I'm embarrassed for the Twitch viewers. Yeah. Well, look, they just got to do better. I mean, I don't think my clips are that hard to beat. I only got 6 views, right? It's probably a stupid clip. It's probably a ridiculous clip. All right. But yeah, I'm still in the dream world here, even though you are not, and we need to get to the topic sooner. So yeah, I gave you my personal news a little bit. I gave you a description of the stream, which obviously is going to be Graham Platner. Let me describe that a little bit more. We got Graham Platner dropping out. Yes, he's gone. He's not coming back. It's over. We got a bunch of angry Platnerites, angry Platner supporters that are being farmed right now by Ryan Grimm and Breaking Points. That's what Ryan Grimm is doing now. Look, I'm not going to go over the skis in my criticism of this. It's a little scummy, but he's not. There's only a little bit of Ryan Grimm that's suggesting that maybe, I don't know, there's some excuse for Platner's behavior. There's only a little tiny edge of that, right? I mean, that's what I'm saying. He's farming it. I don't think he believes it. I don't think he's really, trying to propagate it, but he knows that there's people out there, right? An audience that's not being served. What audience is that? The audience that wants to believe in Graham Platner, that wants to believe somehow this was a setup, this was an op, everybody fell for it. Graham Platner did nothing wrong. He's doing the kind of, there's inconsistencies in the story, or more to the point that the Politico story, which is what we read on Monday. I'm trying to get my story straight. We got the New York Times story. That was the one with the Kavanaugh supporting woman that just didn't seem very credible, right? And some people hypothesized the New York Times was actually trying to protect Platner. I don't believe that. Deuces wait, what's this? Looks better. Oh my god, you got a fish with guns. That's pretty sick. The only thing, Jersey Texan, is for me, my Twitch window is so little that I'm getting like the gun and I'm getting the fish, right? Bang, 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 bang. But then the other gun is like drops down to the next level, right? It drops down to the line below it. So it's not quite the full effect, but that's just me. That's not you. It probably looks cool as fuck over on Twitch. I just wonder, if you keep posting those, will it show up like this? Will it show up all bang bang? Or is it going to show up as like the gun is here, or like maybe the other, maybe this gun is here and that gun is here and the fish is like here? Is it gonna mix it all up? Is what I wonder. Is what I really wonder. But yeah, the thing that Ryan is kind of covering is, I'm trying to remember if there were not inconsistencies in the story of the victim, but rather that so the New York Times things comes out, the Politico thing comes out. Am I right? Yeah, the second one, the one with the credible allegations, right, where Rasico felt the need to identify herself and to restate exactly, or to state exactly what happened to her, right? And then you got the Washington Post that's covering oh my god, what is the name of the Kavanaugh person? The Kavanaugh person was saying, well, yeah, he also stealthed me too, and he followed me around and all this stuff, right? So that came out. But yeah, so there was also I think a Washington Post story. That's what Ryan's going to talk about today. There was a Washington Post story, an interview with Rasico, in which she gave more information. And so they're trying to, you know how farming works, right? Like when Misgift farms, like when he says, oh yeah, it looks like Hassan, shocked his dog again or something like that. He doesn't necessarily believe it. He's just saying that because he knows there's an audience out there that's like, oh my god, Misgift is saying that Hassan shocked his dog. So, this is the headline gives maybe some hope, some copium to the Platnerites, that maybe there's something that got missed. Maybe their guy isn't guilty. But yeah, it's not great. It's not great. Is Mitch okay? I don't think so, Jersey Texan. I don't think Mitch is okay. I don't think Mitch is ever going to be okay. We're looking at some kind of process. Thanks for bringing that up, in Kentucky, right? And I'm not even sure what it's going to be. Now, normally the process for replacing a senator, pretty fucking simple. All right, senator dies in office, as they often do, because they don't fucking ever retire. So they die in office, and the governor replaces them with a temporary person. Then they have a special election and choose a real person. And then they have the real election and choose an even realer person, right? That's usually how it works. It doesn't work like this in Kentucky. Kentucky is different. The legislation, so they've had a Democratic governor for a long time, Andy Beshear. The legislature does not want him to exercise that power. So they've set up a different process somehow. I'm not sure how it works. But yeah. Oh, Darful's got it for me. New York Times. With Fifield. That's the name I could not remember. I think I'm just blowing out my own ears. Also, I got some streaks to recognize here. In addition to my own, in my own domination, just utter NCC domination of the leaderboard. That's not even supposed to be. The clips are not supposed to be by me. What kind of that makes it look like I'm clipping myself? I don't know. Is that like Look, I get like it's okay for me to clip myself for like making TikToks and YouTube shorts and stuff like that. It's not okay for me to just like be like, oh, this, I look really awesome here. Like, check out this clip of NCC. Oh, I am NCC. I'm going to speak about myself in the third person, Chad. I'm going to speak about how awesome NCC is. Have you heard how awesome NCC is? Yeah, she's pretty good. She makes her own clips too. Like, that's even better. That's even better. No problem. No narcissism problem at all. No ego at all. But yeah, Jersey Texan, you got a 5-stream streak. That's pretty awesome. Direful, you got a 10-stream streak. That's like twice as awesome. That's incredibly awesome. Spit out the humble crumble. Oh my god, I've never tried a crumble. It sounds like my thing. I gotta say, I'm not much of a dessert gal. Like, I'm not, I don't like sweet things that much. But the cookie cakes, I remember always liking those, like better, or ice cream cakes, like the weird cakes, I like the weird cakes. But is that what crumble is? Is crumble like a cookie cake? Is that the idea? My phone went out flying out my book bag and it's unusually broken. Oh no. Wait, did it fall out like a car window or something, Robin Hood? I hope you're okay. Yeah, because I know losing a phone kind of fucks everything up. I left a phone in the US and all of my contacts from school. Oh well. As they say, it's only plastic love. Easy come, easy go, I guess. I think usually the topping it's usually a topping for cake and other wait, the crumble? Wait, are you talking about the store Crumble, or not the store? The restaurant Crumble, like the thing in Utah where like all the Mormons go and instead of drinking caffeinated beverages, they're like just consuming massive amounts of sugar, maybe? Crumble is like, oh yeah, well I know about that, like a cobbler, right? Like is it like a cobbler? Is that what? But yeah, New York Times had the Fifield thing. Well, Fifield et al., let's just say, because actually Rassicot is mentioned in the New York Times, the original New York Times article, not mentioned by name though, not named, right? Had not, agreed to de-anonymize herself and didn't get into specifics about, Rassico is there as the person that said, oh my god, I'm trying to remember, he made her uncomfortable, right? Which people are like, okay, he made you uncomfortable? What is that, right? No, it's like she was, minimizing the fuck out of that, right? It's way more than uncomfortable. Then we got, Politico had the Rassicot. That's the thing, that has spurred Platner to actually drop out. And then this WAPO story. Wait, no, WAPO with Fifield. There's also a WAPO Rassico. Ryan is talking about, okay, is it Ryan is talking about the Politico article? There's a third article. Maybe it's WAPO. Maybe it's another WAPO article. But this one is an interview of Rassico, right? So there's one that, not just you and me, Direful, but everybody was missing. Apparently everybody was missed. This thing just went under the wire. And it's another interview. And a lot of people complained about the Jake Tapper interview, that there were questions that they wanted answered or they wanted to pose to Rassico that Jake Tapper didn't ask. And actually, I think it's the WAPO that asks that. I think it's like the second WAPO article has hit the World Trade Center. But yeah, that's what's going on. It's getting kind of complicated. But I'm going to try to sort it out for you. And I'm hoping, chat, that's going to be the last Graham Platner stream of for a long time. Forever. Can we just be done with Graham Platner? I mean, such a fucking disappointment. This is somebody that I remember seeing, like, ads and people talking about. There's this oyster guy who's also a military guy. And I was like, oh, military guy. I don't know about that. Right. I didn't talk about Graham Platner for a long time. I am confusion. Wait, am I confusing? And talking about all these different articles. The long and short of it, chat, what's changed since yesterday is that, or not even changed, right? What Breaking Points has latched onto is another interview with Rassico that they're trying to use to farm, in other words, like to play to the audience that is Platner supporters that are still in shell shock. They don't get it. They don't want it to be over. They don't feel like it should be over. They're like Germans in 1919 or whatever. Germans in 1920, right? Where they're like, no, we were winning World War I. What are you talking about? How could we not win World War I? Must be the Jews. Must be Rosa Luxemburg. Better kill her. But anyway, chat. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. History is sad, isn't it? It's very sad. Whatever you think of Rosa Luxemburg's thoughts and politics and her position in the whole, international communism thing. Very sad the way things went in Germany. But we're not talking about that. We're talking about Platner and his Platnerites and the fact that they still want to be, they I don't know. They want to think that this was, a DNC op or something. And Ryan and Saga are kind of playing to that. It's like the bros. They did the bro fist, chat. They did the bro. This is, look, I don't want to say anything, chat, but this is, I mean, they're not beating the polycule allegations, I don't think, right? I don't know, chat. I don't know. Like, polycules can work in very many different ways, right? You got multiple people, and some of the people are in relationships with some of the other people, but maybe not all of the people. But the point is that, when you're so close to somebody, even when you're just like working with somebody, you start to take on their thoughts. And we've seen that with Ryan Grimm kind of starting to embrace some of Emily's positions, which kind of correspond with Kamala and Biden's positions. That's my problem with Ryan Grimm. Nobody understands that. Everybody thinks I just hate him because he's a white man, a white cis straight man. No, I'm okay with a lot of those. It's just a lot to take in, and I haven't been following too closely. That's understandable. I'm just making sure I'm not rushing so much, because we do have to rush a little bit, chat. We do have to rush and get onto stream and get into the main content that we're going to be talking about today, which is Graham Platner. But before this, I should probably explain, for those of you who haven't been here in a few streams, like, shit's changed, right? First of all, my schedule has changed, as I alluded to earlier. What's the schedule now? We got Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, skip Thursday. That's tomorrow. Skip Thursday. All right, so no stream planned tomorrow. I mean, if I have to stream, I will, but there's no stream planned for Thursday. Then we do Friday. That's the gaming stream. That's the one everybody likes. That's the one that can go a little longer, right? I've decided that I'll kind of like lift the cap to some degree on the Friday stream, so that it can go a little bit longer. And then after the stream, even it's going to go even longer, because we're going to play some Persona 2, and you can thank a Megastar for that, right? A Megastar has basically filled up the kitty of the video game goal for the next 3 weeks. So you're going to get a lot of Persona 2 coming up in the next 3 weeks, and then we'll take a little break from that kind of old school JRPG and go into like I think I'm planning on doing a little Kingdom Hearts. Oh my god, I gotta get that before the Steam sales. They come and they go so fast. I gotta check on that and try to get that, because I wasn't fast enough. I wasn't quick as a bunny when somebody fulfilled that Kingdom Hearts goal. And so now I gotta wait till they put it on sale again. I think they have, though. I should be grabbing. I'm massively looking forward to those floaty physics, right? After a JRPG where you're not really controlling the characters, you're just like, I want you to attack with your sword. Maya, pew pew with your guns. Aikichi, use your persona. Use your persona, Aikichi. My persona, Undies God, will pull down your pants. That would be awesome, chat. I really wish that Aikichi's persona, Radmanthes, could have an attack where they pants the other character, because Aikichi, that's what he's known for. He's the Undies King. He pulls down people's pants to show their underwear. Not not yikes at all, right? I'm sure that's totally fine in today's world. Yeah, so you get to deal with such things when you're dealing with a video game from, I don't know, how many years ago, chat? 26 years ago. That's a 26-year-old video game. That video game can smoke cigarettes. That video game can drink. That video game can play pachinko. Maya can take that video game into the gambling halls that she loves so much because she loves to gamble. When she's not writing articles for Coolness magazine with her best friend Yukiko, Maya is definitely down at the pachinko hall. Do you like Digimon? Yes. Well, actually, no, I haven't seen enough Digimon, right? I think when I was young, there was it was an actual cartoon that was on Saturday morning. At least that's how we got it in the US. And I got into, I think it was season 2. It's the one with, I think his name is Guillemon. That's like the, Guillemon, and he's a little dinosaur that turns into a big dinosaur when he digivolves. And he also loves peanut butter. That's what I remember about Guillemon. He loves to eat peanut butter because, of course, a dinosaur that talks like, "Oh, everybody." It sounds like Meatwad, doesn't it? It's a little bit like Meatwad. Was this before? I think it was before Aqua Teen Hunger Force, or at least I saw it before Aqua Teen Hunger Force. But yeah, I kind of do like Digimon. It's pretty cool. At least that season, I need to see more. That's the one where they go into the Digiverse and everything, and they got the little devil guy that's like, I'm mean. I'm an asshole, but I got a heart of gold, right? And then you got the fox that's like named Ray or something. That is like awesome. Digimon was before Aqua Teen Hunger Force. Yeah, I love to eat peanut butter too, Buffy Geek. It's like one of my favorite things, honestly. Oh my god, now you got the song in my head. Digimon, digital monsters, Digimon are the champions. Oh my god, they spend so much time working on those jingles, on those OPs for wait, okay, so I'm guessing there's like a Japanese song too, right? Is this one of the things where they take an anime and then they wrap it in a, localization wrapper where that's where the Digimon, digital monsters, Digimon, all that's where that comes from. And then yeah, there was the other show that I watched, which was kind of a Pokemon ripoff called Fighting Foodons, right? It's like Pokemon but with foods. And the hero is a chef, and his dad is like a renegade, dissident, like anti-government chef. But then there's these guys named the Gluttons that come after them, and they're like they also have fighting foodons. But the whole thing is you make the food, and if you make it shitty, then your fighting foodon's gonna suck, and they're gonna get their ass kicked. But if you make it really good, that fighting foodon's gonna be strong. And what do you do to make them alive and make them able to attack and stuff like that? Use what is it called? A meal ticket? It's like a ticket in a restaurant. You're like, instead of I choose you, you cook the food, and then you slap a meal ticket on it. And that one even had a better Food Wars. Is that different? Was the coffee strong today? I did have like a little bit of emergency coffee to wake myself up before the regular coffee. Maybe that was it. Fighting Foodons was something else other than Food Wars. Yeah, I think so. Digimon must have. Yeah, I assumed that. I bet the Japanese song is probably actually good. But yeah, Fighting Foodons was the same kind of way of just like they don't spend a lot of time working on the English OP, right? So Fighting Foodons literally just took like a classical music song like that. Is that the William Tell Overture, chat? I can't remember. Some classical song, and they just wrote words on it. They were like, fighting foodons, it's a food with attitude. Make the food to something, something, something. Pizza will attack with gooey cheese. It's so good. We are on the clock. I mean, kind of. Yeah, we are on the clock. That's important to mention. So yeah, this is the clock. It's at 3 hours and 29 minutes. I think I can get done with all of the, all of the material. It should only take, well, I don't know, maybe not. I like Caffeinated Irene. Digimon opening was so good. Which one are you talking about? Are you talking about the Japanese one that I never saw? Or are you talking about the one that they're like, Digimon are the champions? And like I said, chat, I only saw, I think it's season 2. I think that's the one with the peanut butter dinosaur. I never saw the rest of it. Like, cause I don't know. I got older or something. I don't know. I had stuff to do on Saturday morning. I don't know. I love watching Japanese exclusive openings for American cartoons. Japanese opening for the old X-Men. Oh, but the X-Men was, I know that, I sort of know that one. The English one, yeah. I mean, it's awesome in its own way. Do you like visual novels? I've only played one, and it was Steins Gate. And I know there's like multiple Steins Gates. One of the recent Digimon games is a visual novel. Damn. That could be cool. I mean, the thing I like about visual novels and playing them on stream is I get to voice act. But I've also got to voice act for every single character. Sometimes it's hard. Sometimes I don't have like a good voice for a character, but No, I enjoy it, but something else I really enjoy is not running out of time at the end. So like I said, we got 3 hours and 28 minutes on the clock. Of course, you can expand this, right? We can add an hour to this. We will add an hour to this if we hit 100 on this meter. What makes the meter go up, right? It is super chats, super stickers. If you get yourself a membership, if you gift a membership to other people, if you gift memberships, right? If you support me on Throne, which I really should feature this more heavily, given that I'm really concentrating on the Vietnam trip now. Like, this is coming up. This is kind of existential, right? Whether I'm able to get a ticket and set things up with my school, or even, I don't know, a Muay Thai school. I mean, there's options, Chad. I got to choose those options pretty soon. But it's going to determine, sort of like, a lot about the stream, right? Including how long I'm in Vietnam for. Now, I'm hoping, chat, this time to like set things up so that I can stream to Twitch and YouTube, no problem. Maybe I can find a place that is just like got a different ISP and stuff like that. I can't guarantee that, right? So the Vietnam situation's a little, especially if I end up spending a lot of time there, because like I might have to. Last time I didn't get to stream on Twitch at all. It was clearly YouTube. That reminds me, we should put the stream on. We should do the for the Grand Platner stuff. I want to do shorts today. Hopefully we got more mods than usual since I'm on earlier. Is there like a planted with Platner movement? You mean like well, we talked about that a little bit, like people that are still like diehards for Platner. Ryan Grimm is farming them right now. Ryan Grimm is giving them content which suggests that maybe there's more to the story than we know, or something, right? So, which is what they want to hear right now. But yeah, Platner's dropped out, so it kind of doesn't matter at this point. Planted with Platner, that's a good one. So yeah, that's the thing that gives us more time. If we can get to 100 through super chats, super stickers, getting yourself a membership, gifting a membership, Throne, which I should be featuring. I'm gonna try to find a way. You know what? It doesn't show anything on the screen, does it? The Throne alert. We need to fix that. It used to at least say something would appear on screen. The other thing that I'm looking for is maybe like a meter for the goal to show us how close we are to the goal. Because that one's really Throne is probably it's where I am crowdfunding funds to be able to set up the Vietnam trip sooner rather than later, so I don't have to stay there as long. And so that's going to involve buying a ticket and also paying my school in advance. They want me to put down money on that. And so I really do need to get something like that set up. But I'm gonna be really pumping boosting the Throne as a way to support the stream, just because that's a way that you could also support the trip to Vietnam. And for the Throne donations, more of that money actually gets to me, as opposed to Twitch and YouTube and stuff like that, right, which take a cut. But listen, all of the means of supporting the stream are there to make it easy for you. So what's the best way to support the stream? The way that's easiest for you still, right? But if you can figure out the Throne stuff, massive appreciations. I need to do more with that. Yeah, most of his volunteers have abandoned him, says Darful. I think people need to understand that Maine Democrats are very pragmatic after living for decades under Collins. They very much want to get rid of Collins, right? And it might still happen. It might happen on a fucking Rizless candidate like Jackson. That's a possibility, right? That the real energy is for, pushing back on Trump, right? It's entirely possible, right? The other ways you can support me are on patreon.com/nocommentchick or on twitch.com/nocommentchick, which, did you know you can do it for free? Yes, that's right. If you have Prime, you got a free sub to use. All you got to do is hook up your Amazon account and your Twitch account. If you hook those together, you'll get a thing called a Twitch Prime sub. You can use it on the streamer of your choice. So if that happens to me, you'll receive all of the emotes, the ability to rewind the stream. You'll never get an ad. And you'll support, you'll support, me. A little bit of that money comes to me, and it costs you nothing, right? That's the real, that's where the Twitch Prime sub kind of stands out, because there's no other way to support me that costs you nothing other than just liking the stream, which you should be doing anyway, which I should be bullying you about every day, right? Because we were around 70 again. We're in a rut, chat. We used to get 100 on a stream. Now we got 70. It's probably because I stream for less long. But yeah, that's the whole deal, chat. We start with 4 hours. If we hit 100 on this meter, then we expand that to 5 hours. If we hit 200 on this meter, it expands to 6 hours. 6 hours can be the limit, except for Friday, right? Friday, I'll let it go a little bit longer than that. But I gotta, if I want to stream 5 days a week, I got to make sure that I'm not. What was happening is I was like either tiring myself out from streaming for too long, or I was unable to do the reproductive labor necessary for me to bring you another stream tomorrow. That is like, getting food together, getting, keeping myself hydrated here. I actually skipped bathing yesterday. It's the first time I've done that in a long time, just to be like on stream, because I felt like I would be late I was late already. So yeah, that is what we're doing. So yeah, you can support me on twitch.tv/nocommentchick as well. And you can get a free sub if you've got Prime. Now, if you don't have Prime, the subs do cost $6. That's like twice as much as YouTube costs. YouTube memberships are like $3. Twitch subs are $6. So I get that that's a lot of money, and not everybody can sub and resub every month, right? There is another way though. There is another possibility, right? And that is just that like sometimes people come through and they want to be generous on Twitch, right? They want to gift subs to other people. I mean, you've probably seen this on Hassan. You've seen this on my channel, right? That people will gift subs from time to time. And you might wonder, like, how do they choose? How do they choose who they're going to gift to? I think it's just whoever they see in chat. I think that's a big part of it, right? When there's gift subs that come through, it's, and the people are picking, because you can pick on Twitch, right? Unlike YouTube, you can't pick on YouTube. You can pick on Twitch, and so if you're active in chat, I think that's probably what gets you in the mind of a person that might be gifting, subs. So you can benefit from their generosity, right? If you're just active in chat. And chill too. I mean, obviously you don't want to be like, just like obligatory chat. Please give me gift sub. Just be chill. Chill is the best way. Frankly, after the cheating stuff, I became neutral. But to be fair, I was supportive prior. You must win. Some to lose one. Wait, are we talking about U.S. soccer? Reproductive labor sounds like a euphemism. It's the breeding program, the Bene Gesserit breeding program I'm involved in, right? I got to pump out those babies for the leaders of the different clans of the empire, right? We gotta get that Kwese Sadarak out here, right? The one who could be at all places at all times, all places at one time. I don't know, Chad. It's pretty much the Graham wasn't exactly a pillar of the community before this. I think they've been less attached to him than certain people on the internet were. True, yeah. True, Narwhal by nature. They're willing to do anything. Unfortunately, that led to Platner, and it might lead to other bad choices. But there's a lot of energy. People want Collins gone. All right, so another reason that we might want to try to go for adding an hour to this, in addition to just giving me enough time to get through everything that we got today, which is a lot. We got a lot going on today, right? Is that we've also got bonus content. That's right. Bonus content is a possibility. Bonus content is always a possibility, right? These are the bonus items. You can vote for them now on youtube.com, right? All of these topics, 1, 2, 3, 4, are available for you to vote for on youtube.com. Even if you're not watching on YouTube, you can still click over to the stream. It's youtube.com/nocommentchick. Then you click on the stream, then you click on the chat, right? And then you click on, you'll see at the bottom of the chat, there's a vote, and you click on the vote and you can vote. You can vote. While you're voting, make sure to like the stream, because that's a great time to do it. You could add likes that aren't even, viewers on on YouTube, but our viewers on Twitch. That's a possibility too. I don't think that's considered gaming the system. I think that's fair. Side-eyeing Hassan. You know, the thing about Hassan is that he's shown a lot more skepticism than most people have at Platner, but he also does this thing where he's like, I'm a clandestine operator. Does anybody think that means that Hassan supports Candace Owens? Does anybody get confused like with that, right? You know, and he's also said, what was he saying? Like he was Team Platner. There are, you know, clips floating around, mostly from, you know, Hutch and from Girl with a Microphone and people like that, you know, trying to exaggerate, I would say, Hassan's support for Graham Platner. Now, something really important to note, right? Hassan famously didn't endorse Kamala Harris, although if you watched his coverage, you could see that that was the better outcome, according to him, right? But based on the failure of the Harris campaign to meaningfully, you know, put some daylight between themselves and Biden, to embrace the uncommitted vote movement, to embrace, you know, even like Palestinian American politicians who wanted to speak. None of that happened. None of that happened. She, you know, gave the cold shoulder to everyone, and Hassan didn't endorse her. But it was obvious that, in fact, even you could tell that when he was voting for Kamala Harris, right? Not as a, like, I'm really excited about this candidate, I love this candidate, I endorse this candidate, but as a, you know, like everybody else, you know, harm reduction kind of thing. Like, what's worse, Kamala or Trump? Obviously Trump is worse, right? Although he did say again that he didn't know if Kamala would be better on Palestine. You see the same kind of people that are trying to paint Hassan as the #1 Platner supporter. You see the same kind of people had basically accused him of wanting Trump, and took that clip of him saying he didn't know if Kamala would be better on Palestine because she hasn't shown she would. She hadn't shown she would as a de facto, you know, you don't think that Kamala is better than Trump? Right? So yeah, we got the same thing kind of happening with Platner, where people are taking clips of him and representing, well, this looks like an endorsement to me. Yeah, if he endorses, like, the important thing with Hassan is if he endorses somebody, he'll say, I endorse somebody. I endorse this person, right? There are not as many candidates as you think that he actually endorses, and Platner was not one of them. But yeah, it seems like splitting hairs. I don't know. I think it seems like shoehorning an opinion on somebody that, and like, look, I agree that if the choices are, you know, or at least before, you know, finding out this latest news, I agreed that you know, if the choices are, I was very skeptical about Platner. Like, I made fun of his, if you go back to watch my coverage of Platner, I made fun of his statement, right? The YouTube video he put out, because it didn't seem honest, right? It seemed like there was another shoe to fall. And I said, like, look, I mean, I guess this guy's better than Mills. I guess this guy's better than Collins, but there might be another shoe to fall. I think Hassan was kind of more or less in the same place, probably a little bit more supportive or excited, or would see Platner making a speech and be like, yeah, this is what we need to do, kind of shit like that. But yeah, it's not splitting hairs to say that Hassan didn't endorse Platner. There is him saying, I endorse, is an important distinction, and we've seen that matter before, right? We've seen that matter in the other direction, the fact that he didn't endorse Kamala Harris. But anyway, yeah, there's a lot of guilt to go around as far as building the hype on Platner. I just hope that guilt lands in the right place instead of just being the closest streamer to you. Because this whole thing has the potential to split up the left, right? Which is already pretty split up already. We don't need to be more split up. There's somewhat of a left flank in American politics that has congealed and has started to organize, had started to work together. We don't want that effort to be, you know, to fall by the wayside because of this. Anyway. So yeah, we got 3 hours left here, and we're at 0% on this thing. So might be a fairly short night tonight. We'll see. I've had enough Platner anyway, but yeah, obviously it's not great for the stream, not great for the the future of this broadcast, especially considering this like kind of bottleneck that I got coming up where I've got to leave the country in less than 2 months, right? I'm gonna have to leave Thailand in less than 2 months. I'm hoping to not have to stay away from Thailand for too long because I do have sort of a base of operations here. It is easy, to stream, and I've kind of committed myself to, 5 days a week. But shit's gonna be a little different. Shit's gonna be a little bit harder in Vietnam, a little hard to predict, and I really hope I don't have to stay there for too long. Platner was not even a leftist. He should have zero effect on the movement as a whole.
Super chatted $5.
Whoa. First indeed. Thank you for the super chat, Neopergos. I forgot to do the dual wielding butterflies thing, Chad. I was gonna make that a thing. Wait, what am I trying to do? I'm not pressing the right button. I'm not pressing the right button. What is the right button to press? It's this one. There we go. Pop that out. And I'm hoping, oh, I did reset my computer. So yeah, you know how I had problems on the computer yesterday? I reset that. How long are you going to be in Vietnam? See, that's the whole thing. Because I'm not able to buy the ticket yet, I'm not able to say, right? So, if I was able to buy the ticket, today, I think the answer is about 2 weeks, right? Because in addition to, so the process is I buy the ticket to go to Vietnam, I contact my school, tell them when I'm leaving, and they set it up so that I can then apply at the U.S. Embassy. Sorry, not at the U.S. Embassy. God, I don't want to go in the U.S. Embassy. No, the the Royal Thai Embassy, right, is where I'm going to be applying for another year of an educational visa, and so if I can get it early, then I can minimize the time that I'm there. And if I can't, because no matter what, when the date comes up when my visa is up, I've got to be out of the country. Otherwise, that could be trouble, right? They don't want you staying here without a visa, right? So if I'm able to immediately apply for my next year's visa, then the trip will be short, probably like 2 weeks or something, maybe even less. Although I will have to get accommodations, I think, for 2 weeks. But but if it's the kind of thing where I'm buying the ticket in early August or something like that, then, it might be like a month, right? And if you can imagine if it's later than that even, then, the time just increases. Because, it's like the school files the paperwork gets processed. And then once the paperwork is processed, then I can go to the embassy and submit my application. But since I'm sort of waiting on knowing exactly when I'll leave and all those plans, I can't have the school, and I also have to pay the school. That's right. Oh my God, that's right. I have to pay the school for, I have to put down money on the next year of Thai lessons. Anyway, chat. I'm trying to get going quickly. I'm ending up just explaining. I'm a little bit catastrophizing about it. I'm trying not to catastrophize too much. Is the volume too loud? I feel like I didn't turn this down at all. Let's see. What do we have here? All right, there we go. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to thank the sponsor for this stream, Neopergos. This stream is brought to you by Neopergos, who is first. Wait, is it working now? Is this working? There it is. Boom, boom. First on the map, and we're gonna make this number over here 5 out of 100. So we're 20th of the way there. If I can find where to put it, right there. There we go. We're at 5 out of 100. If we get to 100, I'll add an hour here. If we get to 200, I'll add 2 hours. So there's a chance that I'll have more time to stream, but I'm really trying to limit, the amount of time that I am, on per day, just to make sure that I'm able to get things done that are also important, like hydrating. Yes. seeing leftist bash people who had concerns about Platner for months that isn't going to simply go away. Yeah, and for people that, I mean, those clips will live on. You're right, SM. You're exactly right about that. That's the real fuck up. But yeah, so like I said, you can vote for any of these topics. You can vote on youtube.com. That's where the poll is. And let me see what the poll is doing right now, how the poll is doing. Looks like we've got 36 votes so far. So out of those votes, Bad Empanada on Graham Platner is ahead by 5 points over TYT defends Graham Platner. Wow. I mean, look, this is what I'm saying, chat. If you're pissed about Platner, there's definitely places deserving of your ire. Is the music too loud? Or is it just jamming? Because I think no, it's not on full volume. It's just a little bit like, it's a little bit louder than I usually have it. I usually have it like right there. There we go. There we go. Oh, it's not a downer thing. You're exactly right about that. It's just that, you know, there's people, chat, that are literally saying Graham Platner did nothing wrong. There's people that are just in total denial of this. There's people that are farming the Platnerites, and I just keep on seeing, like, you know, people be like, but what about Hassan though? What about Hassan? What about Hassan? Hassan's got, you know, plenty of things to criticize. I just don't think this is necessarily where people should be placing their smoke, considering, like, you know, how many people out there did, like, you know, attack anybody who was skeptical, anybody who you know, was hoping for somebody better. I mean, you know, they're to run in Platner's place. This was a smear campaign against socialism. It is being used to attack the DSA, if that's what you mean, Hugo. If that's what you mean. It is being used to attack the DSA, even though Graham Platner is not a DSA candidate at all, right? It is being used to, yeah, by the, and we'll go over that. Breaking Points, you know, is on that story. They've done a lot. I gotta get to that though. So like I said, let me try to lock in here and just get us into the content proper. But yeah, we got you know, Adam Friedland on the US World Cup elimination. The US was eliminated on you know, even though Trump tried to intercede, Trump tried to cheat. We got Michigan Senate debate. This one I think is really cool. It's in third place right now, right? At 19%. The Michigan Senate debate, Dr. Abdul Saeed versus Stevens. If you do want to see, you know, actual leftist, you know, who has an appropriate, you know, level of criticism for the U.S.'s you know, foreign policy, and is not, you know, still kind of cheer. One of the things about Platner, you know, if you look at his first ad, it's kind of pro-military. It's not. It's just anti neocon, right? That's at 19%. And then TYT defends Graham Platner in second place, 5 points behind Bad Empanadas. Analysis of the situation. Platner is true Bernie broism. Well, I mean, I guess the people that are still, I guess, the people that are like dead enders on this shit. Hopefully no one in chat, Hugo. Anyway, so we got to get into this here. Because at this point, you know, even Platner has called it quits, and that's what I'm going to cover today. All right, so, yeah, you got the ability to choose any of these topics. The voting goes on over on YouTube. 36 votes have been counted so far. Make sure to like the stream when you do that. Also know that if you do choose to support the stream, right, in addition to making the disruption of me having to leave the country a little bit shorter, and earning some more time for the stream, you'll also have the ability, if you want to put your money where your mouth is, right? When you donate, when you support the stream, you can tell me any of these topics, and you see how there's little 0%, 0%, 0%. Oh my God, I gotta fix this, right? Because that was from yesterday for a totally different topic. Those 0% can become something percents, and I can convert your donation into a percentage and add it to the topic of your choice. Or if that sounds bad to you, if you're like, shouldn't it be more about voting than what about the choice of the donors? Yeah, good point. It's a little bit resembling American politics. You can say Vox Populi. You can say Vox Populi, in which case your donation will go to counter other people's donations, and it will go to support, yes, the will of the people, the will of the voters. You're looking over at the poll and you're saying, I'll have what they're having. And what they're having right now is BE versus or BE talking about Graham Platner. Second place, TYT defends Graham Platner. Whatever's ahead at the end of the, but when I'm done with the Graham Platner content, even if we even have time, because it's not looking great right now, then I will go to the top scoring thing, combining donos with the percentage with the poll, and I'll do it like in order, right? So right now I would do BE on Graham Platner first. I would do TYT defends Graham Platner second. I would do Michigan Senate debate Said versus Stevens third, and I would do Adam Friedland fourth. So yeah, you can fight for the outcome both by voting and when you support the stream, if you support the stream, if you like what I'm doing here. So we got to get going. I mentioned earlier that one of the ways you can support me is on Patreon. I like to read off the Patreons. Oh my gosh, Patreon has everything has updates always. I like to read off the Patreons, the people that support me at the $5 level or above. If you support me at the $5 level or above, I read off your name every stream at the beginning and end. We're at the beginning now. Let me go ahead and thank the Patreons. Shouts out to Neopergosh. Shouts out to JMB. Shouts out to Emily Fritz. Shouts out to Big Al of the Cake Mix. Shouts out to Direful. Shouts out to Joel Siverud. Shouts out to Sarah. Shouts out to Izzy Mandius. Shouts out to Steven Sayers. Shouts out to Animus. Shouts out to Infallible Foul. Shouts out to Orals Ellipsis. Shouts out to Nadia Yvette. Shouts out to Choki. Shouts out to Moenoip. Shouts out to, I gotta make sure that we don't run into oh my god, there we go. Of course. Come on. Sorry, we were about to get some copyrighted music. That's my kryptonite, chat. Every time the copyrighted music plays on this channel, I lose money. Okay? And yeah, the five like I don't know. Anyway, it's not a good day to lose money. Let's just put it that way. Not a good time to lose money. I'm very concerned about this Vietnam thing being a month long or multiple months long disruption in the schedule and everything. But we'll see if we can somehow avoid that or not. What am I saying? Oh yeah, I was right in the middle of thanking Patreons. That's an important thing to do. I had to switch modes to avoid getting copyright claimed though. Okay, so shouts out again to Animus, to Infallible Foul, to Steven Sayers, to Izzy Mandius, to Sarah, to Nadia Yvette, to Oral Ellipsis, to Choki, to Moenoip, to Temporal Insanity, and to Buffy Geek. And a fancy shout out goes to Rachel K, Omega Star, Crystal Saphira, and Zara Xerix. There we go, chat. That I think is all I need to do to be able to, oh god, well at least bring us to another screen. This one right here. Gotta fix some things on this one, I guess. Where is this? Oh, is this my tweet? Yeah, there it is. What do we have here? We have a blast off tweet. You can help me out here too if you want to, at no cost to you. If you use the Hell site, if you're on twitter.com, you can help us bust out this is a blast off tweet, right? So, Hassan's blast offs just kind of blast off naturally. My blast offs, we needed a little help, right? Elon doesn't like posts like this, right? Posts that have what is this? That's an offsite link. Elon hates this, right? So he doesn't let anybody see these kind of posts unless we can get. And chat, I looked at it yesterday. I think it's got to be like 15 to 17. I don't know what the magic number is, but it is more than what we got yesterday, because we definitely were stuck in jail on this tweet. I might as well have not made it almost. But yeah, you can help it get to more people. You can help more people see the stream, see that the stream is actually going on, and come in here and find a cool new creator. By going to twitch.com, you click the what is called the pinned, right? The pinned item is the item that is below everything, and right there. And if you can't find the pinned, well, that's okay. I got you, bestie. I put it in both chats, right? So that's the Twitter link. It's in the chat. If you want to help me out at no cost to you, you can go over there and give this some love. Retweet it if you think the people following you would be interested in it. No pressure on that though. And also, if you want to, feel free to comment, because I actually really like when my crowd, when my fans set the tenor for the thread, because otherwise it could just, I don't know. On this one, I don't assume we're gonna get hit by Michael Tracy stands or anything like that. But yeah, it does help when you like the stream. So anyway, we should get started. See, people are already over there helping us out. Oh, look at that. Glad he dropped out, says Buffy Geek, but wish he didn't take this long and as many controversies. Yeah, I wish he'd been honest when people said, is there another shoe that might drop? There was multiple shoes, chat. This guy's probably got more shoes than he can remember when he's blackout drunk. I don't know, but that's where we're at right now. Again, stream down to 2 hours and 57 minutes. We can get an extra hour if we hit 100. We're at 5 now, so we're 1/20th of the way there. Hey, we got to get here by fractions. Yeah, so let's see. What are we even starting with? Oh, we got to start with that Graham Platner. We got to start. Sorry, I'm like letting people in the airlock. If you're in the airlock on the Discord, I might have just let you in. So. Oh, geez. Okay, so we got something right off from Direful on the process that they're going to use in Maine. Let's take a look at this. All right, so this is from Maine Democrats. Today, the Maine Democratic Party held a meeting with over 100 state committee members who voted to hold a nominating convention to choose a new nominee. If there is a vacancy to fill, we will announce the full timeline. If there is a vacancy to fill, was this before Graham Platner pulled out? We will announce the full timeline, details for how the nomination process will move forward, information about how to participate, requirements for candidates soon. We will keep the public informed throughout the process. Transparency is of the utmost importance. There's an unprecedented amount of energy and enthusiasm amongst Maine Democrats, driven in part by many of us dedicated volunteers and supported who were inspired by Graham Platner's campaign. We look forward to coming together to harness the energy around our new nominee and work to defeat Susan Collins. So I don't know if this is better or worse than the democratic process or the non-democratic process to replace Joe Biden, but I can see why it's giving some people some trepidation. Is there more Twitter? All right, we're just gonna get the Twitter out of the way. And then we'll get into what I really want to show you first is Graham Platner's speech, Graham Platner's recorded video talking about it, because apparently it's wild. News, the Maine Democratic Senate committee overwhelmingly voted in favor of a 600-plus person nominating convention to replace Graham Platner. The DSC has had a long emergency meeting on Wednesday, then took a vote. Inside the room, Maine Democrats are discussing the nominating convention for the end of July to replace Graham Platner. First source, nominee would be chosen by 500 delegates select. Okay, this is what I wanted. I was curious about. 500 delegates selected by counties. Oh, they're gonna have to. I thought maybe somehow they had delegates associated with the primaries. I guess that's not. My state was a caucus state, so we did have delegates. I thought maybe the primaries. You know, I don't know that there was some kind of delegate. Yeah, they're picking delegates selected by counties. The 100 plus Democrat state committee members. Anyway, we got that. Okay, so we got some polls. On the possible replacements for Platner. Okay, so officially running, we got Troy Jackson. We looked at him. Dan Claybon, is that the beer guy? Is that the guy that has a brewery? Is Dan Claybon the brewery guy? Considering running Nirav Shah, Shinna Bellows, Jordan Wood, Paige Loud, Valley Geiger, Andrea Laflamme. Wait, she ran in the primary, wasn't she? The kind of like the she was the non-Platner, she got like 7%, I think. Non-Platner, non-Mills candidate, Ryan Fecto. Wait, one of these guys ruled out running. Jack Gordon. Is it Jared Golden? Oh, Jared Golden? Wait. And Patrick Dempsey have ruled out. Is Patrick Dempsey the McSteamy? Wait, I can't. I get McSteamy and Mc. I heard McDream. Was it McDreamy that was running or McSteamy? But either way, I think they've ruled out whoever they are. They've ruled out running. Okay, so yeah, let's get into the real stuff now. We're gonna start you out with the... I'm gonna start out with the video of Graham Platner officially dropping out, and you know, it's a 10-minute video, right? Isn't it? 11-minute video. It's an chat. Think about this, all right? Graham Platner is dropping out. How long should it take to drop out? Probably not 11 minutes. Especially if like you're like you got an invisible rapist stamp on your head, right? You might not want to be in front of people for 11 minutes. I don't know what's going on with Platner, but I've heard that this shit is wild. It's so wild, chat, that I'm gonna take the music off. All right, we gotta lock in. We're in the stream proper, which means I gotta switch these out. I gotta switch. Whoa, where is it? All right. Platner announcement. God, there's so many letters in announcement. Did I spell it right? I didn't. It's not the noun. This okay. One N, right? Announcement. Oh no, is there two N's? There's two N's. But there's not three N's, that's for sure. Or there's just not five N's. Anyway, as I think I've spelled it correctly. Why does it look weird, chat? Why does it look weird? It's a terrible statement, so some people have seen this already. All right, let's see, Graham Platner, what do you got to say? What do you got for us? That's not it.
Hey everyone, it's Graham Platner here. I think as many of you know, over the past couple days, I have faced some very serious allegations, and I just want to make it clear, this is all false. The things that have been claimed did not happen. It's not real. It has placed an immense amount of weight on me as I think about what needs to happen now. Amy and I are regular people. We were not looking...
Apologies, could I turn up the volume a little bit? Yeah, only if you promise to remind me when I'm done with this to kick this off, because I'm going to have to turn the volume way up. Let's turn it up like 12 decibels. I think that's what we need. So yeah, anyway, I want to also apologize to any of you that are watching this Like it's one side. The recording is right side only. Okay. So if it sounds like it's inaudible, or like if you can't hear anything, that's what I'm worried about, right? I can turn the volume up, but I'll only be turning it up on one side. I can't figure. I used to be able to really easily switch this. Wait, is there like a? I thought the audio mixer had like advanced properties. There we go. All right, desktop audio. Maybe we can make, if we can make, yeah, mono. All right, I'm gonna switch this to mono, right, to fix the to put it in both ears for you, right? And I'm turning it way up, but just please remind me, is there subtitles? Let's see. There does seem to be some kind of subtitle. All right, we'll see if that gets it for us.
For this experience, we were not looking to get into politics.
It's so quiet.
We had no desire.
Do you need me to turn it up more? Let me just also see if there's somehow, is it turned down on Twitter? No, it's fully up on Twitter. I think I'm gonna have to add more. Yeah, this is crazy. Like I said yesterday, I was actually surprised to see Left Reckoning that there's like the only channel on YouTube that does their volume appropriately. This is a YouTube. This is just Graham's phone, I guess.
To run for
Here, I'll run him back. Is he loud enough now?
I just want you to think about like what you would do as a rated. Hey everyone, it's Graham Platner.
Look, I can think of some things that I wouldn't. I can think of some things that I wouldn't do, Graham. Okay.
Last couple days, I have faced some very serious allegations, and I just want to make it clear, this is all false. The things that have been claimed did not happen. It's not real. It has placed an immense amount of weight on me as I think about what needs to happen now. Amy and I are regular people. We were not looking for this experience.
Sounds like he's telling himself that. Are we still too soft, chat? Do I need to boost it more? Can you hear it okay? There's no, it doesn't seem like there's any subtitles. I'm sorry about that. If somebody can send me a subtitled version of this, I'll watch that, but this is what I got for now. It's okay to tank this 11 minutes, given it's probably the last time anyone will hear what he says. A bit more. That's what I thought. Yeah, the levels do not look good. The levels do not. And look, this is a crazy, I don't know, this might be the most I've ever boosted. 15.8 decibels is what I'm boosting it. Chat, I'm gonna have to boost it 20. Please, as soon as I'm done with this, somebody be like, take off the filter. Turn off the filter. All right, we're about 20 decibels. Sounds fine to me.
We were not looking.
Oh, there's we are getting subtitles.
We had no desire to run for office. I just want you to think about like what you would do.
Okay, that's better.
As a regular person in a position where a much larger world, large forces were working against you personally to accuse you of the worst thing that a person could do, and it was not remotely true.
Fake one hit point voice. Yeah, it's also, I mean, like, it could have been, you know, it could have been worse. It could have been a minor. It could have been Epstein's Island. I mean, I could think of a few worse things. I mean,
I learned about this through press inquiries with no time to truly respond, no time for investigations before a corporate media system and the political establishment got to act as judge, jury, and executioner. Accusations are supposed to be the beginning of things, not the end. I think it's really important to understand why this is happening.
You gotta understand that there is not time for a fucking trial in the midst of a campaign, right? And that if you've got these kind of skeletons in your closet, even if it's a thing where like you don't remember what happens or you don't believe that you could have done that or whatever, because that is the story. This guy was blackout drunk when he when he let himself into Rasico Resico's house and didn't listen to her saying she didn't want this. Like even if he doesn't have like a memory of this and somehow really feels that it's unfair, right? If your alcoholism is that bad that you got blackouts, right? You got to let people know. You owe that to the voters of Maine. You owe that to your campaign volunteers. You owe that to everybody that's been excited to, see somebody, come up that has, some kind of, rhetorical fire in his belly, and take on, Susan Collins meaningfully from the left rather than from the center where she's always been, where all the other candidates that ran against her were from.
In the timeline, why this is happening right now, much like October when the first attack started, much like the news that was created the week before the primary, there is a reason that this is happening now. I only have until July 13th until I am officially the nominee. This was the last week to try to get me off of the ballot. And that's why this is occurring. It's not the false allegations, though, that have brought us to where we are. It's the fact that they are being used by the political establishment to put structural pressure on us. We live in a political system that is not built for normal people. It is a system that is built structurally to make sure that movements like ours cannot flourish. That if they begin to succeed, they can be crushed.
Look, I'm sorry, but if this movement is confined to one man, it's not a movement, all right?
What we have accomplished here, you made possible. The people of Maine, the volunteers, the voters, the grassroots donors, and I have all the faith in the world that we could win if we could continue to harness that. But the brutal political reality is that they are going to take everything away from us. Those in power who have the ability to do so are using these allegations as an excuse to take away all of the things that we need to run a campaign. We are going to lose our ability to fundraise. We are going to lose our ability to access voter data. We are going to lose all of the things that any campaign needs on the basic level simply to function. Larger organizations, the national level party, the bigger donor networks, they have all committed to spending no money in this race if I'm in it. They would rather see Susan Collins win than have me be the next senator from Maine.
Those volunteers in their in his Discord, in his volunteer Discord, they sounded like they were already organizing to figure out who else to get behind and to try to support them. Again, I think he's overestimating how much of this upswelling of involvement, of engagement is, about him personally. And especially look, here's and Hassan is, I'm not trying to claim this as my own thought. This is something Hassan said. The fact that people were sticking with this guy after it was revealed he had a Nazi tattoo, after it was revealed that he thought like black people don't tip, after he said that women who get drunk, him being an alcoholic who has blackouts, like he's like, oh, but the women that get drunk and something happens to them, that's their own fault, right? I mean, yeah, literally you can say rape culture in his Reddit posts, right? The fact that people were still willing to back somebody like that, up until the point where, you know, it's pretty clear he's an actual rapist, right? People were willing to back that guy. That shows you where the voters of Maine's heads are at. And I'm hoping that, you know, this energy and this organizing effort, which I don't think had as much to do with Graham Platner as people think, right? I think if anything, Graham Platner might have been a little bit of a, with all his fucking baggage, with all his scandals, might have been a little bit of a drag on the campaign. He also committed war crimes and admitted that it overshadows anything else he ever did. So yeah, unfortunately, this is where our head is at, where we see Blackwater, you know, volunteering after having done 4 tours to go work for Blackwater. We see that as a problem. Unfortunately, the majority of U.S. voters don't, right? And so that wasn't a factor. That, you know, everything's rah-rah, USA, don't blame the troops, blame the politicians, even though this guy, you know, went back for, you know, 3 more tours after the initial one. And yeah, you know, signed up for Blackwater because he liked doing the job. He liked carrying the gun so much. But yeah, that unfortunately is not enough of a factor in the United States. The United States is struggling with class consciousness, let alone, you know, consciousness, that kind of solidarity where you're going to stand against empire. It's, you know, more prominent, I guess, in the left or, you know, in the left flank, but it's not mainstream yet. It's not mainstream. So yeah, you tell people, you know, about his tour, his multiple tours, you know, the fact that he was a machine gunner, the fact that he said he enjoyed it, right? When the job, in a lot of cases, was killing civilians, and unfortunately, it's just like, you know, get blank stares from most Americans.
What comes next?
Yeah, this could have easily been a 3-minute video. That's what I was saying. It should have, like, you would think that he would want it to, right? Because this is just, you know, subjecting, I mean, like, forget him, right? It's subjecting his family to, you know, this. The more he's on screen, the more he lingers, you know, the worse that is.
Needs to come from the people. Needs to come from the people of Maine. Needs to come from the voters who on June 9th, at a strength of over 150,000, the largest number in the history of Maine primaries, said no to this kind of politics. Voted for a politics that would actually represent them. Voted against the political system, against the donor class, against the entrenched
Hassan was quoting Chrisman in that
forces. And I'm not asking for...
Was that a Matt Chrisman tweet? Maybe I can find that.
How this process is going to work. I'm not trying to dictate to anyone who it should be or how we get there, but I will say this. It needs to be open, transparent, and democratic. It needs to be reflecting the will and the values of the people that built this movement, the people that showed up on June 9th. People in D.C. need to stay in D.C. Decisions should not be made in back rooms by people in places of political power. Party apparatchiks are not the ones to make these decisions. These decisions need to be made in the open by the people of this state, the people who got us here. This is exactly the kind of political system that everyone voted against on June 9th. And for that reason, we need to be assured that it is going to be open and democratic as we move forward. Amy and I struggled about getting into this. Last summer, right around this time of year, we sat down and we looked at each other and we said, if we believe in the kind of politics we think that we do, we have to do this. Over the past couple days,
this guy's got main character syndrome.
We have had to have that exact same conversation. We believe that for the movement to continue, it can't be me. And for that reason, we are suspending campaign operations. This is incredibly difficult because I know that some will think it's an admission of guilt, and it most certainly is not. We're not.
The movement is for a third party to pressure the Dems from the left because the Dems are politically a dead end. All right, Celestial Heart, understand this. Third parties should be a priority, but it's not something that you can't do while keeping your eye on the actual campaign. I will let you know a really hard truth right now. Third parties are not going to affect this election, right? When you're working on a third party, you're working for the future. And, you know, for the moment, we can't and shouldn't, you know, just keep our actions limited to that. That does need to happen. You're exactly right about this. The Democratic Party is fucking rotten. I mean, this is a party that started off to defend slavery. It started off as a, you know, Democratic Party. I mean, obviously a lot has changed since then. A lot of the, you know, pro-segregationists that used to be part of the Democratic Party are now in the Republican Party. You know, if you're racist, you're probably a MAGA voter, right? But yeah, this is not. You know, you're exactly right about the need for a third party. But it's, you know. We got to still chop wood and carry water.
Not doing it because of the allegations. We're doing it because of the structures that are being taken away from us by those in power. And I also feel an immense amount of responsibility to everyone who has worked so hard to get us to where we are. We went toe-to-toe with one of the most entrenched political systems in the history of the world, and we won. We beat them on June 9th in overwhelming numbers. We did it the right way. We built a campaign. We engaged in electoral politics. We motivated people.
You beat a Democratic Party that is on its last legs. That's true, and that's important. All right, or, you know, it's important that it gets beaten. It's not important that the guy with main character syndrome is the one to beat it. All right, you know, this is not the flex that you think it is, and it's not. You know, you're like fucking putting up weights here, right? You're like on the bench. You got 3 plates on each side, and you're like, look at that fucking massive amount of weight that I just put up. And meanwhile, your fucking volunteers are the ones spotting for you, right? And that was not all you, Graham. That was not even close to all you. That was not mostly you. That was not that has very little to do with you, and it has a lot to do with those volunteers.
Banded together. We did it the way that we were told we are supposed to make change. And we won. And now they are not going to let us have it. Not if it's me. And so we're suspending campaign operations. I want to make clear, though, I intend to file my paperwork to withdraw. The process needs to assure that what comes next is reflective of the Mainers who on June 9th turned out and showed that they are desperate for a different kind of politics. It needs to be driven not from back rooms, but by the will of the people. And the decisions that come next must come from that. All we were asking for was health care, was to end a genocide, to use our taxpayer dollars at home to uplift our communities instead of waging war overseas. We were asking for a fair system. We were asking for an end to the corruption, the end to the money in politics. We were asking for real democracy, and we did it the right way, and we won.
Gavi says he's been fighting for this for 20 years. Wait, since Iraq. Okay. Yeah. Jonah Shosh background. Yeah, I thought. Yeah, it's hard to get the meme out of your head. He's only 41 years old. No.
But now the ball is in the court of the Democratic establishment. My name might be on the ballot right now, but that ballot line belongs to the people of Maine. And on November 3rd, it needs to belong to the people of Maine. And the next Democratic senator for Maine needs to belong to the people of Maine. They need to reflect the will and the values of the people of this state.
Joel says, is there a dedicated mute button for when he speaks? I mean, it sounds like the motorcycle's trying to drown him out.
I love this state. I love Maine, and I love Mainers in ways that I can't really describe.
Oh no, don't say it like that. Don't say it like that. Don't say it like that.
I'm proud of what we have built, and I have the utmost faith that we will continue to build, and we will continue to move towards a better future. From the bottom of my heart, thank you. Thank all of you. And keep fighting. We're going to win someday.
Okay, well, there it is. There it is. And yeah, now I'm picturing, yeah, thanks a lot, Twitch chat. Now I'm picturing a Graham Platner still life from the Backrooms movie, eating people or eating, I don't know. This is fucked. This is highly fucked. Lower the volume. Thank you so much. Oh my God. It's so important to remember to lower the volume. Otherwise I'm going to just destroy headphones users. All right. I am killing the gain function, the gain filter. I'm going to turn it down to like 6 decibels for the next time I need to use it. Cause that's more, I can't remember what he said. Can we watch it again? Do we really want to watch it again? Or is that a joke? I can't tell. There is going to be a post of him 2 weeks just chilling in a Trader Joe's. See, I can, oh my God. I can see him taking over as the, is Trader Joe's like a franchise? I could see him like, you know, I don't know. He's probably just going to go out and, wait, what is he going to do, right? Would you, if you were working for him for his oyster operation, oh, switch back to stereo. Thank you so much. Oh my God. Good call. Good call. That is so important to switch back to stereo. It's right down here. I see that one I was not going to remember, but I do now. But yeah, the oyster farm, like if you're his employee on the oyster farm, do you want to stay working there? Like, I just can't imagine him even going back to that now. Right? He would have to have, he's going to run the Trader Joe's polycule. Yeah, maybe the Breaking Point's polycule too. I don't know. We'll check in with them later. They're not, you know, they're not exactly pro Platner, but I do feel they are farming that audience. I do feel that Breaking Points is farming that audience. Start a podcast. That's the other thing I thought of, right? Is this is what a lot of people do. A lot of people on the left, they get canceled, or they you know, for something that they did that was truly horrible, right? They feel like they were treated unfair, and they go over to the right wing and they're like, yeah, the left wing, they just canceling everybody. They just, like, a woman says, you know, this and that about you, and they're like, believe women, believe victims, don't give Platner a chance to defend himself. What if he had a chance to defend himself? He actually did, right? If he could have, you know, disputed any of the things that she said through text messages that he retained, or, you know, like had an alibi of actually on this date and this time, I was at this place with these people. Here they are all saying, yes, we were there with Graham Platner. If he could have defended himself, he would have. All right. His responses, you know, that's another thing that convinced a lot of people. Russell Brand is an example of that. Yeah, Russell Brand, almost before the rape allegations came out, it seems to have rebranded and is even leaning more into it, because like somehow the conservative thing was not enough. Now he's got to be a Christian. Now he's look, I was all into Hinduism and Buddhism and all kinds of Jainism, every ism out there, and then I took a walk with a man named Jesus. And he told me, it's okay that you're a rapist, Russell. You can still be a good person. You just have to say my name. Call me by your name, and then, you know, we're all good, right? So I've been forgiven. All the nasty things you're going to hear about that I've done. It's all okay now because Jesus says so. Jesus said it was okay. Do you think Platner should endorse someone? I think that Platner's endorsement would have a negative effect on whoever he endorsed, right? He did make some statement towards, you know, and a lot of people are thinking of this, towards, you know, making sure that the party establishment does not use this as a chance to sort of slip back in and get their candidate in. There's going to be some kind of process in Maine. It's really unclear at this point whether it's going to be, you know, the party sort of putting their thumb on the scale. You know, there's going to be a convention. They say that they're going for transparency, but those things are never transparent. The conventions are dirty as fuck, right? And people tend to hate the results of conventions. Just look at 68 or even what was 1981, the contentious one. He seems like a genuine guy. I mean, it doesn't change that he's generally something to women. I feel like his politics came from a genuine place. Yeah, I can't tell. I'm not gonna endorse that. So nobody clip that and make it sound like that I wasn't reading a chatter there. And chatter, I will not say your name, just for your own good. Anyway. Yeah, no, it has all kind of come fast. I do think, chat, let's see if we can find that Matt Chrisman tweet. Right, just give us something positive, some kind of a you know, silver lining here. Matt Chrisman, I need a silver lining stat. Wait, is this? Am I gonna actually find? Is he on Twitter? Was this from Twitter? Either way, somebody's gotta have. Wait, am I misspelling his name? It's like Chrisman. Platner. Or is it just like that Ryan Grimm accuses Politico of omitting Jenny Rasico's text without requesting a glute massage? Okay, that's what it was. We're going to get into that. I guess that should be the next thing. Anna Kasparian faces backlash for comments on sexual assault victims. Why is this one? Why is this the first thing that what am I missing here, chat? I don't think your politics could be genuine when you do shit. It show like I'm just not even thinking about that. Yeah, I don't know. Obviously, I can't get into Graham Platner's head. I probably don't want to be in Graham Platner's head. It's a shitty place. Platner endorses someone. It's like the kiss of death. Yeah, it would sort of put the stank on them. But you know, if the imperative is chatter from your point to get you know, to ensure that it's somebody that's chosen by the voters in Maine and by the you know, the people that manifested, you know, kind of a grassroots campaign out of nothing, then yeah. Is it Cushbomb? Is that what I need to search for? Cushbomb? Thank you. I thought I was like, wait, it's something else, isn't it? Same thing with Felix. Like Felix's Twitter is, I can't remember, by your something. What is it, chat? By your something. It's not something. It's something is the word I can't think of. Kush ban. Oh my god, what is wrong with me? You get a Kush ban. No, nobody's getting a Kush ban today. We're looking for Cushman. With a K, right? Oh my god, how chat? Fake weed head right here. Fake weed head. Spelling it C-U-S-H. That's crazy. So Ostenox is interpreting this as the Dem establishment just voted to let themselves choose the nominee if Platner vote drops out. Some think they're opposing Platner preferred candidate when it's actually opposing a 156,000 voter preferred platform. You need that platform that won in a landslide to beat Collins. Okay, why am I having trouble with it? Why is this hard to find? Yeah, by your logic, thank you. Jesus Christ, it's simple. It's simple. By your logic, that is DSA backing Troy. Oh, Troy Jackson. And we found out, so if anybody watched my coverage of PV's accusation that Troy Jackson had like thrown a water bottle at a woman, that they walked that back. They walked that back the next day. They just wanted to, kind of put themselves out there and make themselves relevant again, even though they're not. What am I missing, chat? Kush Ball? Wait, are you serious? It's Kush Ball? No, Kush Ball is a different thing, isn't it? I feel like my sister had like a toy called a Kush Ball. I feel like it's some 90s shit, right? Isn't it? What am I missing, chat? Oh, PV is absolutely a shit show. People said that the statement that I attributed to Hassan was actually Matt Cushman of Chapo Trap House. We can move on to something. I thought we were gonna do breaking points first. Nobody knows where it is. All right. Well, if somebody figures out where it is, then you can let me know. Mods, be on the lookout for that. And if I miss it, feel free to @ me and get my attention on it. But yeah, I think executive decision is going to be made to look for the Kushmon thing. Yeah, my favorite Digimon, Kushmon, right? Okay, so we got to do this breaking points thing. This shit is actually trending right now, right? I'm gonna go a little bit out of order here. We got 2 podcasts with Emma Vigeland. Wait, what? MR live from yesterday also. Yeah, it looks like we may have a little bit of MR. I want to get that Do Not Worry in, and Shonda Black also has a like a lecture, like a PowerPoint. Let me put it that way. It's like a PowerPoint about this. But yeah, I mean, I guess we're just gonna go straight into breaking points, right? Ryan is farming this, both in the sense that, this title right here, look at this, exclusive Platner assault story. Platner assault story left key detail out. Now, he hasn't said Graham Platner did nothing wrong. He hasn't said Graham Platner is innocent, right? But this is a very appealing title to the dead enders that are, still, humping the corpse of the Platner campaign. And I think it's a conscious decision, right? This is a lane that's been left open. The people that are really occupying this lane are the Young Turks, which we've got on bonus content, which I don't know if we'll get to or not, because we're at 5% out of 100%, 1/20th of the way towards adding an hour even to the timer.
CNN omitted a key detail from its reporting around the Graham Platner sexual assault.
Rebecca Watson also had a good video. Yeah, I watched that as well.
Allegations we have learned.
All right, sorry, I haven't watched it yet. I saw that and I've got it. Ryan needs a holiday. Get back to the good work he does. A drop site. Yeah, I would love that.
Let's take a listen to how Jenny Rasicott, the accuser of Graham Platner, described how...
But just notice how he's playing this, right? Because he's not doing a TYT. He's not doing an Anna Kasparian, which, right now Anna Kasparian is like attacking victims, right? I guess, he's not doing any of that, but he is, presenting something that the Platnerites that remain can see as like, this guy's on our side, right? That is what Breaking Points is doing. That's what Ryan Grimm is doing.
The evening began in her interview with Jake Tapper on CNN.
It was a night where him and I were texting back and forth, and he had taken something that I said as an invitation, and that's not how he meant it, and I quickly clarified, and he sent a message back indicating that he would come over, and I said, no, don't come over. Like, I'm not in the mood, don't come over. And I was more stern with that message. And then I didn't hear back from him. So I thought that meant he got the message or gave up on it or whatnot.
Okay, Sagar, so there was no follow-up from Jake Tapper.
Mm-hmm.
If you listen closely there, that she said, we were texting back and forth, and he took something that I said as an invitation to come over. This is, they'd been dating off and on for about 2 years at this point. The follow-up from a normal person at that point is,
What did you say?
What'd you say?
Right.
Like, what was the thing that you said to to him that
Yeah, Ryan, sorry, not Ryan, Jake Tapper. As much ire as I've got for Ryan Grimm, you know, over mostly his takes, not so much his work at Dropsite, which I think is pretty good. Jake Tapper is a piece of shit, right? And I think Ryan's got a point that it's at Cushbomb. Okay, I'll look that. I'll see if I can find that in the background. Maybe it's a C, not a K. Okay, Jesus Christ! I thought I was being stupid, right? Because I should know that it's Kush with a K. I know about Kush, chat. I know many Kushes, including Kushner. No, anybody else ever think of Kush when you hear the name Kushner? I mean, there is like something lacking of, yes, terrible interview all around, terrible audio quality, terrible interviewer, fuck Jake Tapper, and it's just failure to ask the most obvious questions that people want to, get answers or to follow-ups where it's necessary, right? Jake Tapper should also get fired. Yeah, I mean, if from your lips to God's ears, there we go. Historical day, Irene is on a big computer screen for the first time over here. Wait, what? Oh my gosh, I'm big.
That he misunderstood. Now let's take a look at how Politico reported this. This is D8. This is how Politico first reported. So Razzicoat told Politico she connected with Platner on the dating app Bumble in 2019 and had consensual relations with him prior to the night he allegedly assaulted her. That night in late 2021, she said she had exchanged text messages with him and told him not to come over, saying she wasn't in the mood for company. Later that evening, she said she realized when she heard a sound on the stairs that he had let himself into her house, which was unlocked. Platner came up the stairs, Razzicoat said, to where she was on a couch. He got on top of her and kept grabbing her, she said, while she repeatedly told him to stop and that she wasn't interested.
I've been phone locked since. Is it because of the time? Is that what it is that you usually watch me? Yeah. Thank you for the European audience for catching me out here. Catching me out. Like I know it's very early for you. Is what I'm trying to say. I know that's why my voice is soft. It's actually very early in the morning for me too, although not as early as it is for you.
Mm-hmm. So Sagar, you read that, and most people in Washington who read that, they're like, that sounds like he broke in to the house, like uninvited, and then began a violent assault of her. Nowhere does Politico mention what she mentioned to CNN there, that she had said something in the text message exchanges that he mistook as an invitation. They just say, and elsewhere in the article, they say he was, quote, uninvited. It turns out, and we have learned, that Politico definitively, at the time of publication, knew precisely what Jenny had texted to Graham that he, according to her, mistook as an invitation to come over. And we know this because the Washington Post also interviewed Jenny Razzicoat. And Jenny told the Washington Post, because she's being honest. She's laying out all of the details, which is how it should be. You lay out all the details, and then you let the readers, the public, the voters say, okay, here, we have all the different facts. Here's how we interpret this scenario. So good for her for being transparent.
I totally agree with you.
I am not seeing. I'm looking at Cushbomb, at Cushbomb. That is Crisp Mattman's or Matt Crispman's account. I don't see a standalone tweet. The only thing I'm seeing here is he mentions Janet Mills. That's the pen from December 2023. We interrupt this your smugness orgy to remind that Janet Mills, stable, reliable, conventional, impeccable pedigree, college educated. Obviously, this is Chapo, so there's some sarcasm here. If you're not detecting it, got fucking stomped by 72% in the primaries to unstable, unvettable, unstable, unvetted. That is your brand. It fucking sucks dick. Wait, what the fuck? He's not defending Platner. I don't know, Chad. I'm not seeing what people are. If somebody can find this for me, I'm gonna stop looking for it though. I feel like it's a bit of a wild goose chase, and as you can see, we got 2 hours and 10 minutes left. This is not the day for wild goose chases, right? This is the day for miracles.
you, and I want to say that up at the top.
Yes.
This is in no
It's going to take a miracle to stop the stream from ending early.
way an attack on her. This
Right.
is about how I believe that the media has handled this story.
She was she was
truthful
transparent
from the beginning.
about this. She doesn't.
Right.
She doesn't have the text messages anymore.
Oh,
Doesn't
okay.
have the text messages anymore. So we're going by her memory of what they are. And to her credit, she divulged the details of the text message.
I see. It's a work laptop thing. You get in trouble if you watch me on your work laptop. But you can watch me on a personal laptop.
Messages from that evening, and to the watch. So they.
Oh my God, Burple, you should check your throne and sometime with the next 2 hours, Irene. That I need to check more than it's supposed to make a noise. Anyway, we're running out of time here, chat. But it's supposed to alert me. I don't know what it's doing now. That's crazy. Every time it's something that's broke. It's either Stream Elements or I guess now it's Throne.
She divulged it to the Washington Post. The Washington Post reaches out to the Platner campaign.
At Neopagos, super chatted $5. Second.
Yes, Burple, thank you. Burple says, good luck with your Vietnam trip, Irene. Love, Burple. So yeah, we're getting there, chat. We are getting there. All right, I'm gonna put some more time. Also, Neoprakash, thank you for supporting the stream as you always do. Oh my gosh, look at this. Look at this. I am a mess, chat. I am a mess. Okay, I am a mess. Because not only did Neoprakash super chat with not just first but second, actually maybe third, but that's okay. You were like right at the same time as Crystal. Crystal is reminding me that maybe I need to just drink more coffee. I don't know. Sometimes that works, chat. I do have some tea on hand, so I will caffeinate a little bit more. I know that some people in chat may be worried that I might be over caffeinated today, so we're gonna try to strike that balance. If we strike that balance just right, then magic can truly happen. And that's my hope for today. But yeah, we're at 30 now. We're at 30. We are not at 5%. Me of little faith, I guess. I don't know. Is that right? No, it's not right anymore because we're actually at 60. Joel with the five gift subs. Lightcha, you just got jellyfished. Belta Lauda, you just got jellyfished. Melinda Gentry Sue, you just got jellyfished. Extra rice. Oh my God, that's what I need, chat. I need some extra rice. I'm running out of rice and tofu as well. And I got this cool sauce. Right, this is one of my favorite Thai sauces. It is, I think it's like either vinegar or lime juice mixed with soy sauce. And then you chop up the bird's eye chilies to get it really hot. And you also put in, if you can see, there's little chunks of lime, not just like it's with the peel too. It's kind of like, it's kind of like spritz, but you're eating the big version of it. Goldilocks has nothing on you. Wait, in terms, oh yeah, trying to find that balance. Yeah, that's true. I'm looking for the middle path, chat. That's what I'm here for. That is what I'm here for. It is, wait, was it 40? Wait, am I like totally, I don't know, maybe, my count is different, Narwhal. I think we've got, oh my God, I'm so confused now. Okay. 30. Okay, it's at least, yeah, 64, I think is what we're at right now. And actually, no, I'm wrong about that too. It's actually 70. Oh my God, you keep on correcting me, chat. Or things keep on changing. Okay, well, that's a little different. That's a little different. Rice and beans. Rice and beans are good. I don't know where to buy beans here. Chat, I just need to get some yellow mung dal. Anyway, back to Ryan. We're close to adding an hour.
Comment, good for the Washington Post. And in their request for comment, they mention that Jenny had been texting him talking about a massage earlier.
I hate how he says this. Chat, you're going to hate this too. Do I need to rewind him a little bit? Oh yeah, I saw that. That's why I added Crystal's super sticker. Wait, does it? Yeah, it's right here. It's the one that's reminding me to here. I usually cheers you with coffee or toast. Is that what it's called? Toast you. There we go. Let's wait until it comes out there. Oh yes, right there we go. And back and up and back. This could be an exercise, right? And up and back and up. And back, chat. Someday I'm gonna do like a cardio kickboxing class for you. Would that be cool? I would need more room maybe, and maybe better cameras. But someday, chat. Someday I would love to like. Cardio kickboxing is like one of the favorite classes that I ever taught as a personal trainer, and you know when I was doing group stuff, and it'd be really fun to do on stream. But oh no, the other thing is we need music, and the music is what gets me clapped. Maybe we'll do it on Twitch. I don't know, chat. I'm thinking of it. I'm plotting out there. I'm out there plotting. Wait, what is up with the? Why did they not give you a hype train, Joel? I think you should have deserved a hype train for that. Let me rewind Ryan, because like this might be pretty odious. What he's about to say. Like I'm saying, I don't think Ryan believes that Platner did nothing wrong. I mean, he was pretty, you know, adamant. He's not Anna Kasparian. Sorry, he's not Anna Kasparian. He's not Cenk Uygur, right? I want to keep my criticism of Ryan in context, right? Because I don't want, you know, it's really easy. And in fact, anytime I criticize Ryan, this is how I get characterized. Oh, if you don't like Ryan Grimm, there must be something wrong with you. You must fucking hate Palestine. You must be a Zionist, right? This is what I get. This is the fucking level of discourse, which is nothing at all. I would love it if people actually, you know, Ryan fans, Breaking Point fans, they lived up to the stereotype of that I have of Breaking Point fans of being a little smarter than like an EGG fan or you know, most of the rest of the internet, right? And yet they always let me down. They act like Minecraft stands. They seem like they're 14 years old. I don't understand it, chat. I would love it if just one of them was like, I disagree with this part of what you said, right? If one of them recognizes that I see Ryan as being an important journalist. And that I don't always disagree. I agree with them on a fuckload. But this part right here, chat, this part is maybe going to come off fairly odious.
Of what they are. And to her credit, she divulged the details of the text messages from that evening. And to the she divulged it to the Washington Post. The Washington Post reaches out to the Platner campaign for comment. Good for the Washington Post. And in their request for comment, they
Crouchy says I was exercising to Thai bow videos. Oh my god, my mom I think that's what my mom used to do. My mom was like got into, I think in the 90s she got into Thai bow, and by the time I went off to college she was doing Turbo Jam, which I think is better. I don't know. She was doing Turbo Jam, and she had like a DVD of it, and guess what? That DVD disappeared the year that I left for college. I don't know what happened to it, chat. I don't know what my mom doesn't know what happened to it either. She's like, "Where's my Turbo Jam?" It's like, "Mom, you never use this anymore. You stopped doing Turbo Jam with me, so I took your DVD anyway."
Mention that Jenny had been texting him talking about a massage earlier. And so the Platner campaign sees this, and they go back to Politico. And they say, apparently there's some more context here about like the back and forth. Like, do you know about these text messages? The reporter then exchanges messages with the Platner campaign. Those messages have been now circulating.
P90X. Yeah, I had like an ex that used to I had my Turbo Jam DVD, and he had the P90X.
In Maine politics, you know, in Maine political circles, I obtained a copy of those. I was able to authenticate them with sources with knowledge of them.
Burple,
here is what
Dareful, I'm gonna have to look at I'm gonna have to do some conversion to figure it out, because it's, you know,
the Politico
I'm up with the Turbo Jam. Yeah, that should have been on the tape.
Reporter said to the campaign, Jenny Rascott had been, quote,
like that song,
texting Platner about needing her glute massaged. That detail didn't make our story.
Right.
A glute massage. So within about a half an hour of getting this glute massage text, Platner is in the house. Now, she says
she followed up
no, don't come.
and don't come.
Because
Now-
he texted back. So he's wasted, clearly. He gets this message. I need.
Yes, thank you for Burple for the 25 Australian dollars, and for also reminding me that I need to fix my I need to fix my the alerts for Throne are not working. You should have gotten a sound. Let me see if I can simulate the sound of the Throne alert. But also, this is the important part. I want you to get this. I ended up giving a little bit more of a boost. Like I actually put in some extra for Burple.
I need my glute massaged.
Right.
He comes over. He's text back.
But that's okay. We'll just count it.
She's like, wait, don't come over. That she says, don't come over, don't come over. This is Maine. He's not taking the subway. Like, so he's
driving.
She's drunkenly driving over there.
Yes.
Comes into the house, and then it gives
Drunken.
And then she says he's grabbing her on the couch. Well, where is he?
She's saying no.
Right. Where's he grabbing her? Like, is he like immediately starting like the glute massage?
What the fuck, Ryan? What the actual fuck? What the actual fuck? Drained. Aussie Bucks aren't what they used to be. Yeah, but Australia's still awesome, okay? And I love my Aussie chatters, so. Look, most Americans, when they think of Australia, they think of Steve Irwin and not much more. But no, it's different to me. I should visit Australia sometime. I think I've looked into it before, and it's a little bit of a visa. I don't know. It looked a little difficult. Or I don't know. But yeah, I just like if I go to Australia, okay, I gotta have you gotta tell me the way not to get don't get bitten by a snake, don't get bitten by a spider, don't get punched by a kangaroo. Don't get dropped by a drop bear, right? Don't if a koala drops out of the trees, don't catch it because it'll scratch you up. Don't get eaten by a great white shark. Don't get eaten by a crocodile. Is there anything else I'm missing? There's a lot of things that would want to eat me, I think, in Australia. I'm afraid, right? I'm just afraid that everything's going to try to eat me the second that I get to Australia. Don't get a magic or crunched by Albo's accent. I'll try not to. Dingo. Oh, yeah, dingo could eat. Well, I don't have a baby, so I think I'm okay with the dingoes. Just make sure the dingoes don't eat Waluigi. Wait, I'm in front of Waluigi now. What? Wait, what? He moved, chat. How does he move? How is he moving on his own? Waluigi's become sentient, chat. I think Waluigi's a backrooms entity at this point. Anyway, fuck, Drop Bear Discourse is very cringe, but you brought it on yourselves, or at least your country brought it on yourself. So, there's only one nationality to blame for that. You make up cool stories that you're gonna hear about them for decades after you're tired of them. Platypus. Oh my god, thank you. The platypus is poisonous. Without conversion, we are at yeah, I think it's somewhere in the middle is where I ended up. Anyway, I'm sorry, I'm distracting from and Waluigi's not helping either. I was like, where's Waluigi? There's Waluigi. I don't think I put him there. I don't remember putting him there. Purple with the gifted sub to AU fan. AU fan, you just got jellyfished. Also, there's something I'm supposed to do on YouTube that allows some people I think it would make I think it would make the memberships cheaper for people in certain countries, something like that. Anyway, we're at 76 now. The only mammal who lays eggs, plus a couple of others. They lay eggs. But wait, how do they poison you?
At Beaverius super chatted $10. A grim new low for Ryan Grimm. Is this the beginning of his turn?
I hope not. Like I said, there is kind of a breaking points blob, and we are at 86 right now. There is a kind of a breaking points blob, and what I mean by that, I'm kidding. Obviously, I'm kidding about the polycule. If such a thing existed, I would have no information on that. I'm not, the Vanguard might be able to fact check that for you, but I'm not. I don't know anybody who's working on. Unlike Zach and Gavin, I don't know anybody that works on breaking points. But yeah, there is what I'm seeing is there seems to be like, it's almost like you put different fluids in a bottle together, and the fluids start to mix. Like at first the fluids are all like, the heaviest one is on the bottom and is yellow. The second heaviest one is green and it's in the middle, and the lightest one is blue. Like there's like a yellow layer, a green layer, and a blue layer. But then you start to see like the blue and the the yellow, or the blue and the green are kind of mixing together a little bit, and you got the yellow and the green kind of mixing together, and you like that's my best guess, right? Is that him being in this group, him being in this workplace, which, like, granted, they do a lot of work. They probably put more time in than I do, Chad, and I feel like my whole life is is pretty much streaming. There's not enough hours in the day for these people, and they're together a lot. They're, even when they're not on stream, I'm sure they're putting together content, and it feels like there's like a blob effect where, some of Emily's takes become Ryan's takes when he doesn't know how to, defeat her arguments, right? For instance, on immigration. And look, like, to him, that might be, I'm a cool heterogeneous. What is it called? Heterodox. Sorry, not heterogeneous. What is heterogeny? That sounds sexual. Anyway, Chad, it sounds like super heterosexual or something. What am I? I am not getting like my giggle box turned upside down when we're talking about a very serious subject and a very and again, I don't think he believes that, Platner did nothing wrong. I think that he's somewhat playing to the audience. I think that he knows how to put out like a theory without backing it, that they can be like, oh, well, maybe it was about this glute massage. They didn't tell us about the glute massage. The mainstream media is trying to hide the glute massage. The glute massage was in the Washington Post, for fuck's sake. It's just that nobody paid attention to it. So he's right about that to bring us, a kind of a better interview than the Jake Tapper one, because the Jake Tapper one sucked. But at the same time, I don't think this glute massage thing, like, it's copium. It's copium for the Platnerites. And that is that is a need that they're serving. That is a lane that they are willing to like kind of half occupy. TYT is fully in that lane with Anna Kasparian at the wheel, with her fist slammed on the horn, her foot slammed on the gas pedal, and she's just like down that lane, right? Breaking Points is just kind of into the lane, right? Of like, oh, I don't know. What about the glute massage? What about the glute massage? You said you wanted a glute massage. Maybe he was only coming over to give you a glute massage because he's such a nice guy and he cares about the health of your glutes. Ryan, what the fuck? Heterogeneous means, oh yeah, that's what I was I guess I was just discussing kind of a heterogeneous, I guess not a mixture and not a suspension. Oh my God, now I'm trying to remember Jin Kim. I'm trying to remember, not even Jin Kim. It's like the introduction to chemistry, I think. Made up of uneven particles as opposed to homogeneous, which everything is the same. Yeah. Oatmeal versus a bowl of homogenized milk, or water versus soapy water. I guess, I don't know. Is that the best example? No, because the soap kind of separates out. Maybe, I don't know. Chat. My brain is not. Let me rewind this one more time, okay? Let me rewind this one more time to remind you that we're 14 points away from adding an hour to the stream. I just want to give this its due here, because Ryan is willing to, put this out here. Now, he's not endorsing this, right? Mind you, right? He's not endorsing this, but he is, Breaking Points is benefiting off of the lost Platnerites.
Apparently there's some more context here about like the back and forth. Like, do you know about these text messages? The reporter then exchanges messages with the Platner campaign. Those messages have been now circulating in Maine politics, in Maine political circles. I obtained a copy of those. I was able to authenticate them with sources with knowledge of them. And here is what the Politico reporter said to the campaign. Jenny Rascott had been, quote, texting Platner about needing her glute massaged. That detail didn't make our story.
Right.
glute massage. So within about a half.
So let me see if I got this right. The information of the glute massage was from Politico. Okay, so it's Politico. Politico had the other interview that nobody paid attention to. And then Graham Platner campaign texts them to say, what was this message about? And they say, oh my God, I'm so confused now. Let's rewind it. Okay, I'm sorry, chat. I fucked this up by getting distracted and making jokes when this is a very serious topic.
Post reaches out to the Platner campaign. The detail more, Platner apparently doesn't have the text messages anymore, so we're going by her memory of what they are. And to her credit, she divulged the details of the text messages from that evening, and she divulged it to the Washington Post. The Washington Post reaches out to the Platner campaign.
Okay, so Purple, yeah, they're not talking about sex or anything like that. They're talking about, so here's the deal. She said, I need a glute massage, right? Now, look, you can say I need a glute massage to somebody that you're dating in a way that implies, like, please massage my glute, or maybe this is like a stand-in for, because obviously the glute is also a very sensitive area, like a particular area, right? It could be code for something else. He interprets this as such and says, I'm going to come over. She, according to her own, statements, right? She said, no, that's not what I want. Don't come over. Like, I'm not looking for company, right? Do not come over. And he comes over anyway.
For comment, good for the Washington Post. And in their request for comment, they mention that Jenny had been texting him talking about a massage earlier. And so the Platner campaign sees this, and they go back to Politico, and they say, apparently there's some more context here about like the back and forth. Do you know about these text messages? The reporter then exchanges messages with the Platner campaign. Those messages have been now circulating in Maine politics, in Maine political circles. I obtained a copy of those. I was able to authenticate them with sources with knowledge of them. And here is what the Politico reporter said to the campaign. Jenny Rathscott had been, quote, texting Platner about needing her glute massaged. That detail didn't make our story.
Do we understand that it can also be like, I have a massage therapist, I need to book a time to get my glute massage, that mentioning to somebody, even somebody that you've been intimate with, that you need a glute massage is not necessarily a fucking invitation? Because I feel like we're kind of just like leaving this to the interpretation. And again, this is more evidence that that freaking Ryan Grimm is farming. He is farming. He's like the juicer. He's like XQC.
Right. A glute massage. So within about a half an hour of getting this glute massage text,
Emma says he's doing journalistic due diligence. He's doing that, but he's doing a little more. All right. I'm just saying, like, that, just audience analysis, right? Who is gonna come for this bait, given the title and thumbnail, right? Something I know a little bit about. But yeah, we're gonna get into Emma's interpretation of this. It sounds like Emma's kind of sticking by Ryan. Now the people that are, people are mad at Ryan. People are more mad at Anna Kasparian. Emma is, trying to point out the disgusting nature of what Anna is tweeting right now, and Emma's getting fucking wrecked in the comments because everybody's like, oh, you just want to take the attention off of you, right? Well, I mean, like, obviously what Anna's saying is a lot worse than anything that Emma or anybody in the Majority Report has said. But yeah, people are not wanting to hear from her right now, I guess. And this is why I was like, it's really important how they respond to this. If there is something up front that is going to look like a good apology from Emma, and it's just a question of, like, is the Majority Report going to, like, bleed viewers here? Are they going to lose trust? I'm just analyzing it from a practical point of view. I had my money on Anna Kasparian going all in on believing women victims and slamming Graham Platner. She does hate progressives, so I could see why you'd think that because of her personal experience of sexual assault especially by homeless and wait, I'm trying to read the rest of this comment. her own alleged assault, which she kind of like, has apparently, she's, using that as an excuse to be anti-homeless, right? A person that she says allegedly is about the, whether the person that assaulted her is homeless. I don't think she has any way of knowing. What's Anna saying? Just that this is an op by the Democratic establishment, and people are falling for it, and Platner's being treated unfairly, right? Listening to the so-called serious political journalist, yeah, the way he's saying this, right, actually really bothers me. Actually, really fucking bothers me. And he is a serious journalist. When it again, drop side is the I don't know, what would I compare it to? The Woodward and Bernstein of our age. Obviously, Woodward and Bernstein kind of, one of them kind of ruined their reputation after the Watergate revelations. I don't get why people try to have sex with people that who are not interested in it. Or like, I get why it happens, toxic masculinity, rape culture, and that garbage. But like, how do you live with yourself? Good question.
Platner is in the house. Now, she says
she followed up.
No, don't come.
And don't come.
Because he texted back. So he's wasted, clearly. He gets this message. I need my glute massaged.
Right.
Also notice that Ryan's putting us in like Platner's headspace here, right? I don't know, chat. I don't know.
Comes over. He's texts back, "I'm coming over." And she's like, wait, don't come over. She says, don't come over, don't come over. This is Maine. He's not taking the subway. Like, so he's
driving.
She's drunkenly driving over there.
Yes.
Comes into the house, and then it gives, she says he's grabbing her on the couch. Well, where is he?
She's saying no.
Right. Where's he grabbing her? Right. Like, is he like immediately starting like the glute massage or whatever?
Right.
Anyway, the Washington Post, to its credit, included a version of the detail. We could put up Washington Post at D7. One night in November or December 2021, she said she texted him to say that she could use a massage. She said she did not intend it as an invitation, but he interpreted it that way, immediately replying to say he would.
Okay, wait. So it's the Washington Post that had this information. I'm getting so confused. I need to do a thread board. I need to do like a Pepe Silva thing.
Come right over. She said she wrote back twice, telling him not to. The Post was not able to review the alleged messages or independently verify them. Rassico said she later deleted them soon after the incident. So Post didn't include the glute part, but did mention the massage, to their credit. But because the Politico published first, I didn't even know the Washington Post reported on this.
Exactly, and I think that's why this is important. So there's the most important part, and let's just zoom out, because this does potentially explain why a drunken Platner enters the home.
Right.
It stops there, because that's where the rest of the evening and her account of the evening, it no longer accounts for. But it does explain.
I mean, look, it's not good to, I don't know. I mean, like, I don't know what their relationship was. I don't think it was that, serious where he can just like, cut. But what they're trying to imply, right, is that he's drunk, but he's a good guy. He's well-meaning. He is like, you have a hurt glute. I don't want to make you come downstairs. Let me just let myself in and come upstairs. And yeah, like maybe the partially excusable thing, although still a little creepy, would be he comes up. She says, "Why are you here? I told you not to come here." And he checks his test. "Oh shit, I'm sorry. I thought you were saying come over and massage my glute. Oh, I'm so embarrassed. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. I'm gonna let myself out." Right? Maybe, right? Maybe that's a little bit like, it's still creepy, right? Still creepy, just, coming into somebody's house like that. But, the guy that they're trying to present him as maybe does that, right? That's not what happened. That is not how the night went. That is not how the night proceeded. He did not have a key. They apparently live in Maine in such a small town. And you might know in small towns, supposedly, I've never lived in a place like this, but supposedly in small towns, people don't lock the door. So that was the story, is that her door was left open because the assumption would be that no one would come in. Again, I can't really relate. I'm not a small town gal.
a detail. And I think what was key to the understanding generally that all of us had was that it did genuinely appear as if Platner had been told explicitly not to come over there, understood that to be the case, broke into the home, effectively entering a home unannounced.
I think more disturbing is that she said stop and he didn't stop, right? I think more disturbing is that. And even to fucking apologize while he was R-wording her.
And which just whether it's unlocked or not is a full-blown crime. I mean, and I do think that that's part of why we need to assess this very seriously. The very definition of what Jenny has alleged here is a full-blown gross sexual assault, Class A felony in the state of Maine with a statute of limitations for 20 years. That's what she is alleging, which carries a significant prison sentence for like decades potentially in prison. And that is my understanding of how I need to evaluate what is being alleged here. I want to make that clear. Now, if I were then to submit to due process or something like that in a trial, and I saw something like that, it would significantly change, again, my understanding of how the event were to begin. This does not in any way say that she is lying about what then transcribed. Also, we should not take away agency from Platner, who is wasted out of his mind, 5 years ago, mind, not 20 years ago, 5 years ago, absolutely blacked out drunk, and then clearly in a position where he had been in several of these types of encounters, which have been described from Lindsay Fifield to others, women or ex-girlfriends who have talked to the media. He put himself and had terrible judgment, terrible behavior, and put himself in a situation where something like this could happen, which was obviously very traumatizing to Jenny herself in terms of her understanding the Facebook messages about consensually careless. That's why I think...
Oh, yeah, I thought that too, Katie Joy. Are we supposed to believe that it's out of the question that the guy who Ryan essentially admits drove drunk to her house is above texting while driving? Probably not. Probably not. Good catch.
Media story, because I think that the irresponsibility of not reporting that led to an understanding of how the event transpired, which is not fulsome with the general reality. And maybe it seems like you and I are splitting hairs, but the reason why I think it's really important, and when you learn this, it really struck me, is it really reminded me of how a lot of the Me Too cases in 2017 and 2018 transpired, in which it was very obvious it was purely
what is going on?
Word of one person. You could have controversy.
Oh my God!
Obviously.
Oh my God! Sagar is using this as a venue, as a platform, as a vector to kind of like push back against Me Too, and to like look. Michael Tracy would be proud. All right, that's all I have to say. Why can't I scroll up with this? Oh my God, chat! I'm trying to put your messages on screen. I think somebody did a member chat. I mean, that's the closest. I don't know what. Okay, shit is fucked up. Shit is fucked up. I'm gonna have to try to fix this.
It was a complicated encounter or something where, look, there's genuine, misunderstanding or, a different takeaway, and in which people's lives got totally ruined. And I do think that in this case, like with Platner, look, it looks like he's on the track to resign. And when he does, from what we know about his finances, if his rich parents don't bail him out, he has no money. And he will be branded, let's call it what it is, a rapist for all time. And that is kind of what we're talking about, beyond the political implications, but the character of the person. I don't think he has particularly good character, personally, in terms of the way that he's acted here. But, politics is not a character context. Were this really then, if it was, it wouldn't be good.
Yeah. It wouldn't. We wouldn't have Trump as president.
Yeah, I say all of this only to say that the way that CNN did not follow up that question and Politico did not include that detail, that is willful in trying to craft a narrative. That's not what we're supposed to do.
Right.
That's why, and that's part of why I appreciate the show. We talk back and forth. We add different context, detail, understanding, and for them, by printing it the way they did. I mean, as a journalist, I think the ultimate job is to always include as much understanding of an event as possible, especially one which is something like this. Jenny is alleging a full-blown felony, punishable by a decade or plus or whatever in prison. That merits a serious understanding of how we're gonna put in all the detail as much as possible, as if then we're go to trial, since they knew the direct implications of their story at the time that they wrote it. Yeah. They knew exactly the how it would unfold.
And what's so interesting is that, like we were saying earlier, credit to Jenny for volunteering this information.
I totally agree.
Perhaps she thought that maybe Platner still had the text messages, but either way, she
did not hide anything.
She did not hide this at all. It is the media that decided that this was not a relevant detail to share. And like you said, none of what we're saying here is intended to say, oh, well, everything afterwards is justified. No, of course not. The question is it a relevant detail that should have been shared with readers so that as they are analyzing how they feel about the situation, they can take it all into context?
Exactly.
Does it give you any clues into how Graham Platner was interpreting whether or not there was consent, whether or not he was invited over? Politico affirmatively wrote in its...
Look, when we look at what they're adding, right, what they're highlighting, right, to me, this is not plausible deniability, all right? And they've even kind of confirmed that, haven't they, in saying there's nothing wrong that, Rasico did. Rasico's not trying to twist anything or covering anything up. We're not finding information that Rasico was not forthcoming with details. Rasico was forthcoming, but it's the goddamn media that has it in for Platner, and they're just going to be like, well, the glute massage might make some people, it might make Platnerites, it might give Platnerites something to hold on to. Our guy, he was just going over to try to give a glute massage to a friend in need, and he's getting accused of rape. Maybe all he did was massage those glutes really good. And you're going to call this man a rapist? I'm sorry. I kind of, it's a conundrum, right? I don't know how I would handle this as a journalist, but I do see a way in which, including a detail which kind of points to something but doesn't really change the fundamental matter. I could kind of see why that might be something, that they'd want to leave out. But then again, unlike Breaking Point's chat, these media outlets, these mainstream media outlets are not, they're not farming the fucking Platnerite audience. So, Ryan's got to do it a little different.
Article that he was uninvited.
Right.
You could say he was disinvited by the subsequent text messages. Yes. Uninvited is false.
Yeah.
It is just flat out false. There
what?
Was no invitation.
I'm sorry, what? I'm sorry, do we have to rewind that? I'm sorry, I'm going to take forever to get through this chat. We are 14 points away from adding an hour. Maybe that'll, maybe I'll have more time.
Invited over. Politico affirmatively wrote in its article that he was uninvited.
Right.
You could say he was disinvited by the subsequent text message.
If I text you, chat, and I say I'm going out to dinner at I'm trying to think of a place from Seattle. What the fuck? What, Lost Lake? Yeah, there we go. I don't know if it's still open, but I'm going out to grab a bike at Lost Lake, right? I didn't invite you to dinner. I hope you all know that, right? All I said was I'm going to Lost Lake. You want to follow up and say, oh, hey, you want some company? Could I come? I'm in the area. I would like to get some, greasy hash browns as well, and some non-gluten, maybe a non-gluten veggie burger or something like that, right? At Lost Lake. It's not, that's fine, right? And I might say, yeah, I actually would like some company. Or I might say, no, actually, I just wanted to go and have get a coffee and a waffle, and I was just going to be out of there. There's no point in coming, right? But just understand that saying I'm going to do something or I need something is not an invitation, right? If Graham Platner took this as an invitation, he's overinterpreting what she said. And Ryan, taking that to say he was not uninvited. He was not uninvited. And putting us in the head of a drunken Graham Platner of oh no, maybe you see that text and you're saying, oh, she says come on over, right? I don't fucking care. She didn't invite him over. We don't have anything in. Oh my God, this is pissing me off. Let's get through this though.
Yes. Uninvited is false.
Yeah.
It is just.
I don't agree.
Yeah. And that is the key, and that adds even more to this interview, which never thought I would say this. A decent job of questioning here of Mika Brzezinski and Adam Wren, who's one of the reporters.
Real quick before we get to
go
that.
ahead.
So I asked Jake Tapper if he's aware, if he knew.
Yeah.
I asked, why didn't you do a follow-up on that? But more importantly, did you ask her off camera? Did you know that she had said, I need my glute massaged in the text message, that was the thing that he, quote unquote, mistook as an invitation? He did not respond.
Okay.
I asked Politico for comment.
Yeah.
They are saying that.
Look, I gotta say this, Ryan, if you don't realize this makes you sound creepy as fuck, okay? This makes you, Ryan Grimm, sound creepy as fuck. Not this makes you sound like a Platnerite, or like I said, like you're farming Platnerites. This makes you, like your interpretation of that as an invitation makes you sound creepy as fuck. Good job.
That they're working on a response. When that response comes in, we'll put it in the newsletter and we'll put it in the notes underneath here. If it comes in before we finish taping the program, we'll put it up. But anyway, you were saying with me.
What was Jake Tapper thinking? What was freaking Jake Tapper thinking about with Ryan Grimm being like, did you know about the glute massage? What about the glute massage? What about the glute massage? There was a glute massage. Oh my God.
Pressing Adam Wren, one of the reporters who was on this story. Let's take a listen.
What aspects of this story brought it to the level of publishable?
Yeah, you're correct here, Mika. There is no police report in this case. We spent a lot of time talking to Jenny, asking her for corroborating evidence. She shared that she had confided into a number of people, including her therapist, in almost real time. And we reviewed email exchanges between she and her therapist, referring to what she called this sexual assault, and her therapist sort of acknowledging that this had happened to her. We talked to people who she confided in the months after this happened. We asked her why she didn't file a police report, and she described sort of the insular nature of where she lives in her corner of Maine that she shares with Graham.
Yeah, Chenter, hi, I just got here. Listen, maybe this might look, I'm just giving chatters advice. All right, if you just got here, maybe take some of this in before. I'm not going to read the rest of your response because again, you did just get here, right? So your takeaway from this is excusable, whatever it ends up being. But yeah, we just got Ryan saying that he is. That Graham Platner was not uninvited based on her saying, I need a glute massage, and him interpreting that as, I need you to come over here and massage my glute, right? And obviously he was thinking if we're taking that as, his internal reasoning, he's interpreting it as more than a glute massage.
Platner, and she.
But yeah, I don't want to misinterpret any chatters or chastise them based on maybe not hearing the first part of this, right?
Debated sort of how to handle this, and we found ultimately the number of corroborating pieces of evidence to support her story in a way that we could report it.
So what are some of those corroborating pieces of evidence? So you've got conversations with her therapist and people who she confided in. Any conversations with Graham Platner at the time of it where she said, because apparently as part of this story, she says she even confirmed to him that this was not consent. Do you have that? What do you have that actually connects this literal?
Oh my God, everyone in chat thinks I meant them. I wanted to, give
Graham Platner to raping this victim.
Yeah, she reached out to him the day after via Instagram, and essentially, told him that she didn't want to hear from him again. She told him that morning as well, and we looked at messages that she had sent to others in the months after this happened through social media.
But you were able to see those DMs?
She tried to recover those DMs. We did not. We were not able to review those DMs, but she described them to us. We also, long before he was a public,
So yeah, here's my prediction. They're gonna take the DMs. Why were the DMs deleted? You know, they're gonna take the question her memory, question her account of what was in the DMs, question the. We've already seen like Michael Tracy, and I think TYT too. Kind of question, why are these people anonymized? Why don't we have the therapist on the record, right? They're doing the Pixelgate thing, chat. They're trying to find a pixel out of place and be like, aha, this void is a liar. This Vmoid is lying. Her testimony, what she says is undermined by the fact that, oh my God, chat, we're reliving Pixelgate.
Candidate, we saw her essentially explain to others that he was, quote, in her words, consensually careless.
So I do think that interview is important because, cut me off if I'm sharing too much, but when you share.
Yeah, I mean, I should probably say I was talking to Chenter just because I feel like I set off a cascade of everyone in chat thinking I was talking about them. No, I was talking with Chenter over here on YouTube chat. What I'm saying is that whatever he said makes no actual difference. So I'm going to make sure to read that so that, people know that you're not, that they don't interpret you as saying something that you didn't say. It was the Ryan Grimm is right part that had me worried because Ryan Grimm's just said some, kind of fuck shit. And I didn't want anybody to interpret you as, you know what I mean? There's a lot of things that Ryan Grimm has said, right? Some of them not objectionable, some of them, fairly, like, I think he's farming. I think he's farming the Platnerites, the dead enders, the people that want to believe that like Platner got dealt a raw deal. I don't think that Ryan necessarily thinks this himself. I would not categorize him with like Anna Kasparian and Cenk Uygur. The Young Turks right now are just fucking unhinged on this shit. But yeah, the whole thing of him saying that, he was not uninvited. No bullshit, Ryan. I mean, again, we haven't seen the text. We don't know for sure, but based on, you cannot take like, she said glute massage as like, so he was invited, right? He might've felt invited, but that doesn't matter.
Before the story came out, one of the key details where I was like, wow, this is devastating, is you told me the therapist verified her comments. And that didn't happen. Right. That wasn't in the story. Right. That's pretty. That was important.
That was the rumor.
That was the rumor that was going around, was that the therapist could verify that at a time.
Sucker throwing Ryan under the bus.
She could verify her allegation, and that's not what happened. And they reviewed emails between her telling the therapist.
I think when we're saying like verified, they're not saying that the therapist had like evidence or something, right? They're saying that the therapist had verified that Jenny Rasico said this, right, to the therapist. So we have Jenny Rasico saying, I said this to the therapist. The therapist did not go on record confirming that. That's the detail that I believe Michael Tracy and maybe TYT are trying to, hang their hats on.
It happened
in
later
June.
On in June,
June of this year.
In June of this year,
after she started working with Shane.
They did talk to a friend, ex-boyfriend, who backed up her story. So that that's there, and the Facebook message is there too. But I don't know. I mean, the therapist detail was kind of important.
And I can read from the Politico article. Yeah. So this is the Politico describing the therapist. Rasico showed Politico recent emails with her therapist. They say recent. My understanding is that this was June, weeks ago, in which Rasico explained she was talking to the media about her relationship with Platner and the essay.
Does it matter that he was invited, is raped like a vampire? You see what they're doing here, right? They're not, attacking Rasico. They're not disputing her statements, but they're trying to add just enough details into the situation to allow the Platnerites that really want to craft a version of the story, a possible version of the story that lets him off the hook. That's the fire that they're playing with here. And it looks like, from what I'm seeing on Twitter, maybe Ryan has gotten burned by that fire, even though, like I said, he's not, over skis the way that TYT is.
/R, using an abbreviation for. In the message, Razakot was not ready to go public and was seeking help corroborating her account in conversations she was having with reporters on condition of anonymity. Her therapist responded that Razakot shouldn't have to speak publicly about a traumatic incident in order to be believed without referencing details of any particular incident. The therapist, who Politico agreed not to name at her request, declined to comment when reached on Monday. So if you hear Adam Wren from Politico discussing it, the therapist confirmed that they discussed
That's
this.
not what they wrote.
But they should have written that in their article
Exactly.
then.
So he is saying something which did not appear in their story, which is why I think, again, this is where the rumor mill actually got past what was written. Because when I read that, and I'm assuming the editors, something like this, you go through with a fine-tooth comb, because your ass is getting sued if you get a single detail wrong.
So she wrote basically, do you remember me sharing these details with you? And the therapist wrote back with a general comment on how women should be believed and she should be believed and she should be applauded for her
that's
courage.
not the same thing.
That's not confirming.
That's not the same thing.
And they don't report it in their article as confirming, but then they say in interviews that they did, which is, again, we're in an era where people are losing trust in media, and what are we doing?
That's why I finally want to do D5. Let's do D5 here and put it up here on the screen. This is from Lindsay Fifield, who you'll recall, she was the conservative activist who originally was one of the people named in the New York Times story. And I actually think it's very worth reading what she says here. She says, I actually understand why Democratic leaders didn't take our stories seriously when the Times reported them in June, but are taking them seriously now. It was by design. The line most shared from my piece was the claim that Times could, quote, not corroborate my story, despite talking to 2 of my friends. I gave them contact information for 5 friends. They called the 2 who I clarified not to know about the abuse, but they would be able to affirm our relationship, timeline, events, etc. They simply did not call the other 3. I also gave the names of all my former roommates who remembered him stalking our row house, which was 5 row houses down from his, and waiting for me to return. I gave them screenshots of messages between these roommates and I discussing it. I gave them the names of other men I dated who might have remembered him following us around the hills, showing up on my stoop where we walked home from dates to confront us. I gave them emails to my landlord urgently ending my lease and moving to an apartment across town, and diary entries talking about it, all time marked. I told them during premarital counseling I'd spoken to my ex-fiance about the abuse because I had to explain to him why I reacted with terror anytime he lost his temper. They said, oh no, we don't need to bother him or my priest. Besides, I had written about it in my diary. As the weeks dragged on, I stopped trying to give them evidence because the amount I'd already given them seemed to overwhelm them, and I thought it meant that they had clearly more enough to verify my every claim. My friends might not have known the details, but they affirmed that yes, I had told them he was abusive. Besides, they assured my part in the reporting would be small. I thought my details would only serve to affirm Jenny and the other anonymous woman. Jenny and I, having never met or spoken, both shared with these reporters terrifyingly similar details of intimate partner violence, coercive control, and cycles of abuse. The third unnamed woman did as well, but tell me again how they could not corroborate. So there are 2 things that actually happen here. Is it's very clear they told her she would be a small part of the story. She ends up being, in my opinion, the flagship part of the story, right? Similarly, she actually did provide them a decent amount of evidence. And this is speculation on my part, if by telling her that she's going to be a small part of the story, they probably did the same thing to Jenny. And Jenny is her entire reason for coming forward with this allegation now, is that she says she was furious at the way the reaction happened to the New York Times story, which elevated Lindsay Fifield's allegation and the dismissal generally of her because of her previous role as a conservative activist. Right. And so the spiral here is that if the Times had just done its job, if they had reported what she says here, by the way, Jenny also says, I told the Times all of this off the record. And if they had gotten her to expound on that.
And get her on the record,
and properly get her on the record and put all of this in a fulsome story, this could have all been done before the primary. And then none of this would be happening in some weird, extra democratic way where he's got to drop out and then they're going to have to put him in. This could happen before the primary, right? And the voters would have had the information, new candidates, Troy or whatever, could have declared. People would have actually had a chance to vote. And so I think that the 2 primary villains here, New York Times for the way they handled this, and then CNN and Politico. All three of those. Because they did not present.
And Graham for being a dog.
Well, oh yeah, right.
Yeah.
So, you know.
Oh,
When I say primary villain, I'm talking.
I'm sorry. Like, look, I know you're not trying to say this, but like sometimes guys are like, you dog, you were trying to look in the women's changing room, weren't you? You dog. I don't know. Just the way that he's saying it, is like the worst thing. And especially considering that he is, we'll take a look and see, you know, how he's getting cooked on Twitter right now. I don't think that's Ryan, you know, trying to minimize it or anything, but yeah, it fucking sounds like it. God damn.
Talking about the process. I'm not.
Right. Yes,
Graham
I know.
Yeah, Graham. I mean, again, I said it before in our previous block. Take it as a lesson, guys. Clean living will get you a clean life.
Sagar, you like they're in a fucking wait. You know, he's like, but these other guys that are religious, they're doing clean living. You could say what you will about Islam, and I already have, but clean living is clean living. I don't know if Sagar already has, but. God damn. Okay. This is freaking me out here, chat. This is freaking me out. I am trying to fix the throne integration. I don't know what's going on. There's apparently a way to hook it up to Twitch. Maybe that's what I should do instead of messing around with there is a way to do an overlay. I'm looking display GIFs live on stream. I probably need to do that. Is that where it? Anyway,
If you want to run for office, you know, you shouldn't be acting like this. And that's final thing. I said it yesterday. That's why I think he's loathsome.
Okay, here it is.
He told people nothing else is coming. And you were rolling around like this 4 or 5 years ago, maybe even 10, 15 years ago, like Lindsay Fifield says.
There could be more that we don't know about.
There could be more that we didn't talk about. And people stuck their necks out for you. How many millions of dollars did he raise? Millions. People donated their hard-earned money to you. And you fucked them over, man. You really did. And he's got to live with that. You know, not with just what he did to these women. He betrayed all these supporters' trust.
And I don't know if he even remembers this text message exchange. And I reached out to him for comment, haven't heard back. So I don't even know. And as far as people I've talked to, like him, he may not even know about.
I see what happened. So that is the sound that it makes when somebody donates on Throne. You can see a little icon of like headphones up there, but yeah, the problem is that the okay, I just gotta move this up here. I was trying to move it out of the way, but apparently it's behind other stuff. So it's in front of the screen though. That's the important part. Yeah, it's in front of the screen. All right, so yeah, I don't know why it didn't make a sound. I'm sorry, Burple. I'm still trying to fix it.
The existence of these text messages, the glute thing, because he's
saying don't get blackout drunk. I know, but like then he's like, well, look at these out there. I don't know. He's using the like, you know, well, because they're religious, they don't do that, right? You don't have to be religious to not get blackout drunk. You don't have to be religious to not drink. I mean, you know, and you don't have to not drink to not get blackout drunk. We're just like confusing a bunch of shit and like, well, you know, if you followed a traditional lifestyle like you should be doing, whatever religion that you were born into, you should be practicing that religion. And if it was atheism, then you should be converting to a different religion because atheism isn't good enough. And you know, like, I don't know. It's just it's more fucking TradCon bullshit. TradCon does not solve fucking rape, all right? A lot of fucking rapists are TradCon. A lot of fucking rapists are religious, right? Oh my God, I'm so sorry. I'm flipping out.
Seems like he was blacked out. You know.
No, I don't dispute. No, I've got the you know, like I saw your when I looked at my email, right? I could see that you donated. I'm just wondering why it's not giving you the sound that you just heard, and also popping up some kind of so I could see that like something is popping up there.
According to Jenny, the next morning he rolled over and put his arm around her, and she's like, "What are you doing? Like, do you not remember what happened last night?" And he's like, "No." She's like, get out.
Yeah. And yeah, I mean, his handling of all of it is awful. He never responded. Allegedly, you know, according to her, he never responded.
No, here's the deal, Burple. It didn't alert me. It didn't make a noise. It didn't pop, like, I don't know, maybe somebody said it didn't pop anything up on screen. I'm just trying to fix that part so that like there's a noise. It's kind of calming. It's kind of nice. It's kind of ASMR to have that wind chime. I like having that as part of the stream. And also, yeah, you should get something, for it. Please put my 6 gifted subs to video games. Oh my God, video gaming frogs are gonna be eating good for the foreseeable future here.
To her message, being like, dude, you raped
That was a thing.
Come on.
That was a thing that he's knocked for over and over. Is this ghosting.
He ghosts these women. He's drunk. He's totally out of control, manic depressive.
And he acknowledges that even 5 years ago.
Can we please not talk about the ghosting? Fuck, but nothing that I'm concerned about with Graham Platner is that, he dated people or texted people and then just like disappeared, right? I mean, that's, ghosting is just a thing that happens. It's, I don't know. Is this like a boomer thing?
He was gradually trying.
And that's my final thing where people are like, how could you have known? And you couldn't have known. So I'm not blaming you or anybody, but,
I know it doesn't feel good to get ghosted, but again, Chad, that's the least of our concerns here, honestly.
Water and all of that. It's a type. It's an archetype, which anybody who's ever interacted with people in the military, they know well. Some people liked him for that, and I understand that, but it does come with a significant downside for anybody who, is like this. And then so, look, if you want to be a public servant, part of that is you not only have to withstand scrutiny, but you need good character, you need good judgment. And I don't think I would have said that 5 years ago. I don't think the character and judgment, character especially, was all that important to judgment. But I've actually changed my opinion quite a bit on that.
And as Mamdani showed, if you're going to take on the man,
oh man, you got to be squeaky clean and completely no skeletons or any of that in the closet. Because you're right, if you're the man, you can have plenty of skeletons in there. They don't care. But if you're not, look, and that's not an endorsement of the way that the situation is. It is kind of unfair, considering how many disgusting cretins are here in Washington, probably who have done the exact same thing.
Yeah, the Epstein class cannot countenance such behavior.
Yeah. Great point. All right, let's get to Arizona.
Hey, if you like that video,
all right, there we go.
Hit the like button or leave a comment below. It really helps get the show to more.
We got through that. Now, let me see if, oh my God. Wait, no, there it is. Okay. Oh, I wish you could right click and open a new tab. These things, we're going to have to do them one after another. You got the Anna Kasparian backlash. We got the Ryan Grimm accuses. Okay, so this is the AI. I probably shouldn't read you the AI summary because they usually suck. Well, there's Anna Kasparian. I'm sorry. What is the Twitter thing on this? Debate erupts over Politico's omission of Jenny. Oh my God. Okay, so Ryan Grimm accuses Politico of deliberately omitting a detail from their sexual assault article in which Jenny Rasico texted Graham Platner that she quote unquote needed a glute massage. Anyway, they're feeding the fucking the Platner frogs. That's what they're doing. All right, I try to only feed the gaming frogs. And I don't always, keep them, you haven't always kept them well fed. Here's his tweet from 12 hours ago. Politico knew at the time of publication precisely what Jenny Rasico texted to Graham Platner, but deliberately omitted it from their article. Again, because this is I don't think this is an important detail. I think this is a detail that all it does is like lend credence to the the people that are saying that he's trying to do this is for good journalism, right? We got to get everything right, whether it does or doesn't affect the story. Yeah, this does affect the story, and it affects the story in a way that like harms the victim by like implying that this is he was answering the call for a friend in need or a lover in need. Just trying to be a good guy and give a glute massage. And then Ryan just saying, look, what if he just came over and the first thing he did is he grabbed her glute? Like, I don't know if that makes it any better, Ryan. So you can see he's getting some pushback here. I don't know who this is. Matthews Chapman. Here comes the victim blaming. Yes, I think Politico should have included this detail, but it makes Platner's action look worse, not better. Basically, she texted him. Then when he drunkenly misread her text as a sexual invitation, she told him not to come over. Ryan responds, how is it victim blaming? If you agree with that Politico should have included this detail, that's the only point. That's the that is not the only point in on that you brought up on Breaking Points, though, Ryan. That they had the information and withheld it. That's what's wrong. Yeah, see, and saying this is acting like, there's more to the story. There's more to the story, but the mainstream media won't tell you because they hate Graham Platner and they hate you, and they've got it in like, oh my God, dude. Obviously, no text message justifies sexual assault, so Politico should have included it since they had it. It's a major story. I'm curious what Politico's response is going to be. What Ryan Grimm and Dropside News are doing right now is journalistic equivalent of her skirt was too short and she asked for it. It's morally repugnant and they should issue an apology immediately. Replying to Ryan Grimm, nasty work, trying to pretend that this is media criticism when everyone can see what they're doing here. And again, this is what Emma is sort of defending Ryan on this. That's the is it him? He's responding to that's Cheyenne Hunt. That is oh my God, I'm trying to remember what's the organization that Cheyenne Hunt is. Lawyer, organization, and activist. I fight for justice, democracy, and human rights in the courtrooms, Capitol Hill, and on TV. She's Reckoning. This is what it is. It's a Reckoning Action. When did she put this out? 4 hours ago. Okay, Cheyenne Hunt statement on Graham Platner dropping out of the Senate today after Graham Platner dropped out of the Maine Senate. Cheyenne Hunt, executive director of Reckoning Action, which is kind of a Me Too supporting organization, from my understanding, released. He's fighting against misogyny in politics, I think, is their mission statement. Released the following statement: I'm relieved that Graham Platner has finally withdrawn and allowed the democratic process to move forward. But Maine voters should never have to been put in this position to begin with. His rise was universal failure that requires far too many people to ignore the glaring red flags and accept his rampant misogyny and pattern of abuse as an appropriate trade-off for a golden boy progressive candidate. Today, I'm proud of my party drawing the line. It's hard to be proud of the Democratic Party, but, okay. Proud of them for drawing the line on Platner, I guess is what she's saying. Putting our values above political outcomes. Now the hard work begins to put forth a candidate that can defeat Susan Collins and ensure we send a champion for women to the Senate this November. I know many have rightfully been left feeling betrayed and heartbroken by these events. Many had faith in this candidate would bring about change. So many of us have been demanding. The truth is, Graham Platner was never the movement. He was just a mouthpiece. The fight is as alive and vibrant as ever. It will outlast Platner, his replacement, and any other candidate and any other race nationwide. Change comes from the people, not the name on the ballot. And as all of us must remain committed to bringing forth ideas, beliefs, policies that these candidates campaign on. Platner's downfall wasn't the first, it will be the last. What happened in Maine should serve as a clear message. The days of women being sacrificed at the altar of our elections are over. Reckoning Action was founded in May to confront misogyny and gender bias in American public life. It's in its structural forms, its cultural expressions, and in the institutions of power that enforce the subjugation of women. Learn more at reckoningaction.org. Okay, so that is a little bit about her organization, who she is. Before I show you, what she says, what Ryan Grimm and Dropsite News are doing right now is a journalistic equivalent of her skirt was too short. And she asked for it. It's morally repugnant, and they should issue an apology immediately. Ryan Grimm's response: as we said in our segment, Jenny deserves extraordinary amount of credit for being as fulsome. Why is he using Sagar's word, chat? Why is he using Sagar's word? Remember, Sagar said fulsome like at least 2 times, if not 3 times, on here. The only use of this word I can remember, and usually I have a pretty good command. I have a pretty expansive vocabulary, pretty good command of the English language. But I've only heard of fulsome prison blues, Fulsome is an adjective with two main, often conflicting definitions. Okay. Excessive and insincerely complimentary, or fully abundant and copious. That's what the second one is what Sagar meant, and what Ryan is trying to say. He's picking up vocabulary from Sagar. This is what I'm talking about. The breaking points blob. Look, they're not beating the polycule allegations. That's all I'm saying. If I saw the four of them walking into a Waffle House at 2:00 in the morning, I would go ahead and serve them their order and stuff, but I would not let them hang out. I don't want to overhear the conversation of this polycule, because it's cringe. While historically meaning plentiful, is most commonly used today to describe praise that is overdone. So usually what it means is like glazing, right? Your fulsome description of streamer Hassan Piker would be, saying, you're overly complimentary, excessively, insincerely complimentary, right? But I believe what Sagar's using it for is fully abundant and copious. It's kind of an antiquated meaning of this, or like a less common meaning in this day and age. But yeah, Ryan picked it up. Amount of credit for being as fulsome, so thorough is what they could have said. Thorough, right? Again, I don't know what the fucking point of using, like, you could say thorough. I don't know what the point anyway. It pays to enrich your word power, I guess, Ryan. It's not just for DGG anymore. As fulsome and transparent with the media as she was, she told them the full story of why Platner misinterpreted. So he's reinforcing, I'm not attacking Rasico, I am attacking Politico. All right, that's his point. Politico and CNN chose to admit, which is a severe breach of journalistic ethics. It does not. We need ethics in political journalism, I guess. Does not excuse anything that happened after that. Obviously, he has got to know that he is playing to the Platnerite crowd. He has got to know, and I think it's intentional. They are farming Platnerites. They are farming, dead enders here, right? They're giving like a glimmer of hope, a glimmer of something to. Because even if he doesn't say that this changes the interpretation of the story, this changes how this reflects on Graham Platner, he knows that other people are going to use it to it. He knows that's why people are clicking on his fucking title. That's why the title was written like this, right? Exclusive Platner assault story left out a key detail, right? I know to him, it's like the key is like Politico fucked up, right? But again, you're making money off of some pretty scummy people, Ryan, or some people that need to fucking get over Platner. God's sake. Jenny was honest, Politico and CNN were not. All right, that's his response. So you can see what's going on. It's not going great for Ryan Grimm, but obviously I don't think he's in the place. If you want to see who is really in, oh my God, Sarah Longwell. Okay, that doesn't help. Sarah Longwell criticizes Ryan Grimm. Okay, shocking. Just check the story. They also did. Okay, so some people agreeing here. Also, not agreeing at all. I spoke too soon. It's a shit post here. Shocking. Just check the story, and they also did include what was she wearing, if she had any strange fetishes, or how many sexual partners that she had. He is getting kind of lambasted here. There's a word for you to put in your dictionary. If you are, I'm sorry, I don't think, I'm sorry, you can't go over the fulsome nature of this coverage. If you are somebody who is only now discovering what kind of person Ryan Grimm is, I beseech you, goddamn, I didn't realize there was Ryan Grimm haters out there. Because my experience, chat, is that most people, well, I mean, obviously, if you're a Zionist, you're a Ryan Grimm hater. That's what people accuse me of whenever I criticize him. You're obviously a Zionist, right? But in terms of other kind of people, I don't see a lot of hate for Ryan Grimm, and I assume that's just because people focus on Ryan Grimm's major impact is as a journalist, not as a commentator. As big as and as successful as Breaking Points is, it's not as influential, let's just say, as Dropsite is. I always say that he does good work there. If you're not discovering the kind of person Ryan Grimm is, I beseech you to reflect on whether stuff you've heard him. Oh no, is this a Zionist? Is this a Zionist? Maybe. Co-host of Amberx Over. Does that say Am Israel High? Oh my God, I used to know some. I know that you read it from right to left. I remember some of the letters, but not enough to know what that Hebrew is. If you so he's trying to question Ryan on Gaza. That's great. Gaza, use this as a crowbar to go after Palestinians. Essentially, that's fucked. Heard from him on Iran or Gaza might come from this ugly, rotten, evil place. Urge you to reconsider your source of authority. Zaid Jalani, this is actually pretty bad on Politico's part. So yeah, he is getting some. Oh, here's Sean the Black. We got doing journalism. Yes, ethics in journalism, ethics and political journalism. Doing journalism ethics when your boy was accused of rape is crazy work. Yes, Neera Tanden. Yeah, see, so there are bad actors that are coming to feed from this. What is good about reaching the nadir of the scandal is that she asked for it. Men are exposing themselves. Can't believe I'm going to defend CNN, but they probably omitted that because they knew that degenerate pieces of shit. Yeah, that's kind of what I think. Would use a woman saying, I could use a massage, following by specifically saying, don't come over, as an excuse for rape. So even though Ryan's not saying this, he is feeding people that are. Ryan, you have 3 daughters. He's okay. So the overall tenor of the response to Ryan Grimm is seems to be pretty negative. And just look at the comments really quickly. See if this is Anthony Sargon here. My dog, I've never unfollowed someone this fast. God damn. Why is this? In what way is this relevant? What do you think changes with this information? Well, he's just trying to say Politico, kind of sucks, right? Is Politico, I don't know, has bias, I guess. But yeah, a bias against a rapist in this case. Men who defend, or probably, let me do the Steelman version of Ryan. He would probably say, look, Politico and other news organizations are bad actors here, showing that they got a bias against Graham Platner, although we're not supporting Platner, also shows that, he would say that this is indicative of their overall bias against pro-Palestinian candidates, over against the left flank, against progressives. That's probably how Ryan would put it. So just to give that all of its spooky, scary socialist. Are you serious? Newsflash. Consent can be taken away at any time. Even if you're in the middle of a consensual intercourse, you have the right to stop at any time. If your partner continues, then it's rape. Partner is a war criminal. You absolute scum of the earth. So yeah, there definitely are Ryan Grimm skeptics, Ryan Grimm haters, and even more so now than I think that number just like doubled or tripled or something. Anyway, I want to be done with the breaking points element of the stream for tonight. I want to also remind you that we are 14 points away. I know the time is running out quickly, right? We're 14 points away from putting an extra hour on the ticker. So if you want that extra hour, if you need that extra hour, because right now I'm looking at the agenda for tonight, and I'm trying to think what to cut, where to cut. We got Do Not Worry. That might be a good place to go next. Breaking points. We also want to make sure we get Emma in there. Emma's been on various podcasts. What is this one in the middle here? Okay, we watched that. Oh, that's Emma on Vox, I think. Emma's on Vox, Emma's on Slate. We're talking about podcasts here. Yeah, Vox and Slate. Yeah, I haven't given DNW any attention, even though they're part of this Discord, part of this discussion. Let's hit them now. Oh God, is this going to be a... Yeah, this is probably the VOD. All right, let me find exactly where we need to go in the VOD. It is 10 minutes in. See what Anthony's got to say. Friend of the VOD, Anthony Sargon. What do you have to say? Did Anthony have like a health issue recently? I'm trying to remember. I remember being worried about, obviously, I think he's out of, I think he's not currently, it doesn't look like he's in his normal place. So I'm guessing he's not in Lebanon right now. I meant to check up
and abductee patrons DG, Jade, Selena Francis, Bertram Balk, The Pigeon, Waxwolf. One second. It's hot as hell.
Is Jordan Peterson still alive, Mitch McConnell? We haven't gotten a Mitch McConnell death announcement yet, although I think it's, you know, they're being very let's just say the McConnell people are being very cagey about answering questions about yeah, I need a palate cleanser. Does this serve as a palate cleanser? I hope. I really hope it does.
It's hot in here, folks. Patrons, thank you so much. Nur and Karin will be working on the latest episode of Fantasy Board Review. This time, Morning Glory Milking Farm. Let's go.
Wait, is that a Jordan Peterson reference?
Dizzle McFizzle. Holy shit, Dizzle McFizzle starts it off with a $10 dono. Thank you so much, Dizzle. That's way too kind. That's way too generous.
It's right in the middle, right in the beginning of...
changed.
There we go.
Wrong. I'm sorry. Well, Dizzle, first of all, thanks so much for the big dono. And you don't have to apologize. I mean, a lot of people, we're gonna be talking about mainly that today, but you don't need to apologize. I think the only people that need to clarify are people that were very prominent leftist commentators who were just boosting this guy and glazing this guy for months and months and months and months, and that were just kind of ignoring other people's concerns of like, why does killing Arabs overseas not count? Why is that not disqualifying? Why is having a Nazi tattoo not disqualifying? Why did it have to get to the point of, oh, sexual harassment, that's disqualifying? Of course sexual harassment is disqualifying. Of course rape is disqualifying. Of course all of these things are unacceptable. Unacceptable. But why does it only count when the victim is a white person, essentially? You know what I mean? Because you have to think about, how do minorities feel when they read these stories about a guy boasting about killing people overseas? You know what I mean? Why would we be comfortable with that? How about a Jewish...
All right, I'm going to skip forward a little in the interest of time. Again, chat,
Emma Vigeland.
we will open up another hour if we can get 14 points further. We get that number goes up every time somebody does a super chat, super sticker. If you get yourself a membership, if you gift a membership, if you support me on throne.com/nocommentchick or patreon.com/nocommentchick, or even if you support me over on twitch.tv/nocommentchick CC, which you can do for free with a Twitch Prime sub. If you have Prime, you can do it at no cost to you. So that's what we're looking for. If we can get 14 more points, I will double essentially the time that I have left, and maybe actually have time to cover all this.
Had to say.
And again, chat, we were almost on time for the new time today. We're getting closer and closer. I think I was like 15 minutes off or something today. Yeah, and that's not where it ends either. I'm going to try to be even earlier. So sorry to the EU viewers. I know that's super early for you. I'm just trying to have more daylight hours, more waking hours for people in the US.
Say yesterday, this was after the news came out.
Takes up the mantle here. Hey everybody, I just wanted to jump on here to...
Sorry, my laptop's gonna explode. Look at this. You see this? You see this? See what's happening?
Anybody know how Anthony's doing? I thought he had like an injury or something, and I don't know what that's from. I'm guessing he's not in, he's obviously not in the place he usually streams from. He's got his laptop. It's relatable.
Against Graham.
It's going to be very relatable in 2 months.
Platner. This story is devastating. I believe the victim here. I think that Graham should drop out of the race. He has betrayed many, many supporters by not being forthright.
He's betrayed many supporters. The Nazi tattoo, that was fine, not a betrayal. The serving in the military, Blackwater, that's fine, that's okay, no problem with that. Sexual assault, which is horrible, and which definitely should be disqualifying, but he should have been disqualified a long time ago, is the point we're trying to make. This isn't any less serious than anything else, but it's funny that, like, they're so, oh my God, he did what? He did what? Killing Arabs, that's fine. He was desperate. He needed a job. Blackwater, don't be so elitist. Why are you being such an elitist fucker? Huh? He needed a job. Are you judging a veteran for not being able to find a job and for going to do a contract work for Blackwater? You fucking elitist, huh? But sexual assault? Oh my God, what? He did what? You know, the Nazi tattoo, it's fine. Oh, it's just, he didn't know how many people gotten tattoos, you know? It looked cool. He didn't know. He assaulted a woman? What? A white woman? A Democratic white woman? A leftist white woman? A month ago, and it was when he was accused of sexual assault because she was a Republican. We didn't care. We laughed about it on the Majority Report. Huh? It was funny. Jokes. He assaulted a Democratic woman? Oh, no. And that's the situation in a nutshell, I guess. Far Twain says a $2 dono. It says, I think you should call into the Majority Report. You think? I don't think they'd like my call.
Wait, that's a Majority Report viewer, right? Fart Twain? Am I correct about that?
I think they'd like what I have to say about them right now.
I think that's either a Majority Report IMer or a Majority Report caller. I can't remember which one.
I don't even want to talk to them.
Right about this. I would include myself in that.
I mean, Emma was taking calls from, people with criticism yesterday, so.
I believed his campaign when they said that there was nothing new coming out. And
when he said there was nothing new coming out, they were okay with all the other shit that came out. As long as there's nothing new, all the other stuff I'm okay with. The other sexual assault allegations, I'm okay with. The Nazi tattoo, I'm okay with. The Reddit.
Yeah, I do think that MR got over their skis in terms of their support for Platner, right? That's why I think that, some kind of an apology, which Emma was working her way towards seemingly yesterday, I think some kind of apology is appropriate, right? It's one thing to say that, wow, this really sucks. This is really questionable. This guy seems like a liar. I don't like the Blackwater. I don't like the multiple tours, but, saying that like ultimately he's up against Mills. He's a better, seems like a better choice than Mills given his policies, and the same thing about Collins, right? It's one thing to say that. It's another thing to say, to say that this is the leadership, this is the future of the Democratic Party, and I think that the Majority Report kind of leaned on that, too hard. It'll be interesting to see what Sam says when he gets back. It'll be interesting to see. Again, we're going to look at Emma's appearances on Slate and Vox in just a second to see, if her take on this is hopefully like evolving a little bit. And it's a different thing altogether. Now, I haven't seen this, right? But to be like or I can't place where this occurred, right? But people have said that MR was, attacking people that were skeptical of Graham Platner. Now that's, that's a whole nother level. The
post I'm okay with. The Abu Ghraib I'm okay with. The Blackwater stuff I'm okay with. The alcoholism I'm okay with. And you said there would be no more. So Emma's the victim here. She was promised there would be no more allegations, but they lied to Emma. She was lied to. You said there was no more, but you did one more.
And it looks like an awful, awful accusation, an incredible one has come out. Now, this movement has never been about one individual. Any candidate that takes up the mantle.
You would think it was. The way you guys were glazing Graham Platner, you definitely made it seem like it was about the individual. And people kept telling you, this individual is troubled. We're okay with the ideals. We want Medicare for all. We want to end the war in Gaza. We want to defund Israel. But you guys were defending the guy. You guys spent your time defending the fucking man and making every single excuse under the sun to excuse his fucking horrible behavior. You made it about the man. You never made it about the issues. Hey, this guy's fucking problematic. Let's keep what he represents, but let's just replace him with someone less problematic. No. You insisted on defending him. Month after month after month. Going as far as making fun of his accusers and laughing about it on fucking on your live stream.
Okay, so I'm just looking at the chat. Anthony's receiving some pushback from the chat.
Shit, I've been doing this for a year. I'm not fucking dumb enough to do that.
Here should share Graham's belief or the campaign's belief in ending complicity in the genocide in Gaza, Medicare for all, taxing billionaires, and more. But obviously, this is
not overwhelmingly, right? I think most of Anthony's audience is with him, but yeah, there's some degree of pushback.
Devastating development, and we'll be talking about it more on the Majority Report.
Yeah, devastating development. And I do kind of want to see what I forgot. I closed the Majority Report link. I do want to hear. Do they have chapters on the Majority Report? Do they do like what I do? Are they great live streamers?
Chat, we could use some timestamps in our on our VODs as well.
And do they provide you guys?
What is this? The New York Times journalist who wrote this hit piece and a number of other hit pieces.
1 second, stop talking. Majority report. I want to see what Emma has to say now.
Wait, OnlyFacts, do you have the information on? I'm just like, it looks like he's somewhere else for now. Understandable. To be clear, wait, sorry, I'm trying to. I'm not being elitist. I'm kind of being tongue in cheek. Okay, sorry. I'm just like trying to figure out is Anthony okay right now? Because I saw there was some like health issue or something. I don't even know. I just. And it does look like he, no idea. Okay. Just trying to check and see if anybody does have info. Yeah, look, I'm not, you know, I want to give Anthony's viewpoint a chance to breathe because it feels like it's a viewpoint I haven't, we haven't seen, you know, I haven't represented for you. I haven't, you know, watched, you know, people with this, other than Sean, you know, this kind of critique.
Oh, so is that a video? Is it? Should we look? I don't think I'm gonna watch the full live stream, but look, there's a 10-minute video here, so I'm guessing they're addressing it here.
Hi, everybody. This is Greg from Peekskill.
Greg from
Oh, no,
Peekskill.
they're taking a call. No, so let's see what they said on the live stream then. Why is this not the title? Why is this not the title of the episode? Corporate PAC splurge, Virginia data center revolt with Robert Weissman. Where's the grand plan?
Yeah, so a little bit of unfamiliarity from Anthony with the Majority Report. They title their streams generally by the guests that they have on. I think that's usually where the title comes from, or sometimes the main subject that they're talking about.
Okay, the conversation about the Grand Platner allegation is at 15:17. Thank you.
And don't even like now they're gonna have to explain the fun half to Anthony.
You random
Majority
commenter.
Report. Welcome to the show, everybody.
Like it might not be in the first like the live streams that you click on, right? If you don't know this, right, are the first half of the show. And then if you scroll down to their description, there's a link to the fun half. That's like the second half of the show. And if you click on that one, that's just basic. It's the whole show, right? The fun half link includes the beginning and the ending. But yeah, I wouldn't expect people to know that necessarily.
It is Tuesday, Newsday Tuesday. Sam is out for the rest of the week, as he tends to be.
Oh no, Anthony's not watching this live.
When horrible news stories drop.
Oh, he's a damn. It's all on Emma to deal with, huh? You're dealing with this on your own?
Okay, so anyway, we watched this yesterday. I just wanted to give you a little bit of Anthony's perspective on it. You know, people are there are, you know, people, you know, mad even about the level of support that the Majority Report showed, and also, you know, I can see that, right? You know, they're, you know, they were more supportive of Platner than say somebody like Hassan. They you know, I from what I've heard, they did a little kind of backbiting on people that were skeptical, right? And yeah, they're probably, I'm guessing that there's, you know, people in the audience that were gonna want to hear more from Emma.
I'm not really questioning, honestly, his ideology at this point. I am now.
And lucky for them, Emma is in. Damn, is that 2K chat or 4K or so? Like, is that what is the new protocol? She seems more, you know, she seems to have more resolution than normal. But there we go. This is Emma appearing on the Slate podcast.
Questioning that, and now believe he's a liar and believe that he's a rapist. So, like, that's a different level, and that's something. It's a separate.
Oral Solipsis says the Majority Report did want a better candidate. It's just that no one could, develop the popularity that he had, and ultimately that shit is kind of up to the voters in Maine. That's kind of up to the, you know, the volunteers and the voters in Maine to you know bring a better to bring up a better candidate through the grassroots.
Separate question in my view, and that's what makes it disqualifying.
I don't know how you're feeling in this moment. If you go to the Majority Report subreddit, you can find comments from a few months ago basically saying we should thank Emma Vigeland vigorously because she vigorously defended Graham Platner.
Yes.
Through all of these scandals. She's a primary reason he was able to weather those scandals and continue on.
Yeah, I don't feel great. I don't feel awesome.
Okay, that's something.
Emma, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much for having me.
Okay. I'm going to start off with kind of a wild question because I really don't know what you're
Oh fuck, I keep on fucking up, chat. I'm supposed to, in between segments, I'm supposed to read you the poll. I think I read you the poll once today. 68 votes so far, 1 away from 69. And ooh, we have a change. Wait, do we oh my god. Bad Empanada on Graham Platner still in first place. That's the first thing that I'll watch right now. If we get to our fun half, right? If we can, we're 14 points away from adding another hour. We are 114 points away from adding another 2 hours. And, I'm gonna need some extra time today if we're gonna get to the bonus content at all. In general, that only happens when I get over 100. But yeah, Bad Empanada on Graham Platner in first place at 31%, a tie for second between Adam Friedland, Team USA eliminated, and TYT defends Graham Platner. They are both 5 points behind. So make sure to get your votes in. And coming up last, the most interesting, I think, bonus content. But you're entitled to your opinion, chat. Michigan Senate debate, Saeed versus Stevens, right? That's a banger. Apparently, maybe we'll get to it sometime. Hopefully, we'll get to it sometime soon. Oh my god, I forgot to. I always vote for Adam Friedland. I mean, it's hard not to, right? He has a face that. What am I trying to say? I was about to say he's got a face that only a mother could love. That's not what I meant, though. I realized what that boomer expression means. It's not what I thought it meant. Anyway, yeah, tie for second with Adam Friedland and TYT defends Graham Platner, and in last place, Saeed versus Stevens in the Michigan Senate debate. Make sure to get your votes in if you haven't already. And also know that if you have supported the stream already, or if you do in the near future, you can let me know in the chat which of these topics you want to see as bonus content, and I can actually add your donation to the topic of your choice. That's what all these plus zeros up here mean. It means that if anybody who donates does want to weigh in on that, they can, or they can weigh in favor of the chat, in favor of the voters. That's Vox Populi. If you want to, say, hey, I just want whatever's winning in the poll, that should be what wins, right? That's Vox Populi, right? Or if you want to support future gaming endeavors on this channel, Adam Friedland never stays winning. Bugs down, damn. Yeah, that's where we're at right now. Just to make sure you know that you can affect this poll with your donations if you want to. And that, again, we're 14 points away from unlocking an extra hour for today.
When was the last time you spoke with Graham Platner?
I've never spoken with Graham Platner off air, so it would be the last time we interviewed him.
When was, I know you spoke to him in August. Did you speak to him after that?
No.
Huh.
Then if that was our last interview, honestly, we conduct, many interviews in a week, so I just forget. Whenever our last interview was, that was the last time I've spoken to Graham. I've never spoken to him behind the scenes either.
Yeah. I mean, you were one of the first outlets, the Majority Report, to give him an interview back when he announced in August of 2025, and he was a fan of the Majority.
Ooh, is this going to be an adversarial interview? Now, understand my guess. I mean, I'm trying to look at the background here. My guess is that if this is I don't know. I haven't checked on Slate. Anybody want to give me the rundown on what Slate is like? I remember it being maybe to the progressive side of things slightly. Is that right? I don't think it started like that. But fair centrist compared to the Majority Report. That's my perception. I could be wrong on that. So yeah, if this is an adversarial interview, I'm guessing it might be, from that side of things. I don't know though. Let's give it a chance to cook.
Majority Report. It was actually this very funny interview where you were you've called in from your oyster boat before. Yes. And I feel like since that interview, you've become a Platner supporter until very recently. What did you like about him?
I liked that Platner's platform was what I think a winning platform looks like in 2026 when we have immense challenges in front of us. We have incoming wealth inequality that far exceeds even the Gilded Age at this point. We are helping commit genocide in Gaza. We have tens of millions of people that are being thrown off their health care by the Trump administration. And his platform addressed those key issues. He wants to cut off arms to Israel. He supports Medicare for all. He wants to tax billionaires and redistribute wealth so that people can live their lives in a way that is dignified and that they can have some sort of stability. That's what the platform was about.
But outside of the platform, there were so many things for so long sort of dripping out. And you sort of, you stood by Platner through a lot.
Yes.
Like, what was it? These allegations came out in Politico this week. They basically allege sexual assault on a previous girlfriend. What made these allegations different to you?
Forcible rape and sexual assault. I mean, prior to this allegation, the New York Times piece spoke about unsettling behavior, and the worst of the accusation in that piece was about aggressive grabbing and excessive drinking. And a lot of what I read in that piece sounded like the symptoms of PTSD that he had described. And I felt that it's important that the left is an open space for veterans who've experienced that kind of trauma so that they can have some sort of redemption arc. And I bought into that narrative, especially because I also think that when you're running candidates that aren't, say, like McKinsey consultants that have been trying to run for president their entire life and have this squeaky clean record, in the modern era with the internet history that we all have, there's going to be stuff that comes up like this. I mean, Daria Lisa Avila Chevalier, there's no comparison in terms of, obviously, the allegations that have come out now. But in New York 13, she had some tweets that she had to apologize for and said that they went too far and that she regrets. This is going to be a hallmark of modern campaigns. So,
well, a lot of people are really disturbed by Daria Lisa, too. Like, she talked about stuff like being against interracial marriage and, you know, I forget exactly what she said about Kamala Harris, but
she said F Kamala Harris because Kamala Harris had said, do not come to people at the border. And I mean, I think Daria Lisa has every right to express that opinion because, frankly, the Biden administration's border policy is not in line with a leftist humanist vision. They ran to the right on that issue, and Kamala Harris did as well. So I agree with the substance of her criticisms.
But she seemed like a loose cannon to some people. I think that's the criticism.
She apologized for that as
okay. So yeah, correct. Chat. Oh my God, my intuition is so good. Yeah, these are you know, people. What about Daria Lisa being a loose cannon? What about all the crazy? What about her supporting Vladimir Putin and his in his conquest of Ukraine? Right? It's gonna be shit like that, right? That's what we're gonna hear. I'm guessing, right? That's what we're getting at least so far.
Posts. And those posts, by the way, were very old. And so it was believable, in my view, that he could have changed his political viewpoints on that, on a lot of what he had said, including some racially insensitive things that he had said on Reddit, etc. So I bought into the apology. I think that it's important that we give people an opportunity to redeem themselves and apologize if they see the past error of their ways until it gets into something like forcible rape and sexual assault. As soon as I read the piece in Politico, I knew that he had to drop out of the race. And I believed the woman immediately. I mean, the details were lurid and the corroboration was very well sourced by Politico.
Yeah, this woman, Jenny Rasico, we should just sort of outline exactly what she says. Like, she says she and Platner were in this on-again, off-again relationship for years. And one night he came to her home, very, very drunk, blackout drunk, she says, had non-consensual sex with her, didn't remember it the next day. And, you know, this was the end of their relationship. And then she has these receipts. She has, you know, emails with a therapist where she characterizes what happened as sexual assault. She has people she told, a boyfriend she had after dating Graham Platner. So, and this is key, she believes in Graham Platner's platform and says that's why she did not say more sooner. unlike in the New York Times allegations, they really focused on allegations from one woman who had worked in conservative circles as an activist for a long time. And so I think for a lot of people, the key difference with Rasico was that she talks about a moral struggle between her beliefs and what she says happened to her.
Yes, and the severity of her claim as well is on a different level than what was alleged previously. And so, you know, there were, as you say, there were lurid details in the piece. Like it still sends a chill down my spine when she talks about him knocking over her antique sewing kit. I mean, just as a woman, you hear certain details and you kind of understand, like, okay, I get what happened here. And so, you know, I do feel as a supporter
Okay, I got it.
of Platner's campaign. I want to emphasize this because the Bernie Sanders movement and everything that's come from it, really, I would the mainstreaming of democratic socialist ideas, and Platner was not a DSA candidate, which is maybe something we can get into if you'd like. But this kind of populist progressivism.
Whoops.
You know, it was always about not me, us. It's about the ideas. It's about what people stand for. And I had a belief that left-wing candidates and an understanding that they're going to get picked apart in many ways, especially, you know, if you're not coming from, as I was saying earlier, a squeakier clean background. And that would be something that Platner would have to withstand because of what he stood for. But it was never about him individually. It's about these ideas. It's about
Direful actually got it. Throne doesn't make it easier for you. I think I've got it fixed. When I did the trial, or when I pressed the the button that you do to test the alerts, right? It did make a sound. Sorry that you didn't get your sound, your ASMR wind chimes, Burple. I can play those again if you did not hear them earlier. But yeah, there's the Vietnam trip. It's 35% funded at this point. There's a I guess what do you call it? It's the mark of the beast, I think, is what the conservative Christians call it. But QR code, yeah, there we go. You got a QR mark of the beast there. If you want to click on that to make it easy to get to Throne. But yeah, there's the like the Vietnam trip thing that I should have put up a few days ago. I didn't realize how easy it was to do.
Cutting off arms to Israel. It's about guaranteeing health care for all. It's about taxing billionaires. And so whoever takes up the mantle here, I hope, embodies those ideals, because that's what the voters resoundingly said they wanted. And frankly, that clearing the field for a geriatric centrist didn't work out so well in terms of generating enthusiasm. So we're in a tough spot here. But the voters spoke in terms of the ideas that they want and their representation in Maine.
I guess the question for me is how much a person or a pundit or whoever is like willing to compromise to get the policies they believe in place. Like, I feel like I need to say here, like, you and I are coming from slightly different places here.
Yeah,
which is, I think
I figured that out.
but I've been like really grappling with Graham Platner's rise for months on air in my day-to-day life. Like, I can go back and look at texts. I have like friends in Maine who are politically active. And so anytime something would pop off with Graham Platner, I would text them, right? And so I was going back and looking, I was like, what was I saying? When was I saying it? What was I saying to them in my personal life, right? Your phone is kind of like your id. I went back, okay, Tuesday, October 21st, after the Nazi tattoo allegations came out. My text to this, friend is, rip to this guy. Like, I was like, he's going to have to go, right? There's a Nazi tattoo. And for me, that felt like this has to be a red line, right? And I think his response was really telling. His response was, maybe not. Janet Mills, the governor, is claiming he's too far left and a Nazi. I think this is just Mills' dirty tricks. And I think that's interesting because it reveals this thing, which is a lot of people, including Mainers, were fatigued with their Democratic leaders.
Let me just test it one more time in case. Oh, Burple, you're still in the chat. All right. So if you didn't get this earlier, here is the sound that you should have received. Right. That's the ASMR bell chime. I don't know why it didn't. Also, yeah, like this. Okay, so it does put up the. I think it works. I think it works now. I fixed it. Well, look, I wouldn't have known it was a problem if it wasn't for you saying alerting me to that.
And were sensing some pushback that was not really about the right things, honestly. So I think that's an important signal. Eventually in this thread, I got a response from this person that was like, he was being very honest, but it was like, we only seem to elect menopausal women in Maine's Democratic Party. And I was like, huh. Like, that's where I began to kind of shift in my mind, like as a person, as a woman, because it just gave me pause. I was like, is this campaign like shot through with a kind of misogyny that I need to grapple with? Right. And like, this is from a friend who I love. And I was really glad I didn't have to vote in Maine.
It's a little bit too big.
Did you see things differently? Like, did you not see those kind of like blinking warning signs?
Well, I still honestly, frankly, the tattoo thing, it seems like he was probably not forthright about when he knew about it. But again, the other members of the Marine Corps that, or his, the other people that got the tattoo didn't get it removed as well. They didn't necessarily see a problem with it. It makes total sense to me that like somebody drunken in the military.
I'm sorry, a bunch of dudes in the military, a bunch of like machine gunners in the military. That might not be the group of people to tap if you're like, do people see something wrong with this?
With a bunch of their friends and maybe doesn't know about it.
I mean, that does make sense to me, but like, if I knew I had a Nazi tattoo, I would be so ashamed. I would like scrub that thing from my body, which he eventually did. But like, as soon as I knew, I would be like, oh crap, right?
I think you can look back on that now and say, yes, perhaps there's an arrogance and a level of, narcissism that anybody that runs for public office has.
It's too small.
That it's at a different level here that he thought he could get away with anything.
This thing is huge though.
Like the tattoo part again, his Reddit history showed that he was quite left-wing, and so I did think that was a contradiction, and I was dismissive of the tattoo for that very reason. And I think the Nazi thing was a bit overplayed because of his desire to paint him as an anti-Semite because he wants to cut off arms to Israel. I am not really questioning, honestly, his ideology at this point. I am now questioning that, and now believe he's a liar, and believe that he's a rapist. So like, that's a different level, and that's it's a separate question in my view, and that's what makes it disqualifying. So I do look back on that differently, not questioning his ideology. You can have a left-wing ideology and be a bad person, and it seems like that's what Graham Platner is.
What do you wish had happened here? Like, do you wish he would have dropped out when the Nazi tattoo allegation first surfaced, and there could be like a legitimate primary here?
The tattoo, I don't think he should have dropped out. This New York Times piece, when it came out, it was so oddly written. I'm not sure if you would agree with this, because it was written in the...
Is it readable at this size, Direful?
...tone that there was a sexual assault allegation, but there was not a sexual assault allegation in the piece.
Maybe I should just put it back up here.
Is that the Times had heard about this allegation, but they were unable to corroborate.
I don't know.
And that's why the piece came off so oddly. But
it's a bit messy.
No, he knew that one of the women that was interviewed by the Times, that they didn't print it, but one of the women...
It's so rare to see Emma a bit flustered. Look, just to explain to you what's going on here, all right? This is a little bit complicated, right? Because, I mean, yeah, like I agree with her about the red flags, all right? But understanding she's also coming from a place of thinking that DAC, for instance, is too radical, is like a, what did she say, a loose cannon was how she described Chevalier. And also understand that there is probably a little bit of a beef or a resentment from outlets like Slate, which used to be very, very influential and are losing ground to outlets like the Majority Report, right? That's not, me, defending Emma's defense of Platner or anything. But just to understand like the motivations of everyone involved. Yeah, she's gonna get some really hard questions. Like Slate wants to, keep her on her feet for this one.
She had said that she had DM'd him and said it was non-consensual. That perhaps like this is where it goes back to the arrogance and the narcissism of it. you knew that she was being interviewed by the press, and then like you skated through and that didn't come through. But you then go on television and Chris Hayes and, you know, you say there's nothing coming out definitively.
When you know this woman is out there quoted in the Times piece and could say more.
That is where it is like unconscionable in my view. And so and shows a pattern of lying and narcissism and like this kind of driving desire for glory and charging ahead with a carelessness that betrayed so many supporters, so many Mainers. Like, he didn't just win this primary by a little. He won by 50 points. So he has a lot to answer for in terms of, like, a campaign infrastructure that believed in him as well. I'm not sure what they knew at this point as well.
Well, of course, like, there's a lot of attention that's focusing on this interview the Wall Street Journal did with the folks who have supported Platner and brought him to this point where they basically say, we did the cheap background check. And they imply like we did know about a few things.
Wait.
Time, and we just kind of kept it to
Anybody know where this article is? What are they talking about? Let me rewind it. An article, interview with Platner supporters.
Point where they basically say a lot of attention that's focusing on this interview the Wall Street Journal did with the folks who have supported Platner and brought him to this point where they basically say we did the cheap back review the Wall Street Journal did.
Sorry, just
with the folks who have supported Platner and brought him.
It's pretty vague who she's talking about, but I guess Wall Street Journal is what we're looking for.
Him to this point.
Is that going to be paywalled?
Where they basically say we did the cheap background check, and they imply like we did know about a few things ahead of time, and we just kind of kept it to ourselves.
Right. And that is astounding. So I did bring up DSA earlier, and I think that there are still a lot of question marks out there about, can DSA win a statewide race? Can they win a statewide race? But what is clear is that DSA has an internal vetting process and an incubation process for their candidates, where you have internal democracy, where people say, like, Claire Valdez represents our values here, Daria Lisa represents our values here, Melak Kiros represents our values here, Chris Rabb represents our values here, Zoran Mamdani represents our values here. And there's a vetting and an internal structure for left-wing candidates who are at this structural disadvantage and don't have like all of these consultants and corporate backing behind them that would do that for traditional Democratic candidates. In fact, often the National Democratic Party is actively opposing them. So you need to have some sort of structure and internal democracy, I think, in DSA to vet candidates who...
Okay, it looks like I can read part of this at least. I think this is the right one. Rushing to, that's what I found, Darful. Rushing to launch Graham Platner's Senate bid. Yep, I'm going to read the article. Unless you think that's the only thing that the first paragraph is. Well, anyway, I got the article. Rushing to launch Graham Platner's Senate bid, Dan Moraff, a progressive up-and-comer and Platner's top strategist. So this is, I guess, like a political consultant who is, fairly new to the game. I guess, progressive up-and-comer, asked a Democratic research firm to vet the political novice. A thorough background check of the Senate candidate, which has become standard practice, is key in key races, can take several weeks and cost roughly $20,000 or a monthly retainer. Moraff asked if an expedited, cheaper review expedited and cheaper review to be done within days, according to people familiar with the matter. And I guess that's all that they're going to give us, because it is paywalled after that. OnlyFacts is saying what they spent $6,250. Oh, that's a cheap vetting. That's a cheap, fast vetting.
Push for that platform while not having the baggage that Platner had, because I think there's a lesson to be learned.
And Platner wasn't DSA, so it's like a little bit different. Like he wouldn't have been through that. Yeah. And I do think when we're talking about the DSA, we need to like separate out national DSA versus local DSA.
That's important.
New York's Democratic Socialists have been successful in a way that I think nationally they haven't as much. So
because some people are, I believe, pointing to local DSAs endorsing Platner and just saying DSA endorses Platner without realizing that, like, you know, when you say DSA endorses Platner, you are meaning that the national organization endorses Platner, and I don't think that's true. Either that or maybe I got it backwards. But
I think there's I'm not sure.
I'm pretty sure that's the way it is.
Totally.
But Malak,
We got 29 minutes here, chat, although we could have 1 hour and 29 minutes if we get 14 points further on the meter right over there. We're 86 out of 100, right? We get to 100 out of 100, we get an extra hour. If we get to 200 out of 200, then we get an extra 2 hours, right? And what is this? What makes this thing? What makes the number go up? Anytime you do a super chat, super sticker, if you get yourself a membership, if you gift a membership, if you want to try out the new throne alerts and see if this works and see if the number goes up on that as well, because I just implemented that. That also makes this number go up, as does when you sign up for Patreon or if you support me on Twitch. There we go, chat.
Heroes is an example of
Hoping we can get at least another hour to stream.
somebody who just had a
Because we definitely have another what is the other one? This is Slate and Vox, and I'm guessing both of those are going to be fairly contentious. So yeah, Emma, Vigeland, whatever your opinion is of her, support of Platner and her subsequent, I don't know, I won't call it an apology, but it's some acknowledgement from Emma. You cannot say that she's not afraid to get criticized, to go in there and mix it up.
Success
in
Denver.
Colorado.
Right. And in Colorado, I will point out that Gonzalez, who just lost to Hickenlooper but gave him a real scare, she lost by 7 or 6
Yeah, we got to figure out what to do for the 300 Atlanta Dominicuba
points. She eschewed DSA to start her campaign, and she was outraised 16-1. She didn't have the name recognition to compete with Hickenlooper, and yet the anger was still so there. What if she had DSA and an internal organizing structure that could have gotten out the vote for her in that race? So, I think that leaving some of these left-wing candidates on an island and asking them to represent these ideals when there is so much institutional pushback against them is a lesson here, and why perhaps all of these red flags about Graham Platner weren't disqualifying at the outset.
It's interesting. You're saying like Graham Platner needed party infrastructure in some ways.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, like this vetting process is insane that you described earlier, that the Wall Street Journal highlighted. I mean, it in hindsight, that should have been a red flag for me.
So almost immediately after this Politico piece dropped, you could see lots of people changing their minds.
I mean, you can see, kind of why that doesn't sit well with people. You can see why that does not sit well with people, right? The vetting that they do, because look, we want to know about their background, right? But I think there's a feeling amongst the base that part of the party vetting is to keep people. The part of it is like, make sure you didn't say anything bad about Israel. Make sure you towing the party line on Taiwan, or no, I guess that doesn't, that actually doesn't figure as much. But it's the stuff that it is, people see the vetting as the gatekeeping mechanism, and we're seeing now that there's like a separation between the gatekeeping mechanism and the and the actual, what is in this guy's background, right? What that is actually of concern, like the way that he treats, his partners, and in this case, his, lack of respect for consent. That's what people want these candidates vetted for.
Hassan Piker read the Politico piece aloud to his fans in real time and was immediately like, this guy's toast. I think we should just talk about what happens now. Platner has a deadline of dropping by July 13th. The reporting right now is that he may be doing that as soon as today with a recorded video, but is definitely trying to push for whoever would replace him, right, on the ballot. He's saying, I've built this thing, I won votes, so I earned that. I think there's disagreement about whether he should be the person doing that, but okay. Do we know who's waiting in the wings?
I think Troy Jackson is the favored candidate here. Troy Jackson was endorsed by DSA in Maine for governor, and I think that's part of what the leverage that the campaign is trying to exert. And frankly, like, they won the primary, so of course they do have actual leverage in that way. Politics is a dirty game. I don't defend it, but I also understand, like, the Maine Democratic Party has failed so much, and defeating Susan Collins is so paramount that I can see why members of the campaign are like, we need somebody to at least represent this platform if we're gonna do some sort of
Dom, I think I'd have to ask Omega Star, who I'm not sure is even here today with us, because they were the one responsible for getting us to 300 or at least 261 of the way there.
Convention style thing, like what happened with Kamala Harris, that they need to get behind the platform that Mainers got behind in the Democratic primary. But what I would hope it happens, and I hope they can get their crap together soon enough, is some sort of blitz primary, because Democratic legitimacy is important. We saw this with Kamala Harris. When people haven't voted for them and there hasn't been a primary where you have Democratic input from voters.
Yeah, one in chat if you'd like to see a primary. Anybody down for this?
They have less legitimacy in the eyes of voters. So Platner has until Monday to drop out. It's
like a primary versus a convention. Wait, what did we see?
He has to. It's going to be a painful interim period. And in that interim, I'm hoping that the Maine Democratic Party can see that, selecting a candidate at a convention just isn't the right way to go. If you can manage it before that later July deadline, when a candidate and the replacement needs to be selected, I would hope
Omega Star, are you in chat? What do you think about this idea?
that they're able to cobble together some sort of single day primary where voters can vote on who.
I would think that we could probably get 14 points further, but then again,
whoever replaces Platner.
You know what I was thinking? Looking at whatever is going to happen in Maine. The one
I want to bring that tweet back.
Of this situation is that both.
Oh my God! I see.
That have been fighting for and against Graham Platner have fumbled the ball here pretty badly. Like the more centrist types who thought we'll just run a 70-something governor, Janet Mills, for Senate, they were not correct. She dropped. She was not the one, right? So, okay, that's not great. And then you've got Graham Platner supporters. And I think you could argue the folks who thought what Maine wants and needs is a street fighting dirtbag, like they should also be eating crow right now. Like, I
gotta say, as a Chapo, early backer or early listener of Chapo, I hate the way that the life that this dirtbag shit has taken on. Right, dirtbag to the extent that it was against identity politics. Right. It was against Hillary Clinton using identity politics as a fig leaf. It was against Hillary Clinton, covering up the fact that she is a shitlib, the queen of shitlibs, right? The queen of neolibs, the queen of, you're basically a Republican, trying to say, oh, but I'm a woman. And so maybe the people that are against me, they're not really against me for the issues. Maybe they're against me because I'm a woman. They don't want to see a woman. The sexist birdie bros, right? That was the kind of identity politics that Chapo was against, right? But I hate how the term dirtbag left, coined by, I believe, Amber Lee. Oh my God, am I forgetting Amber's last name? The female Chapo. Amber. I think she was the one that came up with it, and it's really morphed. It's really morphed since then. Let me grab this. Let me grab a hold of this. All right. I'm gonna give you the. I want to show you the tweet again by the Maine Democratic Party, Maine Dems. All right. So this is their current plan. Today, the Maine Democratic Party held a meeting over 100 state committee members who voted to hold a nominating convention. So that's what they're going to do. Nominating convention to choose the new nominee. And if there is a vacancy to fill, which there now is, we will announce the full timeline details of how the nomination. So we don't know a lot about this yet. We will keep the public informed and be transparent. Sure you will. There's an unprecedented. Okay. Anyway. That's what's going to happen. That's what's in the works for Maine. There's a little Chapo, or sorry, not Chapo, the opposite of Chapo, Pod Save America segment that goes into who's in the running and what they're going to be looking to do. But I don't think it gives more information than this. So let's just revisit really quickly. We got 13 likes on this tweet, chat. If we can get a few more, then it'll actually run free and run wild all over the Twitter algorithm, actually be seen rather than not be seen. So we're almost there when it comes to that. We've definitely, we got some people coming in to the thread here. But yeah, if you want to go over and support that, it's on... It is on Twitter. Let me put the link in the chat really quick. Ryan is for the broads? Okay. Like, out of context purple. No, I didn't see what else you were saying. So yeah, I'm going to put this in again. It's also in the pinned if you want to click on the pinned, or if you don't know what that means, you can click on the link that I just sent. And look at that. I'm the clips leader, chat. I got the badge for it. Please take that away from me. Please, I want somebody to beat me, to be a better clipper than me, because I'm not even trying to clip anything. But yeah, we got that going on. So yeah, anyway,
I do not think Graham Platner should pick who the nominee is. I don't think Graham Platner should have any involvement in who the nominee is. I think it'd be very politically bad for this person to go around being known as Graham Platner's hand-picked Democratic Senate candidate. The best thing he can do is to drop out.
Yeah, you don't want to be known as Graham Platner's wingman. That's for sure. That's for sure. That's for sure. Anyway, we're not watching Pod Save America. Wait, what are we watching this? What are we trying to get? But Slate. We're trying to watch Slate and Vox at least, right? Because Emma's been making tracks going on everybody's podcast to talk about this.
Well, they
Neither
voted for
side
him.
was right.
They voted for him.
Yeah, I mean, okay, but
yeah,
I think,
overwhelming.
What is this?
Like,
Well, they
neither
voted for
side
him.
was right. Who thought what Maine wants and needs is a street fighting dirtbag? Like they should also be eating crow right now. Like,
Well, they
neither
voted for
side
him.
was right.
They voted for him.
Yeah, I mean, okay, but
yeah,
I think-
overwhelmingly.
I think if both sides here could recognize they made some missteps and like be humble, like maybe they can work together to fix this thing. But I just wonder if you think there's any chance of that.
I hope so. I hope so. I think that silver lining.
Again, this is the institution asking the insurgent, the dirtbags, whatever the left flank, whatever you want to call them, the actual left, if you will, can't we work together? Can't we work together? Don't you need to say, you're sorry about the and yeah, like Emma in particular, right? Has so an evolving apology, an evolving accountability, maybe, but something seems to be happening. Maybe less so with some other people. Obviously, TYT are dirtbags in a completely apolitical sense, right? But yeah, she's trying to say, can't we just say we were both wrong? Well, I haven't heard from this side that they get why a candidate from like Graham Platner with all of his fucking baggage, why a character like Graham Platner was chosen over the governor of the state, right? Just like Chrisman said in that tweet, I don't know what, 10 years ago now, or was it Chrisman, or was I think it's Miniker. I would think it was actually Will of Chapo. Like, yeah, we can work together, but you're gonna have to bend the knee, right? We're not trying to split the party. We don't, we're not trying to purge the party. But yeah, there's got to be some acknowledgement from the centrist establishment that what they have been doing is not working and cannot continue, and doubt we'll ever hear that.
Lining right now is a little bit hard for me to see because it's such a infuriating start to the week. But that is my hope, right? And to your point, like, the Democratic Party is fractured right now. That is part of what we're seeing. Like, we are not, unfortunately, right now, a united opposition to a fascist. And I lay the blame in maybe different ways. But I think that, like, a lot of this, what we need to learn from this is finding a way to unite behind a party platform that is unifying, that can cross different states from Maine to, states, areas in the South, a platform that can fight against Donald Trump, that has popular support within the Democratic base, and that, abides by some like internal ethical rules that include like, yeah, we can't be supporting a candidate once they're credibly accused of rape. And I am encouraged to see that essentially everybody that's credible on the left is pretty much in that camp. The folks that are holding out and saying that this is some sort of smear job are really disgusting to me. But Hassan,
Yeah, that's what I've always said. There's the dirtbag left, and then there's the shite left. I always said, like, was trying to like, all right, there's the dirtbag left, and then there's the people that want that suck, and they want to cover that up. They want to use the dirtbag title as a fig leaf. Oh, that's okay that we are terrible because we're dirtbags, right? And this I would call like either the the scumbag, like the Voshes of the world, right? I would call it the scumbag left. I would call it the slime. Wait, is there other scumbag? I thought I had another word. What other kind of bags I mean, the douchebag obviously would be the one that comes to mind. What other bags are there? Scumbag left, I guess, is what I was thinking for the people that want to sort of put on the dirtbag as an affect and aren't even that left, right? Like Vosh. The shoe on head left. Oh my God, is she still trying to call her no, not slime? Slime is good. Slime actually is good.
self as well.
No, I said scumbag. Yeah, slime bag would be the other thing, right? No, slime girls are based.
As soon as we read the substance of this piece, immediately understood. Now it's time to jump ship. It's just the ideological battle is what I wish we could be foregrounding. And unfortunately, Graham Platner, due to his selfishness, has made it a different conversation.
How much are you questioning at this point? Like, I think part of the reason why folks got behind Platner is because he seemed to be able to bring new energy and
new voters
to the Democratic Party. But then there was just polling the other week that seemed to cast doubt on that whole idea. It showed Platner had way more support from college-educated Democrats than, say, like working-class Mainers. And then there was reporting that, Platner was at a fundraiser with Ro Khanna out in California, which is not a very, like, local Maine thing. That's like...
And chat, that's the narrative. That's the narrative, right? Right? The left flank is illegitimate because it's all college kids and trust fund babies somehow, gentrifiers, what have you. It was used against Jamal Bowman. This is what they used against Jamal Bowman, a black man, based on, some misbegotten notion that his supporters were white.
Going to billionaires and asking for money. So it's
I
just wonder.
But he's not taking corporate back money. At the very least, that's fundraising from individuals. But I understand. Yeah.
I just wonder if you are like reflecting more on like other stuff. Like, was it an illusion? The working class oyster farmer thing, was that actually just like a really good like magic trick?
A brand? I mean, I'm less concerned about the brand. I'm more concerned about the platform. I think there's nothing that changes in terms of like what Maine voters supported in the platform. They want an end to the genocide in Gaza. They want to tax billionaires. They want Medicare for all. They want a Green New Deal. They want to fund rural hospitals.
Well, they weren't voting for that stuff necessarily. They were voting for a guy, right? They were voting.
All right. So at the risk of taking even more time off the clock, which I don't want to do, people are asking about what are we going to do for the, like, when we hit 300, which we did earlier this week. I think the best thing to do, and the one that makes the most sense, is to add that to the time on Friday stream, right? That's going to be the stream that is not capped at 6 hours. It can go, and that's what I was worried, right? That's why I didn't just have it roll over to the next day, because then that would, put that day to 6 hours, and then like we'd just be, have like we'd be starting with 6 hours like on everything, right? I think it makes more sense to move that to the Friday stream. So I'm gonna add that extra hour. We'll start off with 5 hours. How about that for the Friday stream? That's not tomorrow, but the day after tomorrow is the Friday stream. That's going to be the gaming stream too. We will do a topic like we always do. We'll start off at 5 hours with the opportunity to blast it out to like 8 hours or something like that. I mean, there's going to be obviously a limit of how long I can stream for, especially since I'm going to be playing through a very difficult JRPG immediately after that. That's the gaming stream. We can call this Gamergate. Wait, as a scandal?
I don't agree. I think that like there's a lot of I don't necessarily think that we should characterize that in terms of
But yeah,
voters. They talk about his platform.
I'm gonna look through the count and see if I have like failed to count something or miscounted something, or there's something, you know what I mean? I'm gonna see if like somehow like I can like justify another hour. See if there's any sort of way of like angle that I can look at the math and say, yeah, that's 100. Sure.
They even say that they were willing to put aside certain parts about his personal character because he supported things that they supported. Like there's a dismissiveness about voters in the national press right now that I don't understand.
Well, it's interesting because I just got off the line with like this Maine voter, and she really did seem to have been like behind a guy. Like he was just so charismatic. I loved this guy, and it felt like she had defended him through a whole bunch of stuff. And she wasn't talking about the Green New Deal. She wasn't talking about, I mean, she liked him. That's what it was. And that was a powerful part of his appeal.
I think he did have charisma, and he was a good communicator of the very issues that Maine voters care about.
Yeah. I don't know how you're
Yeah, I checked it again, and it's exactly 86.
feeling in this moment.
With a little bit of with me even throwing in there $3 extra for Burple, because that Australian exchange rate sucks, Burple, and
because like
I feel bad.
And I don't know how much.
Yeah, basically, I don't know. Well, I mean, like if we could all collectively look for coins under the couch cushions, maybe we can put together 14 points before this 8 minutes elapses.
I want to talk about it because, like, if you go to the Majority Report
before I end stream, what feels like very early very early time for me, and do the walk of shame over to the elliptical to get some cardio in. And chat, I know what you're saying. You should get on the, you're probably saying, chat, you should get on the, what the fuck do you call it? The thing that you run on? Oh my God, why can't I think of what this is called? Why is this a difficult thing? What is the thing that you run on, chat? It's the something, conveyor belt? No, it's not called a conveyor belt. It's called something else. It's a conveyor belt, but it's treadmill. Yes, thank you. Why don't you get on the treadmill? I would get on the treadmill, but the fucking treadmill, like it's fucked. The gym that I go to, like when you step on it, when you run on it, you can feel it like shit. You can feel it slipping. Like I don't know what's wrong with it, but it feels like I'm gonna fall off. Right? It's fucked. It's absolutely. I don't know how anybody runs on that thing.
like. You can find comments from a few months ago.
No, I'm going to do the elliptical instead of the treadmill, because the elliptical at least will not make me slip. I won't be sliptical on the elliptical. Omega Star with the 5 community subs coming in to save the day. Let me just add that time right now. Let me just make that happen. All right, sub add time. Oh my God. Sub almost put 10 minutes. No, we're trying to add oh wait, it gave you some, right? So sub out time 24. Yeah, that's what I'll give you. 25. I put 25 by accident. I'll just leave it at 25. Wait, is that right? No, wait, I'm doing it wrong. Fuck me. Okay, no, sub add time here. Sub add time on 20, just 30 M, right? I forgot how this works.
At Tanadid, super chatted $10. Couch cushions shaken, coins found.
What am I trying to do? Sub add time 30 minutes to get us to, there we go. That looks like more what the time should read. And yes, I forgot how we changed it. Okay, and chat, just for anybody getting here, I have figured out what to do. We hit, I think on Monday we hit 300. I was trying to decide, like I thought, the immediate my immediate impulse was just spill over to the next day and the next day and the next day and the next day, and I realized why that wouldn't work, right? Because then we're just maxed out at 6 hours permanently. But what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to move that extra hour. We're going to start off with 5 hours on Friday, so not tomorrow, but the day after tomorrow is the Friday stream. We move this to 1:16, and then we move this to 1:26. All right, so we're actually 74 points from adding another extra hour. Thank God for people coming in at the last minute to save my bacon. I don't know, chat. Did I talk too much about? I feel like I talked too much in the beginning. It's just like sometimes chat's interesting. You know what I mean? The same way that you can't peel yourself away from a friend that you're having a conversation with, even though you know you got someplace to go. Like I couldn't peel myself away from talking to chat because I do enjoy it. It's one of my favorite things about streaming.
Oh, basically saying we should thank Emma Vigeland because she vigorously defended Graham Platner.
Yes.
Through all of these scandals.
It was vigorous.
Primary reason.
Wait, what happened? Did we go back? Did something weird happen?
Yeah, I don't feel great.
Okay, so that was the I can't have you running on conveyor belts. Look, that's what I got to do to get my exercise in. That's what I got to do now that I'm starting to feel. Hey, that's a good sign though. Like the last time I went to the gym and I think maybe even the last time I ran on the conveyor belt. What am I saying? It's not called a conveyor belt. It's called a treadmill. Yeah. Last time I ran on the treadmill was, I think, when I got sick over the winter. And I think it was just COVID. That's my best guess, is that somebody in there, you know, I was in there sweating with like 3 people at a tiny, tiny gym. And I think somebody had COVID and it got passed on to me. And maybe even my immune system really, really didn't like it. Anyway, I gotta keep us going. I gotta keep us on track because we're at 126. We're 74 away from adding another hour to today. But we're at least gonna go for another hour, and I might add you back some time for me being slow on things.
I don't feel awesome. Yeah, it's an interesting.
It's a haunted treadmill. That's what I feel like. I feel like it. Like no, but here, like I don't know. When I step on it, like there's slippage. You know what I'm saying? Like, I've run treadmill before. It's not my favorite exercise. I'm actually not a big fan of running because my dad did running and he blew out his fucking knees. He got fucking I think he got both knees replaced or something. I don't want to fuck with that. I don't want to do that. You know, I mean, he also ran on concrete. Some people say it's better if you run on grass or you run on a trail or something like that. I don't know. But yeah, that's why I'm not a big fan of treadmills in general, but I have used them before. I've even done sprints. And chat, if I tried to sprint on that treadmill, right, like hit, not constantly sprinting, obviously it's crazy to just do a constant sprint. No, I'm talking about like hit, where you you know, give yourself like what is it, like 30 seconds where you're gonna run as fast as you can, and then you give yourself you know, I don't know, 30 seconds to recover, and then you go back on, you know, like, right, the hit, high intensity interval training. Oh yes, change it to 200 as well. Yeah, chat. Let me know what the best part of Australia is, because sometime I want to visit. Sometimes I want to check out Australia. And also I got to figure out that, like, what does the visa look like for Australia? Will they let Americans in? Even I wouldn't. But yeah. Anyway, yeah. If there's something really wrong with that, and look, I don't know. I feel like my apartment place, they're kind of cheap, right? They won't flush the freaking water regularly. Like you're supposed, you know, in Thailand, you're supposed to flush your water tank, like, I don't know, every year or something. They're a little late on it this year. They decided to use that money to paint the freaking place instead. And so I doubt that they would, you know, I don't even know if I could explain to a person with like, you know, kind of limited, you know, English, like what exactly is wrong with the treadmill, or how they might go about trying to fix it.
Feel it's an interesting time,
and at least until my Thai gets better, then I can tell them exactly what's wrong with it
in my life, honestly, because New Left media used to be a lot more marginal, and we're having more of an outsized impact with very little information.
So yeah, again, just to bring us back to this, we got a hype train coming in at level 2 at 56%. There we go. And thank you also Omega Star for the 100 bits. I can't have you running on conveyor belts. That's thank you for looking out for me, especially when those conveyor belts might be haunted, right? Maybe that's what happens, is whenever I get on the treadmill, a ghost gets on. Chat, let me add, okay, sub ad time. I'm going to say I wasted 11 minutes today. There we go. Don't say I never did anything for you. All right, there's 11 free minutes to just so I could cover this exhaustively and maybe even get into some bonus content if we're lucky.
Structure. I mean, we have 4 people that work on the show on a day-to-day basis, and a lot of the time, I'm making a set.
Yeah, seriously, Australian chatters. If I ever visit, if I ever vacation, that sounds like a far off goal. In Australia, what part of Australia should I check out?
Assessments about the news myself, so I'm human and I'm going to make mistakes.
Do you feel betrayed?
I do feel absolutely betrayed. I think I said that on air as well. I felt an immense amount of betrayal right now.
But yeah, new media, right? This is the beef between Slate and Majority Report. Slate, I mean, I guess was new media 20 years ago or something like that. I don't know, maybe even more than. No, I'm mixing up with the New Republic, aren't I? The blog, yeah, 20 years ago is about right? The heyday of the blogosphere, I think, was when Slate was new media. Now, people don't really care about Slate as much. Majority Report is, and similar platforms, actually Breaking Points, although I wouldn't align that with the left as much, is more prominent these days, and so there is a little bit of a beef. There's a little bit more than just there's obviously a difference in political alignment, as this interviewer was like, what about DAC, what about Daria Lisa? Isn't she a little bit of a loose cannon? Isn't she a little bit crazy? I heard she was pro-Putin, right? It's bullshit, Chad. I actually looked into the pro-Putin allegations, and there's fucking no substance to it. I should have guessed. Right, I should have guessed. She's not a fucking Z-head, okay?
Especially because they insisted multiple times that nothing new was coming out. And as I said earlier, the fact that the campaign went, the pivot point for me, when the New York Times interviewed the woman who now is accusing Jenny, who's accusing Graham credibly of rape, when they knew that the Times had interviewed her, and they still went on air and said nothing new is coming out. That is a moment where, that's where my anger goes when I think about that moment. Especially because, I think that the Democratic Party is constantly talking about, we need to win back young men. We need to win back young men, but not in that way. Hassan Piker is so dangerous, and not in this way, Graham Platner, his old Reddit post that he's apologized for, we should cancel him forever because of that. I was very defensive of that because I don't think that we can beat fascism without those people in our coalition. We need to build the broadest possible coalition because it's existential. At the end of the day, what I want to do is defeat Susan Collins. And I thought that Platner's platform and what he stood for was the best way to do that in this environment. And that was a part of my vigorous defense about him. I don't care about his personal character for the most part until it crosses a line like this. Everybody in DC is a scumbag for the most part. It's about what you stand for and what you fight for. And
that's so dark, though, to be like, I expect nothing from these people, from a moral standpoint. I just wonder what we lose when we approach things like they're all dirtbags. No, I know, but I'm just saying, when we expect them all to be jerks,
it's the nature of it's the nature of politics. There's a narcissism that's embedded in it. And so I have that baked into the cake, especially.
I really don't want to think that being a narcissist is what makes you good at politics, but yeah, she's right. There are a lot of narcissists in the business. Same thing with streaming.
Because I'm just not under any illusions about, how many members of Congress are voting to slaughter children on a daily.
And chat, this is why you didn't hear me make a call out of Demon Mama before the Destiny stuff even came up. Yeah, her personality is fucking abrasive, okay? But when I compare her to Destiny and Bosch and a bunch of male streamers, she's not more arrogant. She wasn't more arrogant than anybody else, right? And even though it always rubbed me the wrong way, whatever. It for all I know, it's her streaming personality, right? It's her bombast, and it's a personality for content, right? So I didn't think that it was appropriate to go after somebody just on I don't like the cut of their jib kind of criticism
basis. That's what I care about in terms of their morality. I don't care what they feel in their heart. I care what they vote for and they fight for. That's what it's about. Representing the people. It's to me. There's this reality TV.
TYT. Okay, gotcha.
Super focus on people's individual brand and character. That is like a national sexy narrative, but it's not necessarily what matters and impacts people on a day-to-day basis. So that's what I am passionate about, and it's what led me to defend Platner, because I think it's so important right now to have voices in Congress that want to end the genocide in Gaza, that want to tax billionaires, and that want Medicare for all.
I hear you. I mean, I feel like the place where I get stuck is like, are we becoming more cynical in a bid to beat cynicism? And is that a winning strategy? Like, I mean, is that possible?
Look, if we're saying we need a Trump of our own, if we're saying Trump is a rapist and a pedophile, and therefore Platner is not so bad, then yeah. But that's not what Emma's saying to you. That's not what anybody's saying to you. What they were saying was that even with all of this baggage, which again, chat, remember, the Maine voters do not necessarily, and most Americans, unfortunately, do not recognize, service in a place like, Fallujah for being, an indicator of this person has committed war crimes. We're trying to spread that consciousness. We're trying to mainstream opposition to empire, but there's a lot of rah-rah, USA, still around in the U.S. Yes, unfortunately, even in the Democratic Party. And so, people will always point out, well, wasn't this actually really bad? Was it? Well, shouldn't it? Yeah, it is. But compared to anybody else in Congress, right? It's, about par for the course. And, but yeah, I don't think anybody's going as far as this Slate. I should know her name, Chad. I should know her name. I mean, I feel like Slate's not that relevant. There's a reason I don't know about their podcast. There's a reason it only has 5,000 views after 10 hours, despite having somebody who's been in the news, who's a controversial figure, for some actual controversy, not just like bullshit controversy stirred up by Anna Kasparian, and who we might get to now. It looks like we might get to TYT. Anyway, I better let us go.
Can we out cynical the most cynical people, the fascists?
I don't think it's cynicism. I think it's focus. I think it's
Burple, it's not backsliding. It's how the U.S. is all. Look, the one time that there was any sort of consciousness towards the immorality of war, not just from the people voting for it, not just from the State Department and the Defense Department and the military-industrial complex, was after Vietnam, and there has been backsliding since then, right? It used to not be uncommon for somebody that was really proud of their military service to get called a baby killer, because the United States was killing babies in Vietnam just like they were in the Gulf War, just like they were in the Iraq War, just like they were in Afghanistan, right? This is kind of common thing, but unfortunately, there was a moment of anti-war consensus post-Vietnam. The politicians called this Vietnam syndrome and have striven to kind of socially engineer Americans to not view things that way, right? After people had the illusions ripped from their eyes, they somehow got put back to bed through like Reagan and Morning in America, and like we want to be proud of our country. Also, the 200th anniversary. I think that people forget what a moment that was, and that the people used to wear the American flag in the 60s. Chat, hippies would sew an American flag onto their jean pocket so that they could put their butt on the American flag, right? That was a statement. Jordache, the jeans company, then was like, hey, you know what we could do? We could sell jeans with the American flag sewn right on there. These hippies, they like to wear the American flag on their butt. We'll sew it right on there for you, right? It gets commodified. It gets, oh my God, what is the word for it? It gets oh my God, I can't remember this word. it gets reappropriated. There's a certain word for this exact kind of dynamic where something is revolutionary when it comes out, like the statement made by, you know, sewing an American flag on your butt, right? And then the counter-revolutionary forces come and commodify this and turn it into an anti-revolutionary, or at least like they deaden the impact of any sort of statement that's being made.
Focus on what matters. I think it's focus on winning. I mean, we're talking about playing a game, and it doesn't matter. I mean, we've got to win. Like, first, we have to win, and we have to slow the roll of this fascist administration. The midterms are all I care about right now.
But if you win by empowering bad people, you know, it's like, ugh.
Well, I've abandoned this person once they were accused of rape, and I did not think that the character concerns that were prior to this amount.
Yeah, I mean, it is a kind of subsumption, co-opted, kind of speaks to it too. There's a specific word for like the, you know,
to something that was disqualified.
Commercialization. It was done through commercialization. God damn it! It's like they stole the language right out of my brain, chat.
And now this is disqualifying.
Has this changed you? Like as a reporter, as a journalist?
I mean, it's been 36 hours. Of course, it's changed me to a degree. But yeah, no, like I also, journalists, I eschew that term. Like, I am a communicator of politics. I give my opinion.
Bill Maher asked Rant, listen, Tanky Gooner, I'm gonna time you out to give you time to go watch Bill Maher and remind yourself what a Bill Maher ass rant actually sounds like, right from Bill Maher's ass.
I mean, I literally, I go to DSA.
Hot Topic is a great example. Yeah, Hot Topic is an example of this, of subcultures being commodified and any sort of subversive nature that culture had being sucked out of it, right? And that's how they fight against you know, the cultural effect of the left. That's how they fight against you know, any sort of change, right? It's something that capitalism does. Oh my God, if I could just remember the word.
Volunteer work for candidates, so I can't call myself a journalist, and I'm a commentator.
Tanky Gooner is our strongest warrior. Well, Tanky Gooner needs to spend some time with Bill Maher, right?
And a communicator, and I have a perspective.
Oh no, you're not timed out. I wonder what happened. It's almost like I wasn't serious.
So that and Platner and people on his campaign let me down for sure by you know, insisting that nothing new was coming out.
Yeah, it feels like you're in like a once bitten twice shy situation.
Definitely. And I will also say, like, you know, as a woman, I feel an outsized responsibility, of course, to treat accusations like this seriously. And as one of the few women in our space, like the space, I think there's a lot of people right now in the national narrative that are rightly a little angry, I think, at some progressive alt-left online media because it is whiter and because this space was more supportive of Graham Platner than other parts of the internet that were skeptical about his past, like, racially insensitive comments. My argument was always like, Maine is a really, really white state, and this is the context in which he's running, and like, we have to win power, so he has to win, and he has to defeat
recuperation. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, it is a situationalist term. Yeah, that's you know, wow. So I always called them situationists, international movement. Yeah, it's recuperation. It's recuperation. Is what is the word for what I'm talking about.
And that is my orientation. But I think, you know, I think that is part of what people are angry about. And like, you know, that makes sense because there are this space could improve and could be better and is still ever evolving. And I am reflective of that. And I do have I do honestly feel a weight that if there were any women in our audience in particular that felt that my defense of him prior to the sexual assault allegation made them feel like their experience, or victims broadly, not just women, anybody.
Okay, looks like this is wrapping up. Feels like this is wrapping up.
That is something that weighs heavy on my heart. So like,
okay,
I would be lying if I said I haven't felt an immense amount of guilt and have been self-flagellating for the past 36 hours.
Which sounds a lot more sexual than it actually is, although I think it could be sexual maybe. subsumption. Look, I mean, that works too. I mean, you got the idea of what I'm saying. But yeah, the word I was looking for was recuperation. It's specifically that when capitalism or the right, the establishment, right, takes repurposes revolutionary, commodifies, commercializes, and repurposes revolutionary sentiment. And yeah, Hot Topic's a great example of that. I mean, maybe not the most revolutionary of sentiments, but
I will defend my
okay, what are you defending?
I guess overall values about why I wanted that candidacy to be successful, because it's about defeating fascism and it's about the policy, and that's always what it's going to be for me until it reaches a certain threshold.
All right, there we go. Emma Vigeland from the Majority Report. All right, okay, so yeah, that was Slate taking its shots at Emma Vigeland, obviously from the right. You know, I'm more interested in the criticism of Emma and the Majority Report from the left, honestly. But I think we saw some of that with Anthony, and obviously Emma's got her critics out there. What do we have? No, it's Mainers. It's such a weird word. For some reason, Mainers strikes me as so weird. What else we have is Vox. That's what we got next, right? Thought I had it. Here it is. So, which I think is going to be a similar vibe. No?
His ideology at this point. I am now.
All right, I just grabbed the same link. It's this one. It's this one. Slightly shorter interview with Emma.
So as of 9 a.m. Wednesday morning, Graham Platner is yet to drop out of the Maine Senate race. And this comes after Politico reported that an ex-girlfriend accused him of rape, and the Washington Post reported that another ex-girlfriend accused him of removing condoms without consent. Now, Graham Platner has denied any allegations of non-consensual behavior, but his political support has already collapsed. He's lost endorsements from members of Congress. He's lost funding from the Democrats' national campaign arm, the DSCC. And he's lost the support of prominent backers, one of whom is Emma Vigeland. She's the co-host of the Majority Report podcast, and until this week, she has been openly supportive of Platner's candidacy. She joins me now to talk about what lessons should be taken from the Graham Platner.
Oh, yeah. Like how right-wingers love bikers now, even though Hells Angels kiss each other on the mouth when they meet. Yeah, I don't think a lot of people really understand where the Hells Angels, where that whole, like the Hells Angels kind of represent like a whole strain of a post-World War II American culture, guys that were fighting, probably getting PTSD, came back. Some of them wanted to start families, wanted to have babies, start the baby boom, move to the suburbs, the white flight and everything. And some of them wanted to use that money from their military paycheck to buy a motorcycle and become outlaws, right? And Hells Angels is so hard to explain because, in addition to, you're talking about the, I guess, what people would regard to as like the sexual outlaw nature of the Hells Angels, where they would, make out with each other, partially to freak out the normies, partially to scare the bros. But other stuff they do is slap a swastika on their bike or, some other Nazi symbol, not because they loved Hitler and, thought that we'd fought against the wrong side in World War II, like General Patton said, but because they were, edgelords and they wanted to be outside of society. And so, yeah, it's a little hard to, I don't know, Hunter S. Thompson's got a book on the Hells Angels from a gonzo journalist perspective, but Hells Angels are actually hella gay. Yeah, but are they prison gay or like legit gay? I mean, it's not a prison situation. I never quite understood that. I was always, that was always explained to me as they just wanted to piss people off. And two guys, kissing with tongue is a great way in the 1950s. Actually, they started probably in the 1940s. From the 40s to, I don't know, the 70s, that would freak people the fuck out. Maybe even later.
Debacle. Let's dig in. All right, so the Maine Democratic Party has made a public plea for Platner to drop out of the race, and I'm frankly shocked that he hasn't already. Are you?
I guess I'm not shocked because I do think they're trying to use whatever leverage they think that they have to pick a replacement that is going to match the platform that catapulted him to an essentially 50-point victory over Janet Mills in the primary.
Oh, okay. So yeah, Strapel saying that Wehrmacht used a lot of motorcycles. True, especially with the side carriage, the side cab. Famously with the side cab, right? How did they decide who got to? I guess it's rank who gets to drive and who has to sit in the little seat there. Mom used to speak positively of the Hells Angels when I was a kid. What an odd and troubling memory to have surfaced right now. I think the Grateful Dead used the Hells Angels for security. Is that right? The Wehrmacht used motorcycles in American biker gangs, took a lot of their aesthetic from the SA as well.
But obviously the deadline...
They would go where Westbrook was protesting. Wait, the Westboro Baptist rev their engines. Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. What was that, the Hells Angels?
Is Monday in
the Westboro Baptist, another weird group to explain, far right Christian weirdos, okay? And they would have signs like gays are going to hell, America is gay, and even like they to drive home this idea of America is gay. They would go to protest. They would go to soldiers' funerals from the Iraq War, and they would say like these guys died for sodomy, right? That was their problem with the war, with the military, was that America was too gay, and so yeah, these bikers would show up and rev their engines so that nobody could hear the protest of a funeral that was the praxis of the Westboro Baptist group. As long as Ryan, really strange cult to look into, honestly. As long as Ryan Grimm is okay with the Hells Angels kissing, I'm okay with it.
Ballot access. He needs.
Oh yeah, their whole thing was God hates the Efsler, and not the not because he's thinks it's homophobic. He hates people described as the Efsler. He hates homosexuals was the point that they were trying to make there.
By the 13th, and then they're going to have, I think, until...
The Majority Report is getting a lot of criticism, Mr. Blinky. That is true. There is... I do think there are probably people over their skis in the criticism, just like the Majority Report was a little over their skis in their praise of Platner. I do think that, there needs to be some kind of accountability. It does seem like Emma's working towards that, whether that is gonna because I have seen what I've seen is a lot of like Majority Report community like questioning their support, and that's a scary place for them to be. I think that they need to hear something from Emma and from Sam when he comes back that they're just not hearing yet, but we'll give it time. There's a lot of examples of worse people, right? Ryan Grimm is low-key one example. I guess, is this the one where she defends Ryan Grimm a little bit? Ryan Grimm is one of them. The TYT is really the TYT and Michael Tracy are just straight up, defending Platner and saying this is cancel culture and et cetera, right? So there are definitely there are bigger fish to fry maybe than the Majority Report on this issue, and certainly Hassan's getting some of it too, despite the fact that he never endorsed Platner and he was pretty skeptical, said some similar things to what I said, but then kind of I don't know, when it just got clear that Platner was going to be the dude, he was fairly supportive, right? So
July 27th to find a replacement for him on the ballot. So time is of the essence in this way. But am I surprised he hasn't dropped out yet? No, I'm not surprised, because I think the campaign infrastructure and the Maine Democratic Party are currently in a battle, and it's going to last probably until Monday.
Do you expect it to
but
last through that deadline?
I would expect it because I think that there are going to be a lot of people that try.
Can somebody tell me what is this art style that we're seeing in the background? Like, what is this? What is this art style? Is there a name for this? It feels like a fucking 80s Trapper Keeper. Have you ever seen one of those? Like before the Lisa Frank Trapper Keeper. Like these were a thing in the 80s, and they like it's like an 80s style of is it pop art or pop something? Let's
to put forward a more, friendly establishment candidate, and the National Democrats are going to be pushing that route as well. I think it's important that whoever takes up the mantle here matches the platform that platform had, or at the very least is closer to it, because frankly, I think while we're immensely, betrayed here on the left, and I feel a lot of responsibility.
Oh, Saved by the Bell. Is that 80s?
Fact
that neo retro 90s.
Our show was supportive of Platner, and myself as a woman as well, and we can talk about that.
Yeah,
I do think that it's getting lost a little bit in the conversation about his personal conduct, that this is a movement of collectivism and not about individuals. Like the past 10 years of democratic socialism becoming more mainstream it was sparked by the Bernie
90s talk. Oh, what the restaurant looked like? Yeah, it did look different. And then I'm going back into these I'm going back into old memories, and like I do remember Taco Bell looking kind of different, although I don't remember how exactly.
Sanders movement, and his whole ethic was not me, us.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to use.
Okay, Burble says I need Hassan to 1, stop wearing suits, 2, stop saying okay as an imperative, agreement statement, and 3, fix his Magnum PI stash. That's very 80s too, right? It's so clean, so it's clean shaved, and the stash, a stash, not a stash, with a hobo beard.
That framework to talk about the Platner campaign here.
Are millennial hobo beards no longer valid?
So
you're saying that he still has a base of support that powered him to that nomination, that deserves to be respected in its ideals, is the argument I hear you making?
That is a much more articulate way of describing what I was trying to say there. But yeah, like cutting off arms to Israel, taxing billionaires, Medicare for all. This is what my hope is, that whoever ends up taking over here, I hope that they support those ideas, because that's what the voters wanted. It wasn't about Platner's voice, the cut of his jib. It was about what he stood for.
But is that a leverage that Platner has earned? Like, couldn't that be a conversation that happens after he drops out? It feels like the dropout question is a moral one, that some of that, like, kind of talks above. Like, why can't we just talk about that after he drops out?
I think that's a fair question. I think that there's also a moral question about representing the voters' interests in terms of the platform that he stood for. I don't think that, I think...
Yeah, Emma just wants to make sure that this is not an opportunity for the fucking party establishment to slip another shithole sorry, not shithole, not using Trump's lingo, another shitlib candidate back in, right? That's I think the concern that Emma has.
There is a moral question,
and for Vox to be saying this to you is, just them being like, well, shouldn't the new left, shouldn't the DSA be taken down a peg or two for this? Shouldn't we get to slip back in? Isn't this a sign that you guys are on the wrong track? And it's like, absolutely no, shithead, eat shit.
Him and his personal conduct.
I notice I didn't say die.
That is one that I think will inevitably result in him dropping out. But
you don't think there's any question that he does drop out?
I don't think there's any question.
Yeah.
He cannot withstand this at all, and he should not. He should not. These allegations are credible. They're serious. They're heart-wrenching. I feel for the victim, and that she felt that she had to come forward here, because the initial New York Times piece about his unsettling behavior did not contain in it allegations of sexual assault or forcible rape like like this Politico article did. It seems like the Times maybe knew that this allegation was
Congratulations, chat. You got the Saved by the Bell theme song stuck in my head now. Oh my God.
out there, but they were unable to corroborate
Oh my God.
it. So the piece was
And I don't even know all the words. All I know is that it's all right because I'm saved by the bell.
very odd because it was written in the tone of something more sinister than was even in the text, and it left us wondering, and maybe I even jumped to some assumptions about why they were stretching. It seemed like they were stretching information. Turns out Politico was able to corroborate this account, and it paints all of the past allegations of unsettling behavior and grabbing and drinking in a whole.
Ooh, Mike's video. I saw Mike's video in my algorithm, but I didn't have time to haven't seen time to watch it yet.
So his personal conduct.
I'm gonna grab a drink.
I'm going to defend.
Be right back.
I am also quite wary of the vacuum that's being left and how there might be some moneyed interest within the Democratic Party that want to turn back the clock and put forward a candidate that doesn't represent the platform that voters in Maine decided was Democratic primary voters in Maine decided was what they wanted to see represented in a United States senator.
You know, I do think that, like, when I look at the video the Maine Democratic Party put out last night, they are saying that they want a public process and that there's been talk about things like a mini primary. So it seems as if voters might have a possible say even in this period. But I do get your concerns about the kind of question of ideology. I just wanted to make clear, like, when you read that story from Politico, did you think I regret my... You're saying you regretted your support for Platner immediately from that article because of the new information that came out?
I mean, regret. I'm not
Sorry,
sure.
I shouldn't put that in your mouth. I guess I'm asking, did that make you think back to your previous advocacy and say, I shouldn't have advocated for this man?
I think it made me... I don't know if it made me think I shouldn't have advocated for this man in particular. I think, you know, I made an assessment based on the information that was available. And I think that there are a lot of, I am wary of over-focusing on an individual's personal character over their platform. You know, I've said this before. I don't really care if, say, like, Bernie Sanders or AOC go home and they're a secret Nazi, but they go out and they vote for the right things. Like, we're talking about
you don't
politicians
care?
as... I mean,
I don't know about that. I think these are the lines that people are talking about. Some people care about that exact thing.
But why would it matter if they're public officials and they're doing the right thing in public? That's an extreme example to essentially say that these are politicians who are people that they're levers of power and they're tools. I'm not here to say that they're, like, you know, the greatest person on the planet. This is about a representation of the values of a party platform, about taxing billionaires, about bringing material differences to people's lives and changing their lives. And that's what I value more than anybody's individual conduct. Because I mean, as said, how many horrible people are in Washington right now?
For sure, but I know
you centrist or center right. It's just that there is a over focus, I think, sometimes on the character of left-wing candidates. Daria-Lisa Avila-Chevalier just faced this in her race up in New York 13, and they get picked apart in ways that others don't, because particularly about their stances on taxing billionaires and, frankly, on cutting arms to Israel.
I guess I'm saying, though, like, I totally understand the focus on ideology over individual conduct, but there's the question of winning elections, and some of these personal conduct scandals have the effect of dooming folks in that race. I mean, the reason why Platner was under scrutiny and was running behind other Democratic candidates, not just because of scrutiny out of nowhere, but because of former Reddit posts, a tattoo that he seemingly, there were conflicting timelines about whether he knew it was linked to Nazism or not, and previous allegations of infidelity. Like, there are people who see those questions of moral character as central to elected office. I guess I wanted to just be like, were there warning signs? I want to ask clearly, were there warning signs the left blew through?
Definitely. I mean, I would say that is a part of my assessment of looking back on it. And yes, there were warning signs about his personal character. And I will say that you see now in the the vetting process that was, or the lack thereof, that was highlighted in the Wall Street Journal was immensely concerning. And there's a lot. Yeah, you say that some of these people care about personal character, but most of the people that are taking a victory lap over a sexual assault allegation also supported Bill Clinton, also supported Andrew Cuomo last year. I mean, there's hypocrisy.
There's a hypocrisy
all
to
over
go
the
around.
place.
Yeah.
And I'm being forthright in saying that, like, up into a point where we're talking about forcible sexual assault, rape, or a criminal act like that, I'm less concerned with past Reddit posts since he's apologized for it and said he's learned. I'm less concerned with internet history, and Daria Lee's is another example of this. When you apologize and say, I could have done this better, I think we move on. This is what we're going to have to deal with in the internet age with candidates who are under the age of 45, essentially. There's going to be a lot of skeletons in closets like this. And so I was very wary of the constant digging up of someone's past. And I do believe that left-wing candidates get an outsized focus here.
Yeah.
But the difference here between, and I don't mean to compare Daria Lisa to Platner's actions, but I'm just trying to say, like, why perhaps some of us were skeptical or more bullish on Platner and trying to be more defensive is, in New York City, DSA was behind those candidates, and DSA does have an internal democratic infrastructure and a vetting process where they can incubate their candidates and show that, say, Claire Valdez or Daria Lisa
or Zohran Mamdani didn't come from nowhere. They came from a process that did not exist in Maine, a process that did not exist in other places. I see that kind of distinction. I did want to ask about some substance on it, though. Like, I saw Chris Rapp, the recently elected congressional candidate in Pennsylvania, take some flack a couple months ago when he was lukewarm on Platner, and he was making the point that a black progressive could not get away with the set of scandals that he had gotten, that he felt. And I just wanted to have, like, there does feel like a point of privilege that is baked into this Platner story. Like, I don't think that the same level of grace that was shown by folks on the left to his a story of change is universally applied. Do you?
Well, I'm not speaking for everybody on the left. I don't think it's universally applied. I would 100% agree with you that Platner gets more grace because he's white and because he's male. But what's also one of the whitest states in the country is Maine, and voters in Maine decided that he was more representative of their interests. So there's this two-track conversation. There's a national conversation about hypocrisy about this. Of course, a black candidate could not get away with what Platner did, but a black candidate isn't running in one of the whitest states in the country in Maine, and that was the context there. And so
I guess I'm speaking to the larger question of, like, the left. Like, I mean, like, I don't want to put brony bro in, like, the Neera Tanden language. I want to ask about the legitimate question of, like, misogyny and sexism in leftist spaces. How real is that as a woman in that space?
It's absolutely real. I call it out all the time. I think Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez faced it. I think Kamala Harris faced it, and it's much more acute for women of color across the country. I think AOC faces an immense double standard, where Zohran Mamdani, for example, doesn't get the scrutiny for his lack of endorsements on the state level.
I do think acknowledging that matters. Yeah.
I acknowledge it every day on my show, but I get a little frustrated about the national conversation about Platner because it doesn't match what voters in Maine, like, all that's really relevant here is what voters in Maine believe. And if you want to say that voters in Maine are more willing than other parts of the country to overlook past Reddit comments that were offensive and racist, then, like,
I'm sorry, did he just say brony bro? Did anybody catch that? I'm sure he meant Bernie bro. I'm sure he's not talking about bronies. Who could be a little problematic in their own way, I suppose. He said brony bros. I mean, he just mixed up the words, I guess. It's understandable. It's kind of funny. What is that freaking emote? Oh, wait, actually, I don't know. That load emote. It's I don't know. So sometimes animated emotes and GIFs hypnotize me. It's weird. Maine actually uses ranked choice voting. California, as a Californian, I'm jealous. Heard people say that bullshit before. Thing is, Nazis were not so. Oh God, yeah, not socialists. And the other thing that he said that bears like the Chris Rabb. We watched this maybe goddamn was it on Monday? The clip on Breaking Points via Sean DeBlack, right? Which is basically Chris being asked, why haven't you supported Graham Platner, and him giving her an answer that she seemed to interpret as overly woke, although she didn't say so. She did seem genuinely annoyed with the hot dog crucifix. Wait, what? Oh my God, I keep on. The emu? What? Oh, it's an emu. It's an emu. Okay, that's what it is. Okay. You see, I don't have emus, or I've never been in a country with emus, so that's why emus scare me.
That's the truth. But my political project is about winning power. I care about winning power, and I care about winning power with candidates who I think have the right platform and the right ideas to transform the Democratic Party into a party that can consistently defeat Republicans and not continuously lose to Donald Trump. And we saw that Sarah Gideon, the last candidate that the establishment put up, got trounced by Susan Collins.
Yeah.
In 2014, Bellows got walloped. And you had a race here with a candidate that had this kind of populist messaging that I thought was potent.
So yeah, she's talking to somebody to the center of her, to the right of her, whatever. And she's making an appeal that, hey, even if you don't agree with these left flank candidates, don't you think it's time we gave one of them a chance to try to unseat Susan Collins? Because y'all have not been doing very well yourselves, okay? It's a poor track record of centrist candidates taking on a senator that seems like she should be so easy to beat and yet has stuck around thus far. And again, just the background of this is the new media of the left flank versus the old new media of the centrist establishment Dems. That's what we're seeing with Emma appearing on Vox and on Slate.
My overarching goal is to defeat Republicans. So, like, can I, vouch for? Could a candidate of color have gotten away with what Platner did for as long as he did? Absolutely not. But the issue at hand was who has the best chance to defeat Susan Collins, so we can actually stop the role of this fascist administration. And prior to an allegation of forcible sexual assault and rape, I did believe that was Platner. That is not the case anymore. And so it's a disaster. And it's a lesson, I think, about, just to put a point on what I said earlier, the lack of internal democratic structure and vetting that allowed for Platner to fill the vacuum that was left by
a flopped
Chuck
establishment.
Schumer.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, there. That's what you want to hear from somebody on Vox, right? Thank you. An acknowledgement that mistakes were made at the very least, right? There it is.
And Gillibrand and the DSCC, who put up a geriatric candidate who couldn't even crack 20% in a primary against this guy Platner, and they boxed out all of these younger candidates who might have been, even in the middle of those two, and they were all kind of pushed into the gubernatorial race. Now these are going to be characters in this primary process, or whatever it ends up being.
Sorry, chat. That was just some really good soda. Like I mixed a little bit of orange juice into sparkling water, and it's unbelievable. It's super fizzy too.
But that is still on the Democratic establishment. If this guy was so problematic, and he is now,
why didn't you beat him in the primary?
Why couldn't they beat him? Yeah. So I was making a forceful case for him again, because this is not about someone's individual character. In my view, this is about a political movement, and what he stood for still remains. And that's what I want to see represented on a policy level, not on his individual character, on a policy level. That's what needs to be represented, because the voters in Maine resoundingly said they want to cut off arms to Israel, they want to tax billionaires, they want to fund rural hospitals, they want Medicare for all. There needs to be a candidate that is put forward that at least resembles that platform in terms of their belief system.
Yo, that is, Darfel says, it is so insidious for these libs to try to smear the left across the country with these crimes in Maine. My fear, okay, or my trepidation, let's use another word of the day. Another, my fear is that this, you've got multiple things at play here, right? You've got the the centrist Dems trying to exploit a rape in order to recenter themselves in the Democratic Party, despite the fact that this guy look, chat, it took us what a little over 2 years, or a little less than 2 years, right, to get from the center blaming the left for the loss, right? It was because of trans people. Why did they have to be so trans? Why do they want to participate in sports? It's the immigrants. They're always crossing the border. And that just makes it's so hard for us to defend. If they only wouldn't cross the border, we could defend them. But no, they have to cross. They're always crossing the border, right? It was the center trying to jettison supposed constituencies, right? Which is not what you want to do after a loss. You understand? You didn't get as many votes as the other people, right? And so pissing off people who did vote for you, probably not the right move for the Democratic Party. But it's moved from that to a centrist, acknowledging without even her finishing her thought. He's like, yes, the center flop. I'm aware. Good. I'm so glad. Look, it's the first step. Acknowledgement. Okay. Acknowledgement, the first step to anything meaningfully ever changing. Maybe we should do a banana peel stream. Wait, what does that mean? Does that mean I slide on banana peel somehow, as shoes? That would ice skating on without ice. Is that what we're talking about with banana peels? Can you do that? We need to give up. We should not give the centrist any grace in calling them centrist. Call them conservative. There is no center. I see what you're saying, Shen Maruku.
There's undeniably a story about Chuck Schumer, DSCC, and their inability to mount a candidate that could credibly challenge Platner, and I think largely in these primaries has been a story of them misaligned with a Democratic base. I do think, to your point, that what matters most is kind of what happens next, and I think the Platner campaign and the question of their positioning in this moment is central to that. I just want to have the last couple. I wanted to just go back to the beginning. Do you think Platner should have a role in shaping what happens next?
Platner, no, but his the campaign.
I guess I was asking specifically. I should say campaign.
Yeah, I think that they should. I mean, they have the leverage, and as long as it's
banana peels. Oh my god!
About the platform.
That could be fun.
I guess.
I mean, what situation? What other?
Any interesting ones? I think Rahm Emanuel. Any really old ones? Will come to the rescue and return normalcy. He is talking about running. I don't know how that would work, but yes, Rahm Emanuel is talking about running for president.
Other situation. Who should decide instead? Who should be the candidate?
I guess I really don't know. I guess I'm just thinking, why can't that be a question that is answered after this person gets out the race? The order of operations does seem like it matters to me, and it feels like I don't know if he has leverage. Can
you see how many there are?
Considering those primary
we don't have time today, but
ballots were cast before a piece of information that feels like would deeply transform the outcome of that race, and in the window of time that there is actually a process in place,
We could let chat vote on them.
party-wise, to make said change. So I guess I'm really just asking about the steps.
Well, I mean, look, I
40?
if in an ideal world, I'd
There's 40 something ban appeals? Oh my god. That sounds like a stream in and of itself.
love if he was able to just completely drop out and we wouldn't hear from him again, and the campaign infrastructure could be the piece, the actors here that have the leverage. Although of course there are questions about who knew for that long, and like you think I'm thrilled about
Oh my
this?
god.
I mean, I stuck my neck out for this campaign,
Yeah.
and I received assurances that nothing new was coming. And
I wanted to ask about that. Like, you asked about those questions. Like, what did you hear from that campaign? You received those assurances that there wouldn't
was
be
just
this type of moment?
Yeah, I mean, like, and also he was on Chris Hayes and publicly said this as well, and
Yep.
that was kind of the context for any kind of internal discussions on that, or like what I had heard. I'm not gonna. It's been a whirlwind 48 hours. I don't remember exactly, but yeah, that was what the understanding was like this.
I wish we could do ban appeals on YouTube, right? YouTube's so weird. They start to implement stuff to compete with Twitch or compete with some other site, TikTok with shorts, right? And then they like get lazy and they don't, finish it. And so, yeah, it's so hard, chat, to unban somebody on YouTube. Imagine, okay, if unbanning people was, you go deep in a tunnel to the center of the earth, and like hell is there, right? And there's all these damned souls stuck in hell, but you can only see like, I don't know, 200 of them, okay? There are thousands. And so, if you see somebody in that 200 that you want to unban, you can unban that person, but trying to I don't think there's a way to like search. Oh my god, it's like it should be a movie or something. What is that whole story with it's on the tip of my tongue, Orpheus. Yeah, the Orphead. It's like that. It's like, yeah, trying to bring somebody back from Hades. And there's like too many people. There's too many people in Hades. Oh my god, I gotta stop wasting time. Fuck. Sorry.
Okay, they unloaded this before the primary voting process happened, and so that was kind of what I believed. Now I'm reassessing that. It's painful and difficult. It's professionally embarrassing, of course. But that
Kratos, yeah, Kratos could help.
That is what I believed. I didn't think that there was something that this serious that was going to be coming down. But I should say, I think both of us would say the ideal would be to have, if they can manage it, some sort of blitz primary where voters can
Voter
vote
input.
again.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
But but the reason why if they are holding out, I am still wary of somebody, the Maine Democratic Party, making this decision without voter input.
Installing a Janet Mills-esque candidate after that did not gain traction with the people in the initial primary.
Because I want to defeat Susan Collins,
Yeah.
and
that has
we
not
can't-
worked in those previous elections.
Exactly.
I just wanted to end on is there a candidate in mind? Is there something that y'all are you're advocating for? It feels like a difference in, you mentioned the kind of political project. Is there a post-Platner choice?
I think Troy.
Wait, is there a thing, King of William, where she can beseech Matt Iglesias and Nira Tandem and compromise away some of her core values in exchange for a likely to be centrist blessing? Instead of acting like a dirtbag communist? Is that like a possibility? Is that like a thing that they do? Matt Iglesias, oh my god. We don't get enough Matty Iglesias. He hides himself from us. I don't know.
Jackson is the candidate that there are some people are excited about. I mean, I know that he got the Maine DSA endorsement for governor, and he's probably my choice as of this moment. But again, like I I am in Brooklyn, right? And like
Yeah.
we're all not in Maine, and Maine is a very idiosyncratic place.
Yeah.
And so as are many rural whiter states, and they make determinations about who they're going to vote on, and that's what I want. I
Yeah.
want the party not to retreat into a lack of internal democracy, which is what we saw when Biden foreclosed the opportunity for there to be input in those primaries in 2024 and set up Kamala Harris to fail. That is not what I want for a candidate here. And that means having democratic legitimacy and having voters making that decision. So my prayer, I'm not religious at all, but my prayer is that there is some sort of blitz primary so we can have that, because it's not like as you know.
I've never heard the phrase blitz primary before. Anybody else? I've never heard, like, I know what she's talking about, like a very quick primary, like it happens soon and it's over and they've got a candidate. Yeah, I just never have heard it called a blitz primary, and considering it's a guy with a Nazi tattoo that we're talking about, it's just like, yeah, that's not the word that I would choose.
Democratic legitimacy matters. It's not like, just about having some sort of ribbon on your lapel. It means that you've spoken to voters, you've gotten their input, and it bolsters you in the general election.
Emma, thank you for coming on.
Oh my God, thank you so much for bringing her on. That was an interesting conversation, but we've got a little bit more of majority report. Oh my God, I really want to get to this TYT shit. Because you have seemingly voted for it. Wait, I mean, like, I'll check again. Maybe it's different now, but when I last looked, it looked like TYT was ahead. And that's, I think, a short video? I don't know. God, I'm so bad at, like, not remembering correctly what the times of things were. 13:29. 13:29. 13:29. Oh my God, it's Surfing USA. No, it's 1:13:29 is what it is. We gotta go. We gotta move like rabbits. Or bunnies. Are bunnies faster than regular rabbits? 13:29. 1:13:23, I'll take it.
Ash Mason says, I'm so sick of talking about who these politicians are as people. I don't care how much Barack Obama loved his wife when he was doing record numbers of drone strikes. I mean, that's what I... Yeah, that's a good way to say it. Better than how I said it on another podcast this morning. But
wait, hares are actually faster than rabbits?
I mean, I think I was hyperbolic by saying, like, I don't care if Bernie and AOC are secret Nazis, basically, because I'm just trying to make this point about, like,
Wait, what the fuck? I'm sorry. You can't drop me right into that, Emma. What did you say?
Strikes. I mean, that's what I... Yeah, that's a good way to say it. Better than how I said it on another podcast this morning. But these is the fun half of the majority report. We will open up the phone line soon. Ash Mason says, I'm so sick of talking about who these politicians are as people. I don't care how much Barack Obama loved his wife when he was doing record numbers of drone strikes. I mean, that's what I... Yeah, that's a good way to say it. Better than how I said it on another podcast this morning. But I mean, I think I was hyperbolic by saying, like, I don't care if Bernie and AOC are secret Nazis, basically, because I'm just trying to make this point.
Wait, I guess we didn't see that one.
Point about, like,
it's an absurdity, right?
Anybody know what she's talking about?
Get it.
Right, but the point is that politicians, this is not about a contest about whose individual character is more golden.
Who gets into heaven?
Exactly. This is about people's
output.
It's about their platform until it hits a point where it's unacceptable.
Well, and also, like, would cause you to lose an election. Like, people don't want to vote for a guy who has, as what this message said, was consensually challenged. I'm sorry.
Right.
Like, no matter how much, whatever new texts, like, I think Breaking Point is going through some previous ones. Like, once I'm sorry. Like once you have to parse this stuff, it's sunk. But I do want to enter one little thing into this thing, and why I feel a little bit reticent to continue like the self-flagellation over there is there politics happening right now on this specific issue. So Sahel Kapoor, a Platner campaign official fires back at Maine Dems on NBC News. The Platner campaign is the party try to understand what this process will look like. At no point has the campaign tried to put its finger on the scale. And Sahil points out over 1,500 Moaners voted for or
Moaners voted
for this movement, and over 15.
Those Moaners are always voting. No, the Mainers voted.
Has volunteered time and energy for it. Yeah, and Kate Willett points out he's absolutely right. For this, Platner should not be in the Senate. No ifs, ands, or buts. But the Center's vultures are swarming for the chance to completely subvert the democratic will of voters, which is what matters here, which is what always has mattered here, which is why Graham was interesting. Of the will of the voters for Medicare for all and to spending
Graham.
Democracy must prevail.
Leftist rage. My first
Graham Cracker.
Political awakening was arguing with my U.S. history teacher in high school that dropping the A-bombs was unnecessary. He also didn't like it when I wouldn't stand for the pledge, but that's another story.
Okay, wait.
I would stand for the pledge, but I'd never say it. I don't know. It just felt so goddamn corny.
We had to say it.
You had to,
was
I'm
saying
sure.
It, but I will say.
In North Dakota.
Okay, so we're gonna make a little detour here for 232. 232. Oh my God, another Patrick Bateman. Wait, is that right? 232. That's way late in the VOD.
A document going around from the Platner campaign folks. This is Dave Weigel. Per source, Platner campaign has sent volunteers this 2-question survey with a 48-hour deadline. If the Democratic Party hopes to harness our movement and avoid disillusioning the hundreds of thousands of supporters who came into the fray because of our movement's policies, it must consult the feedback and proposals of the people who built and sustained this. And I would encourage the Maine Democratic Party to do that.
Yeah. I mean, I just don't think that is an accurate characterization of their positions, but we'll have more to say on this. We might have a conversation later this week about this.
So we're into the
Nathaniel
calls or something.
Bestest leftist Ryan Grimm and Ken Cliff and Simon are throwing cover for Platner.
Here's what. Yeah.
I don't think that.
It's what Direful wanted us to see.
I mean, at least what I've seen from Grimm, and this is just scrolling Twitter, but they are reporting fuller context of the text messages.
Yeah.
I've seen Grimm say whether this affects your judgment on it or not. This is like the fuller context that Politico maybe should have included. Nonetheless, I think Platner needs to drop out. There's a document going around from the Platner campaign folks. This is Dave Weigel. Per source, Platner campaign has sent volunteers this 2-question survey with a 48-hour deadline. If the Democratic Party hopes to harness our movement and avoid disillusioning the hundreds of thousands of supporters who came into the fray because of
just a little bit of tiny bit of commentary there about the Brian Grimm, who the Majority Report, they've Sam has debated Ryan Grimm. Emma, they don't always agree with Ryan Grimm, I guess, but he has been maybe a perennial guest of the Majority Report and a friend of the VOD over there, but I don't know. So just kind of saying it's journalism. Yeah, I mean, I get that it's journalism. I get that's what Ryan does, but it feels like here it's also playing to the crowd of Platnerites, and that's not great. I don't think Ryan agrees, or is saying Platner did nothing wrong. Well, there's some weird shit with Sagar going off on Me Too in the middle of that too, but anyway, let's take a look. This is the last little thing from the Majority Report. Then we'll get to TYT, I think. Yes. Is there anything else?
Rural Lefty, regarding Maine politics, did you see the Wall Street Journal video interview from June when the former Bernie staffers who recruited Platner? They conceded the vetting process they paid for was incomplete, but their focus seemed to be only finding a white guy in reaction to Trump's reelection.
Oh my God, 8 minutes left.
What do you know of the fight agency and its head Morris Katz? Asking not to belabor, but to understand how Platner came to the fore and whom's financial help, as well as to not make these freeing mistakes in the future. Appreciate the question, Rural Lefty. I can't speak to the
TYT thing is about to be deranged. Yes.
Get reported on that. As
I feel get your shaky gurgers out, chat. I'm gonna figure out some way to like
maybe on that process.
Yeah.
Make this TYT reaction happen.
Of Platner publicly, I really had very little interaction. I never spoke to him privately outside of our interview context, and also, you know, I was just much more intimately involved with the DSA campaigns here in New York. So, you know, if it comes out that, you know, Claire Valdez is, I don't know, I'm just joking, but like, I'm just, she's
favorite politician.
She's so unassuming. There's nothing that's going to come out. But point being, like, I don't know enough about the campaign to actually answer that question.
I mean, I do know I remember hearing this when Zoran was going to run. The DSA has a stringent, for obvious reasons, because, and that's the thing about an organization, right? It will reflect on them like it has reflected on the Democratic Party, because they've also supported a number of people, even after it's been public that they are accused of bad things.
Right.
But yeah, the DSA is very serious. I'm actually very curious to listen to the Tyler Austin, Harper, Grace Mauser discussion on what the DSA's vetting procedures are.
Yeah. Congressional baseball fan. I can't speak to Mitch McConnell, so I spoke to Chuck Grassley for 20 minutes, and he said that the Windsor.
Okay, I think that's it. I think that's it. I think that's it. All right. So yeah, this is you know, Emma's definitely in the discourse. So is I wonder, can I still see this? Or where was I when I saw this? Anna Kasparian is definitely in the hot seat. Let's take a look right here. I'm gonna like we got some bonus content coming up, chat, and I'm pretty sure it is TYT.
If this actually took place, if someone entered my office, because it places us in this unbearable position of having to adjudicate something that should have been adjudicated in a court of law if this actually took place. If someone entered my home and forcibly raped me, I would not allow the individual who forcibly raped me, that's violent, right, to remain in my home and sleep it off. But that is what she did. She alleges that he was so drunk that she didn't want to tell him to leave because he might harm someone on the road. He just forcibly raped you, right? Call the cops, or more importantly, get the hell out of the house. But she did neither one of those things. Neither one of those things.
Yeah.
Because it places.
So yeah, there's our sizzle reel for Anna Kasparian. Have not talked about her in a long time, but it looks like that's where we're headed, right? Wait. That's okay. Where did I have? TYT. If anybody ever finds that song for me, oh, there it is. Where the Young Turks theme song from like before, maybe was it like maybe even before 2010. I would be so happy. It is very cringe, the TYT rap.
There's not a police.
Oh my God, I hate their audio so much. I hate their audio so much. Here we go, chat. We're gonna do this. We're gonna make this happen. By hook or by crook, we gotta watch. We gotta watch this TYT thing. Let me just make sure that. Let me verify that 100%. We got 68 votes so far. Is that correct? Let me switch over and see if I can get the votes to update. Are the votes updating? 93 votes. Okay, that's pretty good, chat. Can we get 100? We're 7 votes away from 100. That would be cool. TYT defends Graham Platner is in first place by 4 points over Bad Empanada on Graham Platner and Adam Friedland, Team USA. And it's also got 31 extra points added to it. So it is, far and away the winner when it comes to bonus content. And I just got to figure out how to make it work, because 4 minutes is not going to be long enough.
Correct me if I'm wrong, and there's not a legal case playing out here for due process to see itself through. So my question to you, given the very high standards Politico has before they write something like this and publish it, what aspects...
What makes you think, if you're a TYT, producer, engineer, that this audio is okay? Is the point to make sure they don't get copyright claimed? Are they doing this on purpose? Because I feel like TYT, uses like very chopped audio, especially when they're going. Yeah, it's not the audio on the show; it's the audio on these little clips here. But like whatever they throw on from another source
of this story brought it to the level of publishable.
We looked at messages that she had sent to others.
It's painful.
This happened through social media.
But you were able to see those DMs?
She tried to recover those DMs. We did not. We were not able to review those DMs, but she just...
What is this unspeakable ear torture?
Described them.
Matt Lesh, come work for us. Can we post some shaky Gurgas? Can we get some shaky Gurga? Yeah, Burple, you're carrying the flame. A few of you out there are carrying the flame. Can we get just like a mass of shaky Gurgas for when shaky Gurga himself comes on?
What in the world is happening? Mika Brzezinski grilling the Politico reporter that
Shaky Gurga.
The allegation against Graham Platner, a shocking source of skepticism from there. She actually did a brilliant job. We'll show you more about that in a second. And she was tougher on the Politico reporting and the establishment reporting than a lot of progressive activists have been.
100%.
So is Graham Platner going to drop out? We've certainly got details for you on that.
Is this TYT going shouts out to Morning Joe? You guys kick ass.
He does. Who might be the next person in line, and was he targeted? So a lot to discuss here. Anna's got the facts.
So before we give you the details, I just want to say Graham Platner's candidacy was treated very differently from the typical centrist / establishment types in the Democratic Party. As you just saw, Mika Brzezinski seems very skeptical of the latest reporting, which we're going to get back to in just a second. James Carville, who is, part and parcel of the Democratic establishment, defended Graham Platner prior to the latest allegations. So the establishment wasn't just flat out rejecting him. So I want you to keep that in mind as I give you the details of what's going on here. Now, the latest allegations have to do with a 41-year-old Maine resident who used to date Graham Platner on again, off again for about 2 years. Her name is Jenny Rassicott, and she claims that in late 2021, he allegedly entered her home when the door was unlocked. He was deeply intoxicated by her telling and forced himself on her while she...
Nope, I changed my mind. TYT's audio just sucks. All right, it's worse when they're plugging in a clip of something else from YouTube, but there's no way. Like, Majority Report doesn't do that. They do have a filter for Tim Pool, but nobody else. They do put his music through a filter though, to make sure that it doesn't sound good. The not sounding good filter that they use specifically and selectively for Tim Pool's music.
She told him to stop repeatedly. So her allegation, let's be very clear, is that Graham Platner entered her home when he wasn't invited and forcibly raped her. She says to Politico, quote, "I remember him grabbing my pelvis and being really forceful of me. I remember the specific moment where I thought to myself, like, this is no longer my choice." Now, she previously described reckless and unsettling behavior by Platner in a New York Times article, but she didn't go into the details. She refused to elaborate, and she said she didn't want to do it, specifically because she didn't want to be known as a rape victim, okay? But she decided to do it a week before an incredibly important electoral deadline in this Senate race in Maine. Now, Platner flat out denies the allegations, but it clearly looks like he is going to eventually drop out of this race because every person who endorsed him has now turned on him. Further, this is a statement from Graham Platner's campaign. They say these allegations are very serious and Graham vigorously denies them. They are also coached and coordinated by out-of-state establishment operatives. For a year, opponents of this campaign have thrown everything they can at Graham, calling him a Nazi, a war criminal.
That was the other thing about the response to the first incident, like the revelation of the tattoo and the Reddit posts and everything, is that there was this weird, like, I'm more angry than you are tone to it, you know, like anybody that's, you know, like there's this kind of, and it's an attempt to cast anybody that has a problem with any of this as, you know, part of the corrupt establishment, that is threatened by Graham Platner, right? It's an attempt to utilize negative polarization. And that's one of the things that made me not trust Graham Platner, even before any of this stuff had come out.
And a communist, none of it has
also, that is awesome, Rix. Is it just me, or do conservatives and revisionists all have very bad audio? It just seems like it.
True, and this is no different. It is not a coincidence, they say, that this story comes a week before the ballot deadline, just as the previous false allegations came a week before the primary. Graham began his campaign to fight for a Maine where everyone is treated with dignity and where Mainers are put first, and no amount of desperate smears will stop this movement from seeing that vision through. Now, I want to just quickly get into what type of evidence Politico relied on in order to publish this story, because these are serious allegations.
What's the tattoo in the Reddit part of this? Well, he has a totem kopf, or he had a totem kopf on his chest. And he said he didn't know what it was until the Oppo research showed up, that they were gonna, you know, be like, what about this Nazi tattoo you have? And he was like, oh my God, I didn't realize it was a Nazi tattoo. I got it when I was in Croatia on leave. And with a bunch of Marines, and we were all like, hey, that's a cool looking skull, isn't it, guys? What if we all got the skull tattooed on our shoulder? And that's his story. That's his story. And all these years, all these 20 years, you know, between getting the tattoo and now, I didn't know that it was anything other than a really cool skull. So that's the tattoo thing. And the Reddit thing is more mixed, right? That they found his old Reddit account, and some of the stuff is like, you know, that they're trying to go after him with is like, he said like he was a socialist, or he was a communist, or you know, fuck the police, or something like that, right? Some of the stuff is kind of based, but then some of it is like, why don't black people tip? That was in there. That was posted on Reddit. Or sorry, no, he was asking somebody the question. He was like it was phrased in a way of like, hey, not to be disrespectful or anything, but I just wanted to know, I just had a little question. Why don't black people tip? Anyway, that is, that's a sampler of what's in the Reddit, but this was the first stuff to come out, right? This was the first stuff to come out, and you know, I said at the time, it felt like there was another shoe to drop. It felt like there was something that he's like holding back on, or, you know, not being honest with what I thought most likely it was, is that like maybe, you know, he did know at some point and he just didn't prioritize getting the tattoo removed, which could be understandable if you came out and said it. But if you're gonna only say that when you're cornered, you know, it's not going to be credible. And that was my whole thing, is that like this Graham Platner thing, and you know, you can go back and watch the VOD if you want on YouTube. This Graham Platner thing is it feels like it's gonna, I'm worried it's gonna be drip, drop, right? And it was, right? There was more and more stuff. Some of it credible, some of it not credible.
So, Razakot told Politico that she had exchanged text messages with Platner that night, telling him not to come over before he did come over, right? Now, she said that she wasn't in the mood for company. Later that evening, she said that she realized when she heard a sound at the stairs or on the stairs that he had let himself in. She left the door unlocked, which allowed for him to let himself in. Platner came up the stairs, she said, to where she was on a couch. He got on top of her and kept grabbing her, she said, while she repeatedly told him to stop and that she wasn't interested. She said she smelled alcohol in his breath and believed he was almost blackout drunk because Platner ignored her protests and continued to grab her after knocking over an antique sewing kit, spilling small needles everywhere. Now, she was apparently unable to produce the text messages or the direct messages that she allegedly sent to Platner, which Mika Brzezinski drilled the Politico reporter on. So let's take a quick look at that.
What do you have that actually connects this literally, Graham Platner to raping this victim?
Yeah, she reached out to him the day after via Instagram, and essentially, told him that she didn't want to hear from him again. She told him that morning as well, and we looked at messages that she had sent to others in the months after this happened through social media.
But you were able to see those DMs?
She tried to recover those DMs. We did not. We were not able to review those DMs, but she described them to us. We also, long before he was a political candidate, we saw her essentially explain to others that he was, quote, in her words, consensually careless, end quote.
Right, but were you able to see the interactions between Graham Platner and this alleged victim? Did you actually physically see them? Did she produce them for you?
She attempted to uncover them. But was unable to.
Willie?
Okay, so let me give you some more detail into the Politico reporting, and then I'll go.
Poor Willie Geist. He feels like the rump end of Morning Joe. What I'm trying to think of, what's the whole crew? Like, isn't there like a Mike guy? Oh my God, I'm trying to remember. What's the crew on Morning Joe? It's been so long since I've watched them. What is the group? What is the crew? Morning Joe crew. Cast. There we go. What's the Morning Joe cast? Mike Barnacle. His name is Mike Barnacle. He's the Barnacle, I guess. But no, he's like almost the second in command. Jonathan Lemire. I don't remember who that is. Caddy K. I don't remember who that is. Eugene Robinson. Wait, is Eugene Robinson part of Morning Joe? Wait, what? Okay, the contributor. Does that mean that you're not always there, or? Donnie Deutsch, that weirdo. Donnie Deutsch, the weirdest man in broadcasting. Steve Ratner. Okay, John Meacham. Okay, but Mike Barnacle, right? That it's a weird, like it's like if a frat house grew old together, and then the frat leader got married to the sorority leader for the other, for the sister, whatever the thing is, right? It's like that. That's what the show is like. It's terrible. It's like the most agonizing thing ever. It's so funny that TYT finally found a reason to to be like, yeah, Morning Joe, that's right, yeah, like Morning Joe knows what's up. It's so crazy. It's so crazy because, like, yeah, you'd think that this would be like the kind of legacy media outlet that TYT would like to try to bully or try to farm, especially when they go to the president, and Joe and Mika, go to the president's house for dinner and say, we had a nice conversation with Donald after saying this guy is a fascist and he's coming to get you, right? They made peace with the Donald. You'd think that TYT might use that to distract from their own peace with the Donald, which was real. Okay. Which was real.
What do you, Jenk? So they write that Rassicot had said that she waited several weeks until she got her period to ensure she wasn't pregnant, then sent Platner a private message on Instagram saying that the encounter was not consensual and she did not want to hear from him ever again. She said she later deleted all texts and social media correspondence with Platner.
There we go. I said that this was going to be,
as she tried to move on from the assault.
this was going to be the argument.
And said she has not been able to recover Instagram messages she sent him about the incident. Now, what is the evidence then? Well, the strongest evidence that Politico was able to provide to justify their reporting, where they're essentially, accusing him of rape, is the following. So there was an exchange between Rassicot and an acquaintance on Facebook, and I'm going to read you the relevant portions of their exchange. So the acquaintance says, "What's his deal? Should I not fix up my friend, assuming he's single?" Rassicot responds with, "He can be charming and funny, and he's a decently intelligent person. He's not all bad, but I ended up in a bad situation with him, and I will just very politely call him."
Wait, so this was in the original Politico article, just to be clear about what this is, not like a new revelation that was like not included. The thing that Ryan Grimm said that they failed to include in the Politico article was that the messages were, I have, I need to get a glute massage. Then Graham Platner responding, "I'll come over and give you a glute massage." And then her saying, "No, please don't come over," like giving several messages telling him that she in no uncertain terms that she did not want him to come over. He comes over anyway, comes up, the stairs, and that's, where, when she was raped. Ryan's reporting today was about like Politico's failure to mention the glute massage. And then suggesting, well, what if he came upstairs and the first thing he did was he put his hand on the glute to do the massage? Like, I don't know. It's for the record though, Ryan Grimm is not saying what TYT I believe is about to say here, which is that this is all a media hit job on Graham Platner. He's trying to, like I said, the shit that he's doing, it's going to appeal to the Platnerite. The Platnerites are still out there fighting the good fight, but he's not saying that Platner did nothing wrong. TYT, on the other hand, well, let's see. Oh my God.
Sensually careless at times. Okay. The acquaintance says, She responds, "When drunk plus PTSD." Acquaintance says, "I knew about the PTSD." And then she says, "He also lies." And then the acquaintance says, "Forces himself on people." I guess that's what she's trying to say. And then Rassicot later says, "One thing that grossed me out after him and I had dated was that I saw his profile on OkCupid, and that site asks a lot of questions. And one of the questions was, if your partner told you they had over 100 sexual partners, what would your response be?" And his response was, "That's not that many." So that super grossed me out, thinking he's probably slept with a ton of people. Doesn't listen to you when drunk. Okay, that is the most significant evidence. And personally, as a woman, if someone raped me, I wouldn't call them consensually challenged, but maybe that's just the way she communicates. I don't know. Further.
Oh, come on. Look, oh my God. Okay, whoa. Look, it's not the way I talk either, all right? But if somebody says consensually challenged, what are you supposed to assume? Are you thinking that he's going to pay for dinner before asking you if it's okay to pay? Is that what you're thinking? He's going to get out his credit card before asking you if it's okay if he pays for dinner if you eat? Is that what consensually challenged means? Is it he will insist on his favorite restaurant even if it is challenging for your eating restrictions? You're on a diet or something. Is that what consensual? What is consensually? What is the light version of consensually challenged that Anna thinks is like the default like what one would assume. If somebody says that a dude that like my friend is about to go out is consensually challenged, I'm telling her to not ever talk to this guy again. I am not making the assumption that there is, you know, even though, yeah, that is like minimizing language, because it's like she feels like she doesn't want to say this. She doesn't want to come forward with this. She doesn't want to, you know, be a rape victim, right? Oh my God. Okay, so yeah, there we go. We're getting started here. The backflips Anna is doing right now, yeah. It's a bit crazy. It's heartbreaking to me. She had to minimize this so much. Yeah, I always remember back to when I was, you know, watching, you know, a very early incarnation of TYT with Anna Kasparian. And I had a lot of respect for her. Maybe it was just that Jink annoyed me and she would sometimes argue with Jink and she wouldn't back down. I liked that. But no, I thought she was so cool. I thought she was so cool. And you know, the fact that she's like going to, I think she was teaching at the same time as she was on TYT. Good morning, Vamps. We are in the middle of an Anna Kasparian rant for the ages.
There was a therapist that she spoke to recently about this alleged rape from all the way back in 2021. So she didn't tell her therapist about it at the time. She didn't file a police report. She apparently told an ex-boyfriend who she started dating in 2022 about the incident, although she was very vague about it. The man who was granted anonymity out of concern for his personal privacy told Politico that she had told him bits and pieces about a bad experience with Platner before confiding the full details of what happened in 2023. That's the other piece of evidence that maybe you can point to. But I don't know. Everyone has withdrawn their endorsement of Platner, and I think the allegations are suspicious. I'm just going to say it. I think Platner's tattoo and
I'm sorry. The allegations are, for a second I thought she was saying, yeah, I think this is suspicious. These allegations, right? I'm suspicious of Platner. No, it's the other way around. The other way around. She's suspicious of the allegations.
Explanation of how he handled the tattoo after realizing it was a Nazi tattoo was way more problematic than these claims. That's my thought.
Okay, there are two different issues here. Was he targeted? What does it mean to be targeted? And then did he actually do this specific allegation? So you've got to separate those two things out, and they're both relevant. So first of all, the media never talks about this thing that everyone in politics knows about, because it would make them kind of complicit in some of the games that are played. It's called oppo research, opposition research. So there are different groups that do opposition research, and then they hand it over to the media. So the groups that are doing it clearly have an agenda, and this is now bipartisan. It's not like Democrats don't do opposition research. Progressives do it, but super weak, in my opinion. Almost never do they actually put any oomph behind it. And besides which, when establishment figures give oppo research to the mainstream media, they love it. The media loves it and immediately prints it, and that's relevant to this case. If progressives give it to them, they don't print it, and they look it over 1 billion times and say it didn't meet their standards. That's why Mika Brzezinski's questions there were really interesting. She's like, this met your standards? Your evidentiary standards? So let's start with, now when you move over, we'll come back to who might have targeted him. But was he targeted? Oh, there's no question. I mean, you'd have to be brain dead. You'd have to be Mitch McConnell not to see that he was targeted. It was one thing after.
Wow, it must feel like you're in a world of zombies then, Jink, considering that you are like the only one saying this shit out here. You and Michael Tracy. I'm sorry, you're not the only one. You and Michael Tracy, the Epstein defender.
His tattoos, his Reddit posts, his every girlfriend is contacted by the New York Times.
Wait a minute. Wait. Whoa, can somebody remind me? I obviously, yeah, I mean, if you watch the show, you know we haven't been covering TYT much lately. What has been their coverage of Graham Platner? Because I thought I remembered at one point, it was fairly early on still, but that, TYT, I don't think they were, the first to the Graham Platner support thing, but yeah, they're clearly farming this, right? And like I said, whereas Ryan Grimm is kind of weaving in and out of this lane, TYT is fully occupying this lane and not really anybody meaningfully challenging them for this lane.
Woman comes out who's basically does Oppo research for the Republicans, and she says he did something for me.
And who defended Brett Kavanaugh when Christine Blasey Ford came forward with, I think, far more credible allegations against Kavanaugh, because there were several people she spoke to at the time of the alleged rape attempt by Kavanaugh.
So this is the media's
Yeah, this is what I was saying. Yeah, this is way worse than what Hassan and Emma were getting cooked for today. Absolutely. To be fair, though, Anna is getting, she is the subject of a lot of scorn on Twitter at the moment.
7th attempt or something to end Graham Platner's campaign. If you think these are just, oh, well, he's so problematic, they're just organically popping up. That's not true at all. That is definitively not correct. There are groups who try to take out candidates. It is relatively normal, although it's never talked about in the press, because remember, the press doesn't do their own job. These groups do. And then the question is, who does the press choose to target? Who do they choose to write the stories about? Who do they choose to not write the stories about? But we're gonna come back to the essence of this case in a second. Anna.
I just have so many thoughts about this, so bear with me as I go through them all, okay? I loathe horse race politics because of this reason. Hot. In this unbearable position of having to adjudicate something that should have been adjudicated in a court of law if this actually took place. If someone entered my home and forcibly raped me.
Look, you could see it that way, or you could see it as we need like one senator from, or sorry, one for this race, one senator from Maine, right? And there's a lot of potential people who could fill that role, and would you want to look? I've never understood why people do not employ this like abundance of caution, or like err on the side of caution in politics. When it comes to again, credible, accusations of him being, a rapist, right? Instead of like, oh, geez, well, it's sure not fair to somebody, if they're, if this was all a big setup and the groups got together and they did a secret backroom deal and said, make it look like Graham Platner raped somebody, and, Graham Platner can't defend himself. He's got nothing to push back with, right? They just set it up so well that there was no way that he could, produce his own texts maybe to dispute this or anything. It's just a flat denial with no elaboration. That is wow. You might want to err on the side of caution when it comes to like rapists in the government, right? We've got a rapist president, and that hasn't worked out very well for us. I'm just saying.
Not allow the individual who forcibly raped me, that's violent, right? To remain in my home and sleep it off. But that is what she did. She alleges.
Wait, I'm sorry. Why is she? Yeah. It's like, is there a question that it's violent? Yeah, it's violent. What the fuck, Anna?
That he was so drunk that she didn't want to tell him to leave because he might harm someone on the road. He just forcibly raped you, right? Call the cops.
And also,
get the hell out of
the fuck is the distinction? Forcibly? Yeah, that's kind of definitional. It's a bit tautological, Anna.
But she did neither one of those things. Neither one of those things.
Yeah, so look, again, I hate the situation we're in where we have to try to adjudicate this with not enough evidence. Could it be that she's telling the truth? Of course it could be.
Oh my God.
Now, guys, if it's true, then it's a huge problem, right? But we don't know for sure that it's true. But in a situation like this, even if you say you're not sure that it's true, that's it. People come and take your head off. Because they say once we made an allegation, it's over. You're not allowed to object to the allegation. But wait a minute. The thing that caught my attention here, and again, Mika Brzezinski also saying this.
Yeah, Sandy, could you say that again without your head up your ass?
Doesn't look right at all. This is not enough to publish a piece. Gives you a sense of.
Or jinx ass, as the case may be.
We're not making this up, guys. And we're not doing it because we're biased. Look at the fact pattern here. So the thing that caught my eye, Anna, was on the therapist. because
Yes, the therapist didn't want to talk to the press, by the way.
Yeah, the Politico kept saying,
Ooh, you know what it feels like they did? It feels like they watched Breaking Points, and it feels like they're kind of just cribbing notes from, I don't know, chat. I don't know. I mean, maybe they came up with this on their own. Who knows, right? Like I said, Breaking Points is doing a similar thing, but if Breaking Points is like weaving into the lane of dead enders such as Sandy, Platnerites, the Epstein left, I don't know, whatever you want to call it, right? The TYT is fully occupying that lane and fully occupying Sandy's heart in that regard.
well, she says she talked to the therapist, and the therapist does not acknowledge it, but says that they do have a relationship. No, wait.
No. Let's be totally accurate, okay?
Yeah.
The therapist acknowledged that she spoke to her recently about what allegedly happened, but did not want to issue a statement to Politico.
Yeah, so the therapist is not confirming it.
Right.
I mean, there's a very easy way to confirm it. Say, hey, I don't want to talk about it, but yes, I confirm that she said that, right? And maybe give some context, give a statement, and then get. Look, the therapist is in a tough spot too. It doesn't mean that she thinks is skeptical. We have no idea. But that's the thing. In order to print a story, you're supposed to have two excellent sources, right? So here, the only thing that's a little bit persuasive is those text messages that Anna read to you guys. And so then you guys make up your own mind on whether you think calling someone consensually careless is the same as saying he raped me. So, and
would you want to vote for a rapist if their victim didn't have even text messages? Would you be like, no, I'm so concerned about like not being unfair to the candidate, right? The person representing us, we owe so much to the candidate that I'm willing to vote for 10 rapists so that like one innocent person goes free. We're talking about voting. We're not talking about the fucking court of law. We're certainly not talking about the criminal court. With the, they seem to be, wanting to apply the standard of, proof beyond a reasonable doubt to this, right? As if we were, and they're all the while complaining about the adjudication of this matter in public.
by the way, in all of these stories, it's barely ever mentioned that they were in a relationship at the time.
She spent more time elaborating how disgusted she was that he might have slept with.
I'm sorry, what? What the fuck did you just say, Jink? Did you hear this shit? No, it was really clear to me that they were in a relationship the whole time. All right, that doesn't make it better. Holy fucking shit. Holy shit. That's crazy. What kind of date rape brainworms does this guy have in his head? You want me to run it back? Okay, one time. We're out of time, chat, but this is crazy. We got 8 more minutes of this. What the fuck did I get myself into? I keep on saying, no, there's a hard limit of 6 hours, and it's gonna be like one, like I just
that Anna read to you.
I have trouble streaming short hours, so you're getting extra.
Guys. And so then you guys make up your own.
It's like it's as if I really liked breadsticks, right? I love breadsticks so much that that you end up getting extra breadsticks every time you come to the restaurant. You're getting, yeah, I know you only ordered this many breadsticks, but I really like making breadsticks. Okay, I can't stop making breadsticks.
Say, hey, I don't want to talk about it, but
and they're cheesy and they're garlicky and they're hot and they're like a little bit crunchy, but also very soft in the middle at the same time. Yeah, these are some good breadsticks, right? I can't stop making the breadsticks.
I confirm this, right? And maybe give some context, give a statement, and then get. Look, the therapist is in a tough spot too. It doesn't mean that she thinks is skeptical. We have no idea.
Okay, let's roll this back. We're running this back.
In order to print a story, you're supposed to have 2 excellent sources, right? So here, the only thing that's a little bit persuasive is those text messages that Anna read to you guys. And so then you guys make up your own mind on whether you think calling someone consensually careless is the same as saying he raped me. So, and by the way,
are they ignoring the other sources? Are they ignoring the other corroborating sources?
All of these stories, it's barely ever mentioned that they were in a relationship at the time.
She spent more time elaborating how disgusted she was that he might have slept with a lot of women than she did about the alleged rape. When she's talking to an acquaintance who's asking her about Graham Platner because she's thinking about fixing a friend up with him.
Yeah.
Wait, sorry, what?
Every person that they go to, the current boyfriend, the therapist, the other.
Yeah, you're mentioning, wait, what are these not, so the excellent source is like it's gotta be text messages, it's gotta be,
folks, people that normally.
Is this receipt culture, chat?
Fixing a friend up with him.
And by the way, in all of these stories, it's barely ever mentioned that they were in a relationship at the time.
She spent more time elaborating how disgusted she was that he might have slept with a lot of women than she did about the alleged rape. When she's talking to an acquaintance who's asking her about Graham Platner because she's thinking about fixing a friend up with him.
Again, Anna, what do you think consensually challenged means? Show me the innocent version of that, okay? Like I said, like I'm like doing logical backflips to try to think of, like, you know, paying for somebody's dinner without asking. Is that the consent? Like, what's the innocent version of that? What's the not like horrible, not rapey version of that? It's
yeah. So,
and also her saying like forceful rape as opposed to not forceful rape, and just, oh my God, there's so much about just the language that she's using that is.
So every person that they go to, the current boyfriend, the therapist, the other folks, people that normally in a story like this go, yes, at the time she told me this, and this is a text message we have, or etc. None of that is here other than the two texts that Anna read you. One of them is barely relevant.
He wants receipts. He's a messy bitch and he wants receipts. Okay.
The other one is the one that has the careless comment, right? So if you think that's definitive, I'm 100% positive, no problem. Because it's like, we all make a different choice on how we view it. So look, for me, this is not about whether Graham Platner did it or not. At this point, that question is almost irrelevant because
it's over. It's over for him.
Yeah. Everybody pulled their endorsement. It's considered toxic. You can't support him, blah, blah, blah. So we're not trying to fight that battle, guys. We're trying to
we're trying to farm people like Sandy, people with shit for brains, to come over here and we'll tell you the fucking narrative that you want to hear, that your big hero boy, your big army boy, he's not a rapist, he didn't do anything bad, okay? Here at the home of the progressives. Oh, we don't say that anymore, right? We're not progressive anymore. It's fucking cringe, Sandy. It's bad enough, to be a TYT defender in this day and age, but Jesus Christ, are you gonna fucking bite the Graham Platner? Are you gonna bite the rape bullet too?
Works and what to be on the lookout for, and how does this process work? Because were there all these different opposition research groups targeting Susan Collins?
She tried to fix her friend up with him. No, somebody else. You're mishearing. A friend of hers was saying, "Hey, there's this guy Graham Platner," and she's like, "Wait, you're not thinking of dating him, are you?" And she's like, "No, but I was going to fix my friend up with him," and that's when the consensually challenged thing came out. No, yeah, I think you heard that wrong. Yeah, no, she did not fix up her friend with Graham Platner. She suggested to her friend that she not fix up, that the friend not fix up her friend with Graham Platner, if that makes sense. I know there's like, layers of friends here, but does that make sense? Her friend asked about if she knew about Graham Platner. She's like, "You're not dating him, are you?" She's like, No, my friend. I was going to fix my friend up with him. He seems nice, right? And she's like, "I don't know. I would actually say, a bit consensually challenged, right?" Which I don't know how you take that. How do you take that, Sandy? In what way do you make consensually challenged okay? In what way? I'm trying to imagine the innocent version of what somebody is referring to using, a euphemism like consensually challenged, right? Show me the non-rapey version of consensually challenged. That's what I'm asking, and I don't think you can do it.
And calling all of her
Ken Paxton has a word. Are we literally doing whataboutism? Oh my God.
Boyfriends, and looking through her text messages, asking about therapists, none, zero. Is there any about like establishment candidates Democrat or Republican.
Oh my God, I'm at 6 hours and 30 minutes already. I'm crazy.
Right? And again, it's up research usually by other Democrats, right? Do they get targeted? No, the establishment never gets targeted. Never gets. But when you have an outsider, Bernie Sanders, Graham Platner, but a lot of right-wing outsiders too,
we can't forget our right-wing outsider friends, Marjorie Taylor Greene, hosting the show next week. Yeah, along with Dave, what's his name? Dave Smith.
Let's go. Destroy.
We got to get our MTG on here. We got to have MTG have the run of the roost, run her own news program in lieu of us to sub for us during vacation at the home of the progressives and Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Destroy.
And the Polymarket studio. Except I think Polymarket stopped sponsoring them.
What's interesting about something that Anna mentioned is that in this case, not all the establishment Democrats are united.
No, they're not.
Sonny Hosten also defended Graham Platner today. Today on The View.
That's so shocking. So
this is like Stop the Steelers being like, oh no, but I heard so and so said that the election might have been stolen, right? That's today they said that. Oh, I'm so happy. I'm so happy that we're not the only crazy ones out here.
Look, the reason why I bring up the establishment figures who are defending him is because this isn't a typical progressive candidate that has the establishment digging in to see what kind of Opera research they can find to destroy him. I'm sure there are some, but I didn't.
Wait, what is she trying to say? That it's a good sign that Republicans are defending him? It's a good sign?
Feel the same treatment toward Platner.
Kind of makes it sound like they want to run Susan Collins against a rapist, right? But no, I'm sure I'm not, I didn't go to school for this shit like Anna did. I certainly didn't teach any classes like Anna did.
That I noticed with other progressive candidates in earlier races or even during, this election cycle. So look, I think that, after he won the primary, all he needed to do was see who was outraged by his win. It wasn't members of the Democratic establishment. It tended to be people who didn't like his stance on foreign policy. I'll just leave it at that. So I don't know who dug up the Opera research. All I know is
she's not going to leave us with a dog whistle this time. Okay, we know what you're saying, Anna. It's okay. You don't have to.
There's a lot of hypocrisy when it comes.
You don't have to do your little thing that you do. My Ruby Pearl out of nowhere with the 10 community subs. God damn. I guess we're going for another hour. I think I have a day off tomorrow. Or I mean, sort of. I got to go to school, but the class is fairly short. Let's read off who just got jellyfished, and to whom we owe this extra hour of time. I think I had some stuff on the. I do want to do more bonus content. I want to finish. Obviously, we're gonna finish TYT first, but yeah, Cat Hostage, you just got jellyfished. Trinipello, you just got jellyfish. Song of Ashley, you just got jellyfished. Auto2298, you just got jellyfished. 4 Unwed Cats, you just got jellyfished. Sandroid, you just got jellyfished. Uma Palangwe, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, you just got jellyfished. RCS3, you just got jellyfished. Humming Humbucker, that's like a guitar thing, right? You just got jellyfished. And Gasian Pride, you just got jellyfished. And that's a good thing. All right, okay, so how do I do this, chat? I went overtime, but we got in that overtime, I don't want to cut and run here. There is more content that we could do. Yeah, running that timer up. Yeah, but I already ran it through the ground to watch TYT, so I'm trying to pick more breadsticks. Yes, we were ordering. Somebody just ordered more breadsticks. And let's finish this Anna Kasparian thing.
Comes to this issue when we literally have a sitting president who played a massive role in the cover-up of the Epstein.
Whoa, yes, true. Donald Trump is a scumbag. Breaking news. The president is a fucking criminal who should have been impeached and banned from running for office again, but he wasn't. And so he fucking came back because the Democratic Party is that weak. big fucking news, Anna. Jesus Christ. Okay, I guess that makes Graham Platner okay. We could have our rapist too. If they get to have their rapist, we can have a rapist. We can all have a rapist. It's like as a treat. You can, you get a rapist and you get a, no, everybody's, no, come on. It's the one rapist rule. Every party can have one rapist.
Who has been found civilly liable for sexual abuse in the E. Jean Carroll's case, who has been credibly accused of all sorts of things, including sexual assault and rape by dozens of women. I mean, so are we going to allow this kind of stuff or not? Because it seems like when it comes to certain political figures, it's totally okay, even if in a court of law, civilly, they are found liable of sexual abuse. Even though they are found liable, okay, of engaging in a cover-up of one of the biggest sex trafficking scandals involving minors that we know of in American history. So I don't know, this whole thing is trash. And look, I hate being put in this position because I've been skeptical of Platner since the tattoo thing. And you know that because we had it out on the show on that issue. How do you realize you have a Nazi tattoo and wait until you're running for a congressional or for a Senate seat to remove it? I just don't get it. I don't understand that.
So wait, I'm sorry.
He wasn't my favorite. I'm not going out of my way to defend him because he's someone that I desperately want to win. The reason why I'm doing this right now is because I'm looking at the facts we have in front of us right now, and I'm sorry. I just don't think the evidence rises to the occasion of Politico.
Rises to the, oh my God.
Already proven guilty as a rapist.
And Jake Tapper was ready with a segment on this as soon as the story broke. So that means that they had some advance notice that it was going to break. And you go to Jake Tapper, put it out there. Okay, so guys, look, we definitely don't know exactly who did it. So now we have to look at the puzzle and the context clues, etc. So I said right after it happened, what'll happen is now.
Are we going to do
find a new target?
Are we going to do a TYT investigation arc?
Over and over again, and it'll probably be someone who's opposed to Israel and corporate PACs and the establishment overall.
Are they going to do a Candace Owens on this one, where they come up with new theories every week? Is that spam? Is there spam going on in the chat? I can't see. I keep on saying the same words over and over again. That seems like spam, Sandy.
Who's up today? Actually, there's two people.
You've been allowed to express your viewpoint. All right. But if there better not be spamming.
One is Abdul El Said. They have now tried a great number of attacks against him. So before, Hassan Piker was on a campaign with him. That's it. That's disqualified. That didn't work. That actually increased.
I'm sorry. Just like he loses everyone when he tries to do his histrionic thing. So if you don't know, the history behind Jink freaking out is that there was an episode where he was reading an article by USA Today about the Iraq War that was just, sweeping for the, bullshit, for Bush's bullshit. And he got really mad and he said, USA Today, you fucking suck. And his other, the co-host was a guy, was it Michael Schur? Was kind of like the straight man, was very, calm and professional. And Jink was like, rah, rah, rah. Like he was doing a Hulk smash all over the studio with the New York Times. And so he thinks that he cooked, and maybe he did at the moment, right? Maybe that was what people needed to hear, needed to see. He's always trying to recreate that, to recapture that. And he just lets himself go and he's like, rah, rah, rah. And he expects to hear the applause again and go back to the good old days. And it never kind of works out that way. So
increases numbers.
Oh, well.
They're going with, this
working.
He once was in favor of defund the police. Okay, so that's a new line of attack against Graham Platner.
I thought you guys hated defund the police. Isn't that like one of your casus belli? Now I'm doing that. Now I'm misusing phrases like Anna was a second ago. What was she saying? Rises to the, not threshold, but she said the occasion. There's a phrase that she's looking for. She didn't quite find it. And now I'm having trouble pulling it.
So far, 0 lines of attack against Haley Stevens, his opponent.
That looks like spam. That looks like spam.
Israel has taken an enormous amount of money from the AIPAC. No investigations, No attacks, no targeting, nothing, right? Never in the news in a negative way. Abdul, one after another. Tonight, another one. Oliver Larkin, a candidate we featured here just last week. He's running against Jared Moskowitz down in Florida, an establishment.
I am sorry, but the candidates they're mentioning are not, the people that they have been down with, right? This is another pivot. If you remember TYT, they were already kind of pivoting right before the election. A lot of their content was things like, actually, I think there is a problem with gangs in Aurora, Colorado, and right, or actually, I mean, did they do that? They didn't do the Haitians eating the dogs thing, did they? Did they do that? They were pretty anti-immigrant. They were pretty anti-homeless. They were pretty tough on crime. They were very conservative in their own way. And then when, Trump won, they were like, I feel a huge burden has been lifted from my shoulders. And now we can work together with this new right that is truly populist and truly anti-war. And great things are coming our way. They did a fucking MAGA flip, and now they're back to we love Abdul Sayed. What do you say? What? Yeah, no, we've always been, team. I just saw him mention defund the police or abolish the police without sneering at it. Right? That's a first in a long time. That's the first in a long time. What are they doing, chat? What lane are they trying? They're twisting themselves into pretzels. They are shadows of their former self. They are like those.
Democrat, very Israel. Okay, Oliver Larkin is not. He wants to cut funding to Israel. Now, Kassan Piker talked to Oliver Larkin, and Oliver Larkin is not part of. It's a problem. Attack. So, who do I think it is? Well, normally I would say it's probably someone related to the establishment Democrats like Schumer, but the establishment Democrats are split. So that leaves the one PAC that is the largest contributor to members of Congress in the last election cycle, AIPAC, the Israeli lobby. If you think they wanted Graham Platner in this Senate, causing trouble for them, saying that we should pull funding of Israel, and you think that they might spend $18 million against Jamal Bowman and at least $16 million against Tom Massey, but they wouldn't do Oppo research.
Never.
No, that's a line too far.
Totally
Everybody.
I'm sorry, you can't go out and be like, you think it's impossible that this group did this shit? Do you really think it's impossible? You can't imagine? Oh, they'd never do Oppo research. I'm sorry, your fucking freak out is not like a substitute for an argument, Jink. I don't know what anyway, he's like a pro wrestler more than he is a political pundit, and in this day and age he's a dinosaur. But we're done with that dinosaur for now, chat. We got to move on, and thanks to my Ruby Pearl, we got a whole I don't know how much time is really on the thing. But I'm trying to decide, should we do the next bonus content, which is Bad Empanada on Graham Platner. We've also got some Shonda Black commented, delivered what Direful is calling a lecture on the subject of Graham Platner. Trying to see what else we didn't do. We did majority report. We got done with most of the content. But yeah, that's your choice, chat. I'm giving stark choice, Shonda Black or BE. I will not say which way NCC fan, because I remember where that fucking meme comes from. What do we think, chat? What are we doing? Do we wanna delve into more bonus content? Second place, Bad Empanada, his video, maybe even his victory lap, from what I've heard from some people on I told you, Sean. I got 2 for Sean. I got 1 for no empanada. I got 1 for I choose BE. Okay, so it's like 1 to 3, 1 to 3. Any more people? Sandy, what's your opinion? What do you think? What do you prefer? Bad Empanada's video on Graham Platner or Shonda Black's? Oh, you got another no empanada. So that's, what is that? Like 4 to 1. It looks like we got a blockade on I should like use a different word, considering that the United States has several blockades right now that are actually, yeah, not a joke. Different word for that, but yeah, 4 to 1. Anybody else got a strong opinion? Bad empanada, Shonda Black. We got 4 for Sean, 1 for silent empanada. Wait, does that mean, like, is that a vote against bad empanada? I can't say. Yeah, technically I'd say, wait, is Adam ahead? Wait, let me look at this again. Let me see if no, it looks like BE, yeah, as much as you might like Adam Friedland to be ahead, it looks like BE's 3% ahead, 99 votes, is that right? Let me switch it again and see if it changes. We got 99 votes, so the next person to vote will be number 100. But yeah, it doesn't look like it's gonna change much. We watched TYT. We're trying to decide, do we want to I'm giving you some like extra free time here, or actually, what am I doing? I gave you some free time, and then we got some extra time from my oh wait, we got to change this thing. God damn it. I am but yeah, it seems like people are saying, Sean, yeah, we're at 227. Or wait, no, sorry, did I do that right? We're at 247. There we go. I know how to count. Twitch subs confuse me because they cost twice as much as YouTube memberships. No, wait a minute. It's 10. Wait, did I do that right? I feel like I'm fucking up the math. Somehow. Look, let me just give you another. I think I fucked up the math. I think I actually did. I think I'm like legitimately confused about how math even works. But I'm gonna give you another topic, and it looks like you're choosing Shonda Black. So let's go. Let's do. Let's see what Sean's got to say. Always interested to see.
A little retrospective. We are doing a wee amount of a retrospective about who Graham Platner is and what has happened to you. Because obviously, you have forgotten about exactly how this happened. This has to be translated to other languages, or just American? Just in American. I'm so sorry. So, why make this presentation? You may be asking yourself. What is the purpose for said presentation? What caused this presentation to be presented in this way? That's a good question. Well, number one, people seem to be pretending, right, that there was no way that we could have known that he was a bad person and that he should not have run. And I seek to dispel that notion. Something you may have heard over the past few days is that Graham Platner has betrayed us. This came out of nowhere, right? This is a new accusation even. And we were all duped and led astray. I do not believe that's true. Right? Before we start pop quiz, do you think, or not do you think, have you also heard the same thing about a Graham Platner, that this came out of nowhere and there's no way this could have known? You have 1 minute on the quiz. any ADHD accommodations, you get 2 minutes on the quiz.
Okay, I should be fast forwarding this, shouldn't I? Instead, I'm trying to eat the last little bit of rice in the rice cooker.
Question again? No. There's no help on the pop quiz. If you didn't get the question that Graham Platner was a bad guy over the past 10 we should have get to start to. I do think it'll be an interesting video. Number one, we're gonna go on an overview of Graham Platner's campaign controversy. Right? So these are the red flags that should have been raised during the campaign. These are the red flags that should have caused a wary eye, right, on the campaign trail. Right? These are things that should have stopped us in our tracks and been like, huh, that's weird. Right? Or in some circumstances, they'd be like, that's disqualifying. Right? Because it did for a lot of people. For a lot of people who were not listened to, it was disqualifying. Right? But there seems to be, again, as I said earlier, some misinformation about like the fact that these were things that existed and that these were things that are qualifying. Isn't this why purity testing is a thing though? What do you mean? Oh, good point, Sarah. Good point. Hold all questions to the end. No questions allowed during the presentation. Hold all questions to the end. Answer a good question. In which case, that's fine, guys. Anyway, so first we'll look at the overview of Graham Platner's campaign controversy, right? We will take a look at what we knew of him, when we knew it's about him, right? And what people overlooked for him in those regards, right? Number two, we're gonna look at the reaction from a lot of Graham Platner defenders, right? So when these things were brought up, right? When they were talked about, when they were spoken about, we're going to look at the reactions that those critiques got at the time in order to defend Graham Platner. Right? And this will be a moment where if you have some of your own stories, right, about how maybe what you saw, right, or how you specifically were treated when you raised Graham Platner defense, right, that will be the time where you can share that in chat as well. And number three, we're going to look at through a full timeline of the entirety of Graham Platner's history. So not just on the campaign trail, but everything that happened, right, from like the beginning of his political journey. Because the problem that I've also seen is that people on the campaign trail were mischaracterizing a lot of the things, right? Or being selective of what they adhered to and what they saw on the campaign trail of Graham Platner, right? And discounted all of the red flags in order to push for a specific narrative, right? For example, to give a little spoiler, what we're going to get to later, right? Graham Platner's military history. A lot of times people will point out that he was like posting positively about the SRA, right? The Socialist Rifle Association. And they're like, oh, he must be a socialist, right? Or they'll point to him holding a sign that says Free Palestine on his senior yearbook picture, or post him what's the word? Protesting the Iraq War and yelling at like George Bush. And they're like, see, he must be based, right? But those are selectively chosen, right? They're selectively picked to serve a specific narrative. And they overlooked all of the red flags that were a part of that entire discussion as well. Where like, yeah, he did all those things, but he distanced himself from his Reddit post, including being called like a communist, right? And he protested when he was 18, right, the Iraq War, but then went out of his way to join the Marines, serve 3 tours, get out, join the Army, serve another tour, get out, and then 6 years later go back and then join Blackwater, right? So I think it's very selectively talked about his history. So I want to cover the totality of his history, right? And then we're going to go into a conclusion of, we will wrap up what we can take from this conversation and what we should take from this conversation. And something that I forgot, Betterman. And if you have any takes of people who pretend because they're advocates.
Okay, sorry. There we go.
In case you're wondering. In case you wandered in here, or you clicked on this video being like, why is this white man on my screen? I should have put a picture of him on here. That would have been great, but I didn't. Graham Platner is a 41-year-old, keep in mind, he's 41 years old, right? He doesn't need your defense. Graham Platner is a 41-year-old Marine and Army veteran, began running for Congress in August of 2025. As described by his biography on his Oyster Company's website, which we'll get back to that later, Graham, who's on the left picture, was born and raised in Sullivan, where he lives with his wife, Amy, and their animals. After time in the military, he returned home in 2018 to get involved in oyster farming. In 2019, he took over operations of the Waikiki Neck Oyster Company, slowly but sustainably making a commercially successful small-scale aquaculture operation. And if it invertebrate, that is the word, I'm a genius, a diver and lover of the sea, he also runs a mooring service and serves as a harbor master in Sullivan. Right? In case you're wondering, he looks like, just imagine like a white guy. You'll probably get it. Is this guy. Yeah, this is him. Also, I should post on
Oh my God.
on Twitter that I'm doing a presentation. Hold on. Hold.
Yeah.
I kept. Because you're raising with way more time. No. I need a good picture because y'all kept. We don't have to. I mean, I have is move like the establishment for Congress in August of 2025. Right, and keep in mind a few key things in his biography from his website for his oyster company. Right, he returned home in 2018. Keep that in mind. He took over operations of a oyster company in 2019. How did he do that? We'll get into that later as well. Right, these are a few things that you got to keep in mind about Graham Platner for how he was positioned pretty consistently. Oh, and this is his campaign announcement for when he announced himself for Maine.
Oh my God, wait a minute. Is he gonna fuck me over with this? Is Platner gonna fuck me over with this? I think this thing has I think it has licensed music. It would be awesome if this didn't fuck me over. Has everybody seen the original? Like, it's just like, it's got like shitty, I don't know, bar rock? I guess is how I describe it.
Something that is disqualified, right? This is not like a disqualified, but it is something that should give you pause from somebody as a leftist and you want somebody who's anti-war, right? The way he talks about his service, the way that he addresses his service, the way that he talks about his military history is something that will come up consistently. But that is something that has been hand-waved about Graham Platner from the get-go.
Now I get it.
Right, and as leftists, it's our job to push him to make sure that we understand, right, what that service actually entails, right?
My math
he understands what that
didn't math.
Right? But it's just a few things here and there that's like,
because I doubled everything. I don't know what the deal.
You'd be like, okay, he's saying all the right things, but I need to hear more. But that's not the reaction that he got.
So look, we didn't quite get to 200 today. I basically an extra hour. Oh my God, we're on 7 hours here.
Right? So originally, he got the reaction of like, all right, this guy sounds so good. We need this guy in there, right? Better than Susan Collins, right? It should have been like, I need to hear more. I need to wait for more. Because if you were to wait for more, you would have seen the number of different controversies. Oh, well, you can understand that here if you need it. You would see the number of different controversies that came up in that regard. You know? So this is the overview of a few controversies that just a few controversies that he went through the course of a 10-month campaign. It's not like this was a presidential campaign who started dropping that they were going to run 2 years prior. Right? All of this that we're going to talk about came out within 10 months. Right? Let's get into it. These are a few of the controversies that dropped and when they dropped as well. Give you context of like when people were defending him, when they were bringing him on for interviews, when they were interviewing him for press, when they were talking positively about him on Twitter or whatever, right? These are the things that we knew about them when we knew about them, right? These are the things that they were defending, right? In October of 2025, it was announced that Graham Platner had a Nazi tattoo. Now, if you were to ask Graham Platner about this, oh, hold on, excuse me. This is not what I meant to open. Excuse me. You know what, I'll actually open it and I'll actually move this over. Actually, I'll do this. Oh, sorry. Spoiler. Bow. Right? We got things like this. We got Maine Senate candidate Platner says tattoo recognized as a Nazi symbol has been covered. This is when it was covered up. Right? But the actual tattoo itself was
like if GP was pro-Israel, none of this would be happening right now. Are you saying if he was pro-Israel, he wouldn't have gotten blackout drunk and raped somebody? Are you saying that that if he wasn't in support of if he was in support of Israel, that the that he would have had something to push back with instead of just a flat denial with no embellishment, with no no receipts of his own. He would have not fought harder to stay in, and instead of basically winding his campaign down as soon as this happened, as a sign that he knows that he's cooked. Which part of this would not have happened if he was pro-Israel? I get what you're saying, that maybe like a rapist that is pro-Israel, wouldn't have, I don't know, would have been able to slide on more stuff. I mean, I hope that's not what you're saying, that you just they've got so many rapists like over there. Can't we have one of our own?
Actually see it.
If it's for a bigger cause?
What's this?
I'm just saying that there's a million red flags here, but that doesn't mean that that he's a bad guy. I mean, the totem cop and the, these all need to be taken in an unrelated way, as just like, okay, well, he didn't know about the totem cop and the Reddit posts that are bad, he's sorry for. Actually, the ones that are good, he's sorry for too. He's just sorry for everything. He's sorry for the entirety of the 2010s. He's sorry, for being blackout, drunk through that, and he's sorry for the things that he did that he doesn't have a way to know if he did or not, because he was, you don't have memories from when you black out.
This is the tattoo that was featured very prominently on his chest, right? This tattoo is this tattoo. It is a totem cloth. This is a Nazi tattoo. It is a tattoo that the Nazis used. They wore very prominently on their little hats. Right? It's the Nazi tattoo. And there are instances where Graham Platner will acknowledge that, like, yeah, that's a Nazi tattoo, while also then saying, I didn't know it was a Nazi tattoo, but then also walking it back saying that it's actually not a Nazi tattoo. This is something that happened specifically on the Tim Heidegger's stream. I'm trying to find it.
Reasons I can't explain, since
Yeah, and there's a few clips we're going to see for Graham Platner about this.
they were very violent.
Right. There. That's actually a different thing right here.
Years old.
Yes.
The tattoo is a problem.
Well,
I guess
I will put it this way.
What? Was he actually on Tim Heidegger? That's crazy.
The way it was reported on.
And saying shit that you regret. And
I didn't know this happened. I did not know this happened.
Assume you've said it. If you're interested in that, Google the shit out of it.
Plenty of interviews
and
where I talk about it at length.
We would all love to scrub our data from when we were 23 years old.
Yes.
The tattoo is a problem.
Well,
I guess.
I will put it this way. The way it was reported on, I think, made people picture like I had
a swastika.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
And I had a skull and crossbones.
Right.
And I had it for 17 years.
A totem cop is another word for what you had. You didn't have a pirate flag. You didn't have a One Piece symbol. You did not have a Grateful Dead. The dancing skeletons or the or the skull. No, it was a very particular skull and crossbones.
I saw the picture, and I myself
like that.
It's just so weird, chat. If you want skull and crossbones, why would you want like this? It's a Chungus. It's a Chungus skull and crossbones. It's a German skull. You know what I'm saying? It's like a little too chunky. It's not the cool pirate one where the long bones and the skull and the. No, it's like a weird little, like, I don't know. It's a not chode. It's a chud. It's a chud. It's a chud pirate symbol. Right? There's so many better skulls and crossbones to get than that one.
That's the problem. It's not a skull and crossbones. It is a totem cloth, right? The totem is a skull and crossbones.
See what I'm saying? It's a shitty 1940s skull and crossbones, and not like a. It's not even aesthetically like pleasing, unless you're a fucking chud.
Right? It's like how all squares are rectangles, but not all rectangles are squares. Right? A totem is a skull and crossbones, but not all skull and crossbones are totem. That tattoo is a very specific tattoo that the Nazi
death. Wait, he was in Abu Ghraib. Wait. Oh my God. Wait, what? This? How did this get erased from my memory? How did this get erased from my memory? A lot of people badly damaged their reputations, excusing him. Yeah.
Nazis use. Right? And here.
It's an ugly ass tattoo.
Prior to this, he also said this. Important context.
Oh, feeling of, well, talk about.
Yeah, so I mean, I
think of leftist bands that use the Iron Cross. Yeah, Moss, can we ban that person, please? I'm not having someone who defends like the use of like Nazi iconography for Graham Platner in my chat, please. Thank you very much.
For reasons I can't explain, since I was about 2 years old, I wanted to be a soldier.
Sure.
And I don't know why
and
that
probably
is.
watching Cobra or Predator on TV. Or
And I grew up playing with G.I. Joe.
Cobra?
But it was also deeper.
But what's Cobra?
Into high school, I
Predator's the movie with the alien that hunts people, right? And then
I've always been a big history buff, and I was really into the Civil War. I was really into the Second World War, and I kind of just.
Yeah, that's why I banned them. They were in here last year doing the exact same thing, right? But here, Graham Platner saying that he was a big history buff.
It's the bad guy to G.I. Joe.
Huge into the Civil War, huge into World War II.
I don't know, took off for this. But into high school, I've always been a big history buff, and I
was there like a Cobra movie?
Was really into the Civil War. I was really into the Second World War, and I kind of just.
The first thing I thought was Cobra Kai.
It is something that again should give you pause. If you are a leftist and your candidate has a Nazi tattoo, right, and they're a big World War II, big history buff, right, that is something at the very least, should give you pause. It's, hold on, that's weird. That's weird.
Omega Star says knowing is half the battle. Irene, in this case, not knowing is half the battle for Graham Platner.
This video came out in February.
Sorry, I had to go for the
right, but this is something
the cheap joke.
He's been saying for months. He's been saying it since October when he got it covered up. Right, like this shows inconsistency for Graham Platner, right? And so what you oftentimes saw with when people covered the tattoo, which we're gonna get to that in a second as well. What you oftentimes saw is you saw people be like, I didn't know it was a totem cough, right? I had no idea it was a totem cough. I didn't know it was a Nazi tattoo. I didn't know Nazis used that skull and crossbones, right? As like popular leftist commentator. And so that's one thing, right? But he is a history buff, right? A World War II history buff specifically. At the very least, that should give you pause, right? It should be, hold on, pump the brakes for a second here. Pump the brakes for a second here. That's strange. That's weird. We need to hold off on the Graham Platner stuff until we can get to the bottom of this. Right? Because even if he didn't know, right, which is a separate circumstance, I'm not going to get here and try to reiterate, like, you know, he definitely knew or whatever, right? But, like, it is definitely something that is weird. It demonstrates inconsistency in the history of Graham Platner that should cause for you to maybe take a step back from that race, right? But people didn't do that. People defended that. People defended the tattoo. And we must ask the question, why? Right? We must ask the question, why that is. At the time, people said that we need to beat Susan Collins, right? They defended the totem con because they said that we need to defeat Susan Collins, right? But now these same people are calling for Graham Platner to drop out. Does Susan Collins not still need to be defeated? Right? Are we not in the same political circumstance as we were 2 days ago? 3 days ago? Right? Susan Collins still needs to be defeated. You still want the Democrats to win the Senate. The question that has to be asked is that why did Graham Platner get a pass for this? Right? Why did he get your undying defense for this? And this is controversy number 1. Out of 9.
Wait, what is this? Hope is to success as farts are to shit?
9 separate controversies at varying degrees of insanity. Right? That's the question that we have to ask ourselves. Also,
You know, I don't know why, but as a kid, I used to think that farts were invisible bubbles. You know, like that they were actual invisible bubbles floating around. And like I had a dream that I don't remember, like I think somebody farted and I got stuck in the bubble and that I could like float above the auditorium. I was like in the school auditorium because people always fart in the auditorium. And the bubble lifted me above the, like, so I got a really good view of the you know, after the like weird like public service announcement that they were playing at the I don't know. Yeah, I thought they were invisible. I thought they were bubbles. I thought farts were actual bubbles, but they were invisible.
I have no idea where I put my oh, it's over here. Actually, I found it. Let's continue.
Wait, Sandy, what does the liberal media have to say about invisible fart bubbles? Do they bite farts in the bathtub?
Let's continue.
Do they bite fart bubbles in the bathtub? The one place that they're visible?
Because in controversy number 2 was Graham Platner's military service. Right? This is something that has been a topic of discourse consistently, right? Because there is this idea, right? There is this idea that everybody who criticizes Graham Platner in the way that he talks about his military service hates all veterans, right? This is something that people have consistently said about the way that people engage with the discourse around him having 4 tours, going on 4 tours, right? People oftentimes bring up
literally the I can forgive X, but I can't forgive Y meme. It sounds very AI.
Anti-war activists.
It's this, but not that.
Right? Who are veterans, as an example of like, not all veterans are bad. You know? People oftentimes brought up the fact that he protested the Iraq War before he joined, we'll get to that later, as a example as not all veterans are bad. Right? This is a straw man. Because there are a lot of people, right? There were some people who were saying all veterans are bad, but there were a lot of people, a sizable amount of people who were saying that you can be an anti-war veteran, but Graham Platner is not that. Just by the way that he talks about his military service. Do you remember what I was saying about the campaign video? About the way that he talks about his military service is just weird, right? It doesn't read as anti-imperialist. It doesn't read as anti, like the expansion of the American enterprise. It reads as pro-American. It reads as pro-veteran, which itself is not inherently a bad thing, but pro-veteran is not anti-war inherently. Right? And so this is something that I discussed in, oh, spoilers as well. I discussed in a video that I posted titled,
yeah, because if you're anti-war, you want to stop making veterans. You want to stop producing veterans, right? You don't want more veterans. You want less veterans. Less people, you know, going over to kill and die for an empire that they don't benefit at the same rate as those giving the orders, at the same level as those giving them the orders.
Graham Platner anti-war. Is Graham Platner actually anti-war? Right? And in this video, I discussed the differences in the way that Graham Platner speaks about his service versus the way that an actual anti-war activist speaks about his service. Right?
And for anybody who needs to hear this, if you disagree with me on this, you know, we're probably going to disagree, right? If, you know, after, you know, seeing all that's come out, you feel differently about Graham Platner. Do know that this is the last day that I plan to be discussing this. I don't think it's relevant on after this. I think we got to move on. I'm not writing off, you know, anybody for bad opinions. You know, TYT, I'd already written off. I'm a little bit like more concerned about Ryan Grimm. I'm not trying to, you know, cast judgment off of everybody who said any good thing about Platner. You know, I myself, had I lived in Maine, you know, and you know, not knowing what we know now, you know, would have said that, you know, he's a better choice for the primary than Mills and a better choice for the general than Collins. But at this point, he's not going to win the general, even if his numbers are, you know, holding up to a certain extent. I yeah, there's not a path forward. He knows that. And there's not like a, if there was a way, like if this was a real thing, the thing that Ryan's talking about, the thing that Emma's, although I'll say Ryan's not drawing the same conclusion, and not, sorry, I meant to say Anna, not Emma, very different people there, Anna Kasparian and the TYT, right? If that's your take, I don't know, what to tell you. All right. It does feel like TYT is grifting and maybe even breaking points to a certain extent.
Here. Heard. In his words, he's essentially anti-war, of the anti-war advocate and vet, Mike Prisoner. I just want you to understand how I read this, how Graham Platner spoke about his service. Because, I'll play me reading as well. From Graham Platner, his regret. People have been demanding that he has regretted it. People have been yelling at me that he has regretted his service. This is what he has to say about his regret. This is the question. The question that was posed was, when you look back, do you feel angry that you were a part of that violence? Regret. His answer was, I have a complicated relationship with it because I am still proud of being a Marine. I am very proud of my service and the service of the guys that fought next to me. We tried our best. We truly did. But it doesn't matter if you tried your best inside of a flawed policy and a flawed system. It is flawed from the top down. It's bound to fail, and it's bound to bring an immense amount of violence upon the people who in no way, shape, or form are deserving of it. We destroyed Iraq, we destroyed Afghanistan, and all the suffering, all the killing, all the dying, all the displacement, we, the United States, did that. And that I am ashamed of. The anger that I feel is for the people that sent me, who are, frankly, still the same people who are sending people off right now to be in harm's way. So we can have this stupid war with Iran. Susan Collins voted to send me to Iraq, and she's also there to help Donald Trump continue this insane conflict in the Strait of Hormuz. If I have any anger, it is reserved for the political system itself and the people in it who view war not as a thing that has a human toll, but as a political game. That is his statement responding to that question. I think this statement is okay. I don't think it is a bad statement. I think it is an okay statement. I think it is a step in the correct direction towards somebody recognizing that they were a part of an unjust, illegal occupation. However, I do not believe it is an anti-war statement. And I do have actual evidence.
All right, Burple, what if I just put a little comment?
Heard of the anti-war advocate and vet, Mike Prisoner. I just want you to understand.
What if I just add a little mod comment?
Spoke.
For you.
And I want you to keep that in your mind and contextualize that, right? And
yeah, just say, is Burple okay? Just as a general note to
that to this clip. I will play you the first 45 seconds.
Is Burple okay? That's my question.
And I tried hard to be proud of my service, but all I could feel was shame. And racism could no longer mask the reality of the occupation. These were people, these are human beings. I've since been plagued by guilt anytime I see an elderly man, like the one who couldn't walk, who we rolled onto a stretcher and told the Iraqi police to take him away. I feel guilt anytime.
Oh my God, the goddamn music. I don't know. Can music this low quality? Can it still like affect? Can it still fuck up my?
How differently Mike Prisoner.
Okay, so he's showing a veteran who came away from war with a very different takeaway.
Talks about his service. Does it make sense how distinct that contrast is? Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about, Burple. CBH.
Right. And that is what leftists should have been pushing Graham Platner to be saying. In every single interview that Graham Platner did, they should have been.
Yeah, you use the word Irene and you together, and you sort of do imply strongly that you are talking about me. I don't know. Are you okay?
To make statements like that. But instead, they accepted I tried my best. Right? I tried my best. But 20-year-old general in the Israeli occupying forces said, listen, y'all, I tried my best. Maybe not 20-year-old general, right? But even anybody, right, in the IOF said, I tried my best. I tried my best. I was doing my best when I was in there. Would that be acceptable? I tried. Well, we tried. There's only so much you can do when it's Netanyahu's war. I really did try. Would that be acceptable? I don't think it would be. It wouldn't be acceptable to me.
I'm not mad at you. I just want to make sure you're okay.
Personally, would not view it as acceptable. I'll turn the alerts off for this. How do I do that? Oh, like this. Okay. I don't. And so that's the problem. That's the issue.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure something wasn't wrong.
Right? Is that it's not acceptable, right, to respond with your military service, especially when you were in the infantry, especially when you were a machine gunner, right, in conflict areas that were like a part of war crimes, right? For you to be like, well, I have a complicated.
Oh, okay. You're talking about the kind of content where, okay, so you're saying the people being like, I was right. I was actually right. Here's how I was right is not content that you're, enjoying. Fair enough. Fair enough. Especially if maybe it's a PowerPoint about that. Are you sure you don't want me to make a PowerPoint about how awesome I am and how I'm always right and how nobody else was right? And I called this.
That's not being anti-war.
That doesn't sound like good content. Look, we're looking for we are going to do an unban. I mean, I don't think that'll be, it might be some people with some, opinions about me or or opinions that have changed or opinions that are that I should unban them, or I mean, it's gonna be a little bit of drama, but I don't think it'll all be focused on me. I hope not. Hope at least some of the mods are gonna be catching some strays in the unban requests. God damn NCC, your mods, they're so mean.
Right?
They banned me. Please unban me.
You don't need somebody who has a complicated relationship with their own engagement with horrific acts of violence to represent us in the Senate. And we should have been pushing at that point. Keep in mind, right? I have to remind you. Here, he wants to say it. Right? This was in September of 2025. This was in September of 2025. Right? We should have at this point been pushing for him to actually regret his service and to be anti-war at that point, or for somebody else. Right? When we saw the way that he spoke about his service in September of 2025, we should have, in every single interview that he did with a leftist commentator since then, we should have been like, do you regret your service? And if he says any answer other than no, we push for him to give that answer. And if he doesn't get that answer, we push for somebody else. We say, this is not the guy. Especially when his Reddit posts show that he is an insanely violent person. Right? And we'll get to the Reddit comments in a second. Reddit posts are his own section, right? But there's a lot of overlap here because in his Reddit posts, it shows that he is an insanely violent person. He relishes violence. He loves violence. He loves violence. He's a violent person, and it's our job to see his Reddit posts and see how violent of a person he is and see how he talks about not regretting his service, or at least, saying how he had a good time when he was in the military, how he looks back fondly about his time in the military. We should have seen that and connected the dots to be like, okay, that's a red flag. That's weird. Right? But is that what happened? Is that what we got at the time?
Yeah, because it's like because we were hearing stuff like him saying, I joined the military because it was fun, or like to have fun, or like I enjoyed my, and we never heard the converse to that, of like I was asked to do things that were against my morals, and I struggle with that pain to this day. Right, just even the basic shit that you expect to hear from like any military person, right? We heard a lot of the positives, and the only negative we heard was, I guess, he didn't think the Iraq War, was a just war. So fair enough, right? But it's more than just being against the shittiest wars of the empire. It's being against the empire is kind of what we want to see. Yeah, he did say he straight up joined the military to kill people. Yeah, people that don't you know, that do the job of machine gunner and are not like troubled by that service, it does kind of, yeah, make me, it's kind of scary.
Entire commentary space on Graham Platner, I don't think it was. And I know it wasn't because I have evidence that it wasn't. And we'll get to that in a second too. We'll get to that in a second, right? The left utterly failed, right? Or at least I'll say the white left utterly failed this test, right? We let a profoundly violent person, right, attempt to represent us with no real accountability. Because they're
all right, chat. Well, one test that I'm not gonna fail today is having a raid ready for you, and it looks like Neurodetergent is watching. Is this a new Cat Black video? Ohio abuse case, Graham BS, Ivanka admits it, Chud the Builder, Trump phone, wife scams, Congress, presser react, VODs. VODs, what is that? Oh, I don't even know. You're in for maybe a treat. You can come back after this raid, not tomorrow, but the day after tomorrow, because remember the schedule is Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, 7 p.m. Pacific, 10 p.m. Eastern, right? Skip Thursday, Friday, Saturday, 7 p.m. Eastern, 10 Pacific. That's the schedule. I've made it as simple as I can. I guess it could be simpler, but yeah. Now I'm wondering what are the VODs? What are the VODs about? Anyway, reading you into Neurodetergent for a little detergent for your brain after that. Although I don't know, looks like they're watching Cat Black right now. So yeah, go over there and enjoy that and send the raid. Okay, so while I'm sending the raid, I am going to thank my Patreon. If you support me on Patreon at the $5 level or above, I give you a fancy shout out at the beginning and end of each stream. So let's do that now. Shouts out to Neo Pergos. Shouts out to JMB. Shouts out to Emily French. Shouts out to Big Al of the Cake Remix. Shouts out to Direful. Shouts out to Joel Siverud. Shouts out to Sarah. Shouts out to Izzy Mandius. Shouts out to Steven Sayers. Shouts out to Animus. Shouts out to Infallible Fowl. Shouts out to Oral Ellipsis. Shouts out to Nadia Yvette. Shouts out to Choki. Shouts out to Moe Noape. Shouts out to Temporal Insanity. Shouts out to Buffy Geek. And a fancy shout out to Rachel K, Omega Star, Crystal Saphira, and Zerazerex. With that being said, chat, I'm going to raid you into Neurodetergent. If you're over on Twitch, make sure to like the stream on your way out. Okay, that helps me out a lot. I appreciate it. It'll get the stream and the everything to more and more people. Thank you, mods, for keeping us safe. Thank you, Thumb Gang. And yeah, I'm gonna 10 seconds. We're gonna raid into Neurodetergent. And I'll be back not tomorrow, not Thursday, but Friday. And I'm gonna start off with 5 hours. In fact, let's do that right now. The people that just rated out are not gonna see this, but you, my YouTube audience, are gonna see this. It is me resetting the timer and adding an hour, right? And we're gonna start with 5 hours. Why are we doing that? Because on Monday we hit 300. I didn't have an answer. For what do we do when we hit 300? I can't go past 6 hours, even though I went 7 hours and 30 minutes today. That's crazy. I got to stop doing that. I also got to be on time. And I got to be quicker with the intros too. I just got too enraptured, talking to chat. But yeah, we're starting off with 5 hours on the clock at this point. Not tomorrow, but Friday. And again, I haven't put a cap on the Friday stream. Maybe I should put some kind of cap of the maximum time I'll do before the gaming component of the stream. But I thought that that's probably the best place to put the spillover so that we don't end up in a situation where every day is just like, maxed out, and then it feels like the points mean nothing. It feels like the support means nothing. And I'm just trying to balance this so that that I can have time to do that reproductive labor, pop out those babies for the Atreides, family and the Harkonnen family and whoever else needs it. Produce that Bene Gesserit. Oh my god, I'm mixing up Dune terminology here. The Quetzat Sadarak. We got to produce that Quetzat Sadarak for those, anyway. But yeah, just so that I have time to do what I need, and I'm not missing streams because I stayed up, too late the last time and didn't have a chance to do important things. So we should be more on a track for that. Hopefully we're on a track where I can go to Vietnam for a limited time. If you want to support me on the Vietnam trip, it's throne.com/nocommentchick. And now we've got the, looks like the, I think the QR code and the funding level. We're 35% funded. So as soon as I can get that funded, the sooner I can lock in that plane ticket and hopefully put, get everything ready to go to Vietnam and to get my visa renewed in a short amount of time, as opposed to having to stay a month there and possibly disrupt. I really don't want to have to stop streaming on Twitch. So I'm going to look for a way that I can, be on the right ISP. I don't have to, leave Twitch behind just because I'm leaving Thailand behind. And there's a lot that I've got to figure out. Anyway, more on that on Friday. And until then, much love and bye bye. That's not a John McLaughlin? Is it? I can't tell. I don't think it is. That would be so awesome if somebody had a McLaughlin emote. Anyway, chat, I gotta go rest or something. Get myself some more water, and I will see you next time. Until then,